uzazurebe
uzazurebe u Rwanda rw'Abanyarwanda no kuri kwemana we uzazurebe uzazurebe u Rwanda rw'Abanyarwanda no kuri kwemana we uragera
devastating diseases, preventable and treatable conditions that harm the lives and livelihoods of billions of people and impact the world's poorest and most vulnerable. Powerful partnerships are united in the global fight. We've already made incredible progress, proving that ending malaria and NTDs are achievable goals. But there is so much more to be done. This is the time, this is the year, this is the moment to renew our commitments and accelerate action against malaria and neglected tropical diseases. Because together, we can unlock the potential for countries to build a healthier, safer, and stronger world. This summit, hosted by the government of Rwanda, brings together some of the planet's leading change makers alongside the Commonwealth heads of government meetings. Together, we will celebrate country leadership, galvanize political commitment, drive innovation, and mobilize investment. By endorsing the Kigali Declaration on Neglected Tropical Diseases and driving pledges for the Global Fund's replenishment later this year, we will save millions more lives, end suffering caused by these diseases, stimulate economies, and ensure the world is ready to detect and respond to future health threats. So, welcome to the Kigali Summit. Welcome to a brighter future. Together, let's unlock the potential to end malaria and neglected tropical diseases for all.
And now, distinguished guests, please welcome on stage your MC for this session, your personality, Makeda Adio.
Mic check. Oh. let's go over here. We're going to make it work. Okay, let's start from the top. Good morning.
And once again, I will do your intro, so it's a proper walk onto stage. Distinguished guests, media personality, your MC for the day, Makeda Mahadio.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, of course, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, and members of the media, good morning once again. Whether you are joining us from here at the Inare Conference Arena, or if you're joining us from online, from around the world, we are so excited to welcome you to this historic Kigali Summit on malaria and neglected tropical diseases. My name is Makeda Mahadio, and it is my absolute honor and my pleasure to be guiding you through today's program live from Kigali, Rwanda. What an incredible opening we had. That was our beautiful local traditional Rwandan dance troupe, Inganzo Ngari. If you enjoyed their performance, you can go ahead and show them some appreciation. That really is that's the perfect way to open a summit like this. It's our hope that the Kigali Summit provides a landmark opportunity to renew much-needed commitments and investments in malaria and NTDs throughout the day. We invite you to immerse yourselves in some of our high-level speeches, commitments, engaging content, and discussions, all of which highlight how immediate action is necessary to end malaria and NTDs. Integration, innovation, new tools, financing, and regional coordination will guide us whilst being crucial enablers of fighting COVID-19 to prepare for future pandemics and strengthen health systems. Solid malaria and NTD programs will serve to unlock the potential of countries to build a safer world for everyone, everywhere. At this time, it gives me enormous pleasure to welcome the Minister of Health for Rwanda, the Honorable Dr. Daniel Ngamije, to make this morning's opening remarks.
Honorable Ministers, Honorable Regional Director of WHO Afro, Dr. Moeti, eminent guests, esteemed delegates, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the Kigali Summit on Malaria and Neglected Tropical Diseases. I would like to thank everyone for joining us during this moment. Taking place alongside the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, the Kigali Summit on Malaria and NTDs will reaffirm commitment to end malaria and neglected tropical diseases, which still dramatically affect the lives of billions. Today's events will be one of a global nature, with speakers from across the world united in a common mission to ease the burden of these diseases. The Kigali Summit was first proposed in 2019, before the COVID-19 pandemic hit deeply and affected our societies. We now understand better that our collective health security is woven together. Malaria and NTDs respect no borders, and the renewed interest in these matters is greatly welcomed, both in the pursuit of their elimination and recognition that their burden on health system affects our ability to identify, track, and treat new diseases outbreaks. At the same time, we face many challenges. the disruption caused by COVID-19 to diseases control and elimination has been significant. I know that my country and so many other countries represented here worked with partners and put in significant effort to ensure we continue to avail adequate prevention and diagnostic tools and also avail required treatment for malaria and NTDs. Yet, even with these efforts, malaria mortality grew globally last year for the first time in nearly a decade, and progress on NTDs is strengthening to unravel. We stand today at crossroads. We are almost midway to the Sustainable Development Goals and progress towards the goal of SDG 3, health and well-being for all, can only be realized if the change comes now and from all of us. Rwanda has adopted comprehensive integrated strategies that combine different types of interventions to reduce the malaria and NTDs burden. It is more and more evident to all that to achieve malaria and NTDs control and elimination, it is imperative to work on the following strategies. 1, sustain investment in medical innovation, new technologies such as vaccines, drugs, and the next generation of insecticides. Second, to scale up cross-sector collaboration, community, and private sector engagement. Third, to adopt novel services delivery approaches to increase access to universal health care. Today's program will be focused on the following theme: integration, innovation, regional coordination, and resource mobilization, which cut across both disease groups. In delivering against these themes, we unlock the potential of our effort to scale up and defeat malaria and NTDs. We are excited to see the significant effort made by all parties who have committed in advance. I welcome and encourage and call for the highest level of ambition by those who will be announcing commitment for their first term today. Before we begin, I wish to take a moment to thank all those partners who have supported this event today. The leadership we seek to delivery is one that can only be achieved through partnership. With those words, it is my great pleasure to officially open proceedings of the 2022 Kigali Summit on Malaria and Neglected Tropical Disease. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your words and commitment to the fight. Now, although we began our proceedings with a warm and energetic Rwandan welcome, our next opening performance speaks to the heart of this summit and more specifically why we're here, what we hope to achieve, and what the end result could be for millions affected by these dreadful diseases. Distinguished guests, please welcome actress, dancer, choreographer, and recipient of a 2018 MTV Video Music Award, Rwandan-born Sherrie Silver.
Yes, woo. Good job. Yes. Woo. Like that. Woo. That is good. Oh.
It's not working.
Do it. Sherrie, it's on. Sherrie, it's on. It's on.
We shall continue after school, yes?
Gayemba, hurry up. It's time for school.
Yeah. Bye. Bye, yes.
Later that day, my cousin Gayemba came home feeling very weak. He could barely speak. It was only adequate health care that was needed. But unfortunately for him, he didn't get to play again. But together, today, we can make that change.
Okay. After Chimamanda, VO to video? Oh yeah, I need mine updated. Dr. Ren. Okay. Well, this isn't the new one, so maybe not. Okay. It's right after Sherrie. Okay. And then, yes?
Because I think that's feeding through onto the live stream. But I thought we did our intro fabulously, and I think you recovered extremely well. Okay. And I was like, I'm so not going to have you have that kind of intro. I'm like, no, let's do this again.
So should I just take this off?
Not yet.
Welcome to the Kigali Summit on Malaria and NTDs 2022.
Thank you for being here at this vital moment.
And fighting against these deadly and life-limiting diseases, your strong leadership and commitment will save millions of lives. The security of the world's health is in your hands.
Let us make history and show the world that no human is limited.
And let's hear it one more time for Sherrie Silver. Thank you, Sherrie Silver, for that powerful depiction of the importance of why we're all here today. Our next speaker is a woman described by the Times Literary Supplement as the most prominent of a procession of critically acclaimed young Anglophone authors succeeding in attracting a new generation of readers to African literature. And I know she certainly did that for me. Distinguished guests, please welcome celebrated, award-winning author who very recently received her 16th honorary doctorate degree, the incomparable Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie.
Good morning. It's so lovely to be here with so many brilliant people. I want to tell you a few personal malaria stories. So I was about 10 years old. My mother had brought me to the medical center on the campus of the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, where I grew up. As we sat waiting for the doctor, people stopped to say hello to my mother. The campus was a small community, and everyone knew everyone else. Each person who greeted my mother would then turn to me and say, "Ndo, sorry for your malaria." Malaria was so common that everyone assumed that if you were in hospital, it was because you had malaria. Actually, on that day, I was in hospital for an eye allergy. But it later occurred to me that it was the only time I had ever been to see a doctor for an illness that was not malaria. We knew malaria intimately. My malaria always came with a terrible rumbling ache that I can only describe as an anguish in my stomach. It left me lightheaded, weak, nauseous, helpless. My brother Okay's malaria came with very painful aches at his joints. For my brother Kene, it was a bitter taste on his tongue, and his head would feel swollen to almost twice its size. Each time I had malaria, I didn't go to school. Once in class 2, at the age of 13, I had a very bad case of malaria that made me miss a whole week of school. It was during that week that quadratic equations were covered in mathematics. I missed it all. And since then, I have never been able to make any sense of quadratic equations. So maybe the only good thing I can say for malaria is that I cannot be held responsible for how terrible I am at mathematics. It is all malaria's fault. But I have another darker story. My friend, who I will call E, was 2 years older than me. She was pretty and popular, and she had a skill that we children considered very exotic. She could crochet. She would hold a crochet needle and a ball of wool, and before you knew it, a hat or a shawl had materialized. One day she fell sick. It was, of course, malaria. She took chloroquine tablets. 2 days later, she was shaking in bed. Then she had seizures. Her skin was hot, and she was delirious. She was talking nonstop, but nothing she said made any sense. She was taken to the teaching hospital, which meant it was serious. She missed school for weeks. When finally she returned to school, we could tell that something was desperately wrong. Her eyes were glazed, and it seemed as if a different person had inhabited her body. We were told that she had cerebral malaria, that the malaria had got to her brain. It changed her life forever. But strangely, what haunted me the most was when it turned out that after that illness, she could no longer crochet. An illness can rob you of your talent, your special skill, your magic. She was never the same again. And I found myself thinking, just one mosquito bite and a person's life is changed forever. There are many stories like my friend's, and there are stories worse than hers. She did not die, but it is a kind of death to lose your life's potential forever. It is a kind of death to go from a bright person to a shadow of yourself. How can 25% of deaths in Nigeria be from malaria? I have to say that, like most Nigerians, I find myself being very protective of my country. And so when I read the statistics, the first thing I thought was, where did they get that from? But we know anecdotally, even anecdotally, that this is true. Why is it that so many people all over the world are still dying of malaria and other neglected tropical diseases that can be cured? It does not have to be like this. We can eradicate malaria and other neglected tropical diseases. And when we say neglected tropical diseases, I cannot help but wonder, neglected by whom? Neglected by us. Because we don't often hear of them, we tend to forget that there are so many diseases that are killing people and blighting people's lives that do not have to. And so today is about putting an end to that. Today is about this gathering of so many brilliant people where we can learn from one another and where we can finally say enough. Thank you.
Thank you for your powerful words and insights, Chimamanda. I know so many of us can relate to a lot of the stories that she told. Now, there certainly has been incredible progress made over the past 2 decades in the fight to end malaria and NTDs. It demonstrates that this is indeed an achievable goal, but despite all of these successes, malaria and NTDs persist in areas of poverty, affecting the lives of billions of people. We simply cannot allow half of the world to continue to suffer from preventable and treatable diseases. Together, we can drive much-needed change to end this inequality and end malaria and NTDs. Dr. Ren Minghui has served as the WHO's Assistant Director General for HIV and AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, and neglected tropical diseases since January 2016, and is continuing this work under this new title, Assistant Director General for Communicable Diseases. Prior to this role, he was Director General for International Cooperation in the National Health and Family Planning Commission of the People's Republic of China. He brings nearly 30 years of public health experience working on health policy and health reform in China's Ministry of Health, where he focused primarily on health systems research and health insurance reform. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ren Minghui.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, dear colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm honored to join you at this historic summit, which celebrates progress towards reductions and eliminations of malaria and neglected tropical disease, and give us the opportunity to renew our commitment and unlock the potential towards our 2030 goals. There are many milestones to celebrate. In the last 2 decades, we have saved over 10 million lives from malaria and averted 1.7 billion malaria cases. We have also reduced the number of people requiring interventions for NTDs by 600 million and enabled 46 countries to be formally recognized by WHO as having eliminated at least 1 NTD so far. But we are off the track. We are off the track to achieve the 2030 malaria target for Commonwealth countries and the 2030 global malaria targets. Public health targets set out in the NTD roadmap 2021 to 2030 are also at risk. The COVID-19 pandemic has taken us further off track and increased inequalities and barriers to access. In order to get us back on track, we will need to push forward in 4 key areas. First, integration. We need to ensure the malaria and NTD interventions are well integrated into primary health care and the universal health coverage agendas. Indeed, investments in malaria and NTD services can lead to strong and resilient health systems and can be mobilized in pandemics, as we have seen during COVID-19. Second, innovation. We need to promote development of new tools, as well as the more innovative means to deliver them. Innovation is also needed to keep us ahead of the emerging biological threat, such as drug and infectious resistance, and to address the technical gaps that still limit our response to certain NTDs. Third, investment. We must improve our investment in essential services for malaria and NTDs. Nearly 2 billion people are still in need of NTD interventions, and half of the world population continues to lack access to quality care, services, and life-saving malaria interventions. Despite economic contractions, we need to increase domestic investment in health, while engaged on new partners and donors, mobilize more international resources and fundings, and successfully replenish the global funds to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria. Fourth, adaptation. We need to ensure the strong adaptation to global and regional and country contexts. Africa and Asia in particular carry the highest burdens of malaria and NTDs globally and require strong response with commitment, coordination, and collaboration between countries. These actions will accelerate us towards the elimination of malaria and NTDs. Together, we can unlock potential. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Minghui. Our next speaker has made the fight against neglected tropical diseases her life's work. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Thoko Elphick-Pooley, the Executive Director of Uniting to Combat NTDs.
Can you hear me? Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, and friends, it is my great honor as Executive Director of Uniting to Combat NTDs to stand here in front of you to welcome you to the Kigali Summit on Malaria and NTDs. Our special and most heartfelt thanks to the government of Rwanda for walking the talk and making this summit a reality, and to our co-hosting partner, representing the malaria community, RBM Partnership to End NTDs, to end, I had to sneak it there, hadn't I? The RBM Partnership to End Malaria. It's been over 3 years in the making, and it's here. The timing of the summit is crucial. We have less than 8 years to reach target 3.3 of the Sustainable Development Goals and the World Health Organization roadmap on NTD target of reducing by 90% the numbers of people requiring an intervention against an NTD. With 1.7 billion people still at risk of neglected tropical diseases, we have a lot of work to do, because this means we have to reduce this huge number to 200 million by 2030. This summit is vital. It will recognize the critical importance of investing in the fight against neglected tropical diseases and malaria. It will mobilize and profile vital commitments to fight against malaria and NTDs, including, as we'll see later, by heads of state and government-level leadership and investment. The Kigali Declaration on NTDs, which I'm absolutely proud of, is being launched today, is not just a piece of paper. It is a solemn commitment by leaders from around the world and from all walks of life to acknowledge that neglected tropical diseases are diseases of poverty and inequity, and that we all need to take collective action to end them. I'm proud that so many countries and leaders of key organizations and companies have already stepped up to endorse the Kigali Declaration in advance of its launch today, and we welcome others to do so. In fact, we urge them to do so. Likewise, I am proud of the incredible commitments that have already been made to address NTDs. We thank each and every one of you for doing so. We have an exceptional lineup of speakers for you today. This lineup will include heads of state, ministers, leaders from pharmaceutical companies, communities, NGOs, philanthropists, and royalty. And most importantly, we will hear from people that are affected by these diseases that we are here to address today. We'll hear about the impact these diseases cause on their lives and why these diseases must be eliminated. Let us not forget that the true burden of malaria and NTDs falls on women and girls, and that our debt to them is highest. So, on behalf of Uniting to Combat NTDs, we thank our host country, the government of Rwanda, for warmly welcoming us to this city of 1,000 hills, Kigali. We thank each and every one of you here today for coming to this summit. We were so thrilled to see how many of you were already here this morning, all registered, accredited, and COVID negative. That's fantastic. Enjoy the summit, and we look forward to talking to you over lunchtime. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Elphick-Pooley. Of course, I can't speak on behalf of the government, but I can say that we are so excited to have everyone here with us in Kigali to celebrate this day. Our next speaker has my next speaker has dedicated her career to fighting malaria. So please, everyone, help me in welcoming the interim CEO of RBM Partnership to End Malaria, Dr. Corine Karema.
Thank you, Makeda. Your Excellency, honorable ministers and esteemed delegates, with all protocol observed, it's my pleasure to address you today on behalf of the RBM Partnership to End Malaria and from my home country, Rwanda. I want to express my gratitude to His Excellency President Paul Kagame and the government of Rwanda for hosting the summit at a critical moment in the fight against malaria and neglected tropical diseases. I have just 3 minutes to introduce today's event. By the time I sit down, 3 children will be lost their life due to malaria. By the time we finish today, that number will be 480. Delegates, you have heard these numbers before, and yet it is important to remind ourselves this is what is at stake when we meet today. For myself and many others here today, malaria has a strong personal connection. As a young girl growing up in Africa, the disease claimed the lives of so many families, including my siblings, neighbors, communities. That was normal, it was accepted. And then we changed. We invested in Malaria Elimination program, pooled our resources, and through the Global Fund and other partners, collaborated across border, invested in efforts to put women and girls at the center, and invented new ways to fight malaria, the malaria parasite and the mosquito transmitted the disease. For the generation that comes after me, losing family members due to malaria is no longer a norm. Today's summits take place at a critical juncture. As we recover from the impact of the COVID-19 disruption to malaria programs, we now have the highest malaria mortality rate for nearly a decade. Together, we need to commit to getting back on track. We need to ensure a successful replenishment of the Global Fund this autumn. We need to leverage the progress in innovation, integration, and resource mobilization, and we need to do it now. I thank all those who bolstered the malaria campaign with their commitment today and encourage all of us to play our part, because at the end, malaria starts with you and with me. Thank you.
Me tocó vivir lo de paludismo, me cogió cuando ya estaba en punto de dar la luz. Y tenía mucho miedo. Para las mujeres embarazadas no hay tratamiento, me decían eso.
I found a big sore on my leg, very hard and very painful to my body. Pain of my ankle took me to hospital 30 kilometers away from where we were living. And the doctor started to care for my leg. Later, they told me that it was body ulcer.
بدت حكايتي مع المرض حوالي 2 سنين. كان عبارة عن ورم صغير في الأصبع. كان بيزداد فترة بعد فترة إلى أن بقى متضخم وظهرت جروح على الأصبع بقت تطلع مادة سوداء.
yana kashe mana gabobin jiki, zazzabin jikinka ko hamma kai ma za ka ji zafi tiri ko ina jikinka yake.
I started urinating blood. It was persistent. I would go to chemists and get drugs. They didn't know my background, that I came from a farming environment. So what they just had suspicion was a urinary tract infection. Until when I go to the hospital, teaching hospital, where a proper history was taken and discovered from the test that is schizophrenia.
Primeramente me atacó escalofrío y luego me ataca fiebre fuerte casi una semana. No podía levantarme, no podía ni comer, ni levantar, alzar la cabeza porque es feo, duele fuerte.
When I was affected with dengue, I would not be able to stand up in the morning. I would have high fevers at times. I would feel very tired. This affected my job and my inability to function properly at the workplace.
المرض في الرجل كل ما وقفت فترة طويلة شديد رجلي بتألمني وبيحصل ورم جزئي كده. كنت زمان بحب الكورة شديد، كنت بحب السفر، حاليا سبتها.
sai mun zo asibiti a bamu magani. In ba su da shi ma za su tura ka wani waje.
My little advice to you is to go to villages and town and educate my people about this body ulcer.
The government also needs to invest in the prevention because what we need is access to clean water.
Que nos donan, diremos, el Ministerio del Toldo es bueno para nosotros, porque muchas veces la familia no tienen recursos económicos para comprar el toldo.
Many breakthroughs have been made with the COVID virus. What about these neglected diseases?
As hard as it was to watch parts of that video, it is important to reiterate that investments can fight these diseases and assist in building more resilient health systems. To expand on the progress made to date and the achievements which should be recognized, please welcome our next guest to introduce our first panel discussion of the day. He's an obstetrician and gynecologist who is also the Director General of the West African Health Organization. Please join me in welcoming Professor Stanley Okolo.
Thank you very much. Murakaza Neza. Welcome to Kigali. I have a distinguished panel of speakers, and I will take my seat very soon. We have the Honorable Dr. Osagie Ehanire, the Minister of Health of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, an orthopedic surgeon who trained in Germany and has been in the government of President Muhammadu Buhari since 2015, initially as the Minister of Health for State, or Minister of State for Health, but now the Honorable Minister of Health since 2019. Dr. Ehanire, you're welcome. I have Her Excellency Jo Lomas, who might be well known to some of you in the audience because she was here as the UK, United Kingdom High Commissioner. It's not ambassador because it's all Commonwealth. High Commissioner to Rwanda until June last year, when she then got a new posting, as often happens with diplomats, and she's now the UK Commonwealth Envoy, and she's back in London. Jo, you're welcome. I also have Russell Tamata, who is the Director General of the Ministry of Health of Vanuatu, and Russell has spent over 30 years working in different areas of the ministry. He has also worked with UNDP. Russell, you're welcome. And we also have Lucy Oyela. Lucy is a mother, she's a farmer, She's a community health worker, and she's from Uganda. Just next door, Lucy spent about 45 minutes flying over here. We have Russell, who spent about 22 hours coming from the Pacific. And then we have Joe, who spent about 10 hours traveling from London. And those of us from West Africa, who probably spent about another 20 hours because of all the connections. But you have people from the Pacific, from Asia, from Africa, from Europe, and you have people from policymakers to community health workers. Lucy, you're welcome. And whilst I take my seat, we're going to first of all see a video from Dr. Poonam Singh. Poonam is the regional, WHO regional director, and you will have a video from her in the first few minutes, and then we will go on to the panelists who are here seated. Thank you very much.
Warm greetings, Your Excellency, President Paul Kagame, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Dr. Tedros, Director General WHO, Honorable Ministers of Health, Dr. Moeti, Regional Director of Africa, distinguished partners, participants. My sincere thanks to the government of Rwanda and our partners in uniting to combat NTDs and roll back malaria for inviting me to address this milestone event. Like you, the Southeast Asia region is 100% committed to ending neglected tropical diseases and has been since 2014, when it made eliminating NTDs and other diseases on the verge of elimination a flagship priority. Since then, we have seen incredible progress in our region, including the elimination of at least one NTD in more than 50% countries of the region. On malaria, the Southeast Asia region reached each of the time-bound milestones for morbidity and mortality of the WHO Global Technical Strategy. Amid the COVID-19 response, Maldives and Sri Lanka maintained their malaria-free status, and Bhutan, DPR Korea, Nepal, Thailand, and Timor-Leste from our region remain on track to achieve elimination by or before 2025. Two key factors contributed to the achievement of these milestones. First, political commitment at the highest level. Second, strong and sustained partnerships, including for research and innovation, which has facilitated the rapid translation of research findings into policy and practice. I commend member states on their tremendous achievements and also thank our many partners and friends who helped make this possible. Member states are both drivers and beneficiaries of progress towards the 2030 goals. Country ownership is essential to achieve them. At the same time, countries alone cannot achieve all. Rather, continued commitment of resources from countries and partners is essential, particularly in the last mile of disease elimination. No person or community can be left behind. I congratulate honorable dignitaries and participants on the launch of the Kigali Declaration, and I'm honored to be included in the 100 global leaders that will champion its delivery. Together, let us end the cycle of neglect for every community, everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Poonam Singh, Regional Director, WHO for Southeast Asia. And so we're here gathered to unlock the potential. And it is really a question of having a great panelist of members here to talk about where they see the next action in terms of eliminating malaria and NTD. And it's not really so much as emphasizing the problem, because we know the problem. But the question now is, what should we do next? And coming from West Africa, WAHO, we have 9 of our 15 countries that have eliminated at least one NTD, including Nigeria, of course. And really, we are now looking at how do we take it to the next level. We have had a declaration in terms of the ministers in terms of eliminating malaria and NTDs, but there is a lot of work to do. So I then ask you, Joe, first, how can donor governments and the international community support countries in terms of progress against malaria and NTDs? And I'm sorry I'm putting you on the spot for all donor partners.
I'll do my best, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. It's great to be back in Kigali. I spent all 3 years of my time in Kigali preparing for CHOGM, so I'm really pleased that I'm back here, and it's really happening, and it's great to see such a wonderful crowd here. So, Chair, in answer to your question, I mean, as we all know, COVID-19 disrupted so many systems and services globally, including health systems. And NTD services were among the most frequently disrupted of all essential health services, with treatment numbers falling to their lowest since 2011. And on malaria, COVID-19 led to an increase of 14 million cases and 69,000 deaths. However, despite these challenges, we have all rallied together in a remarkable way against malaria and NTDs. Countries affected have avoided the worst-case scenarios and continue to deliver services, often in very innovative ways. We've also seen some positive developments, including the WHO recommending the world's first malaria vaccine for children, the Gambia being declared trachoma-free in 2021, and Malawi being on track to eliminate it this year. So, how do we get back on track to meeting our commitments as a Commonwealth to end the malaria epidemic by 2030 and to deliver the NTD roadmap? There are opportunities to learn from the COVID response to improve the effectiveness, integration, and resilience of health systems. For example, countries built on existing networks of community healthcare workers and NTD delivery mechanisms to also deliver COVID-19 interventions. And you really saw that happening here in Rwanda, actually, when I was here. Donors also have a role to play in investing in research and development to come up with new diagnostics, therapeutics, and prophylactics. And the UK continues to fund innovative research through our product development partnerships. This has previously included developing the world's first anti-malarial drug for children, which is estimated to have saved over 1 million lives. 1 million children, Chair, I mean, that's worth just reflecting on, right? This year also sees the 7th replenishment of the Global Fund. The fund provides over half of the international funding for malaria and is an essential partner for the UK in the fight against it, and also in strengthening health systems and supporting pandemic preparedness. So I think donors must also work in partnership with affected countries to support them in building resilient health systems and must get behind country health plans. We also have a role to ensure that global supply chains for health commodities are sufficiently diverse and reliant to withstand future challenges. So, global partnerships are as important as ever to combat these diseases. The UK is committed to working with other Commonwealth partners towards a target of halving malaria by 2023 and ending the epidemic by 2030. And in that spirit, we've signed up the Kigali Declaration, along with many others, towards delivering the WHO's NTD roadmap. And we very much urge others to do so, Chair. Marakoze Chane.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So you've heard it there. It's really aligning with country priorities and country plans. It's looking at commodities and supply chain, and it's also encouraging all partners, as UK has already declared and are going to sign the declaration, to also come on board and sign the declaration. My next question goes to the remaining 3 panelists. But
de la Covid sur votre capacité de s'assurer que
préparer vos programmes de paludisme et de MTN. Et en répondant à cette question, maintenant que nous avons vu l'évolution de la Covid, que nous sortons de cette pandémie, comment est-ce qu'on va pouvoir renforcer les programmes dans l'environnement actuel? Merci beaucoup, j'espère que vous m'entendez. Très bien, merci. La pandémie de la Covid-19 a eu des effets néfastes sur les systèmes à travers le pays. On a vu les mesures de restriction qui étaient nécessaires pour limiter
of supply chain, both globally and also nationally. And then there was also some fear among health workers who in some cases abandoned their duty posts, and patients who needed to go for health care and were afraid of being infected and also did not. So that disruption did affect delivery. But in Nigeria, we were able to weather that and provide routine services in spite of the threat of the pandemic, and we were able to deliver 23 million doses of SMC, seasonal malaria prevention, and in fact distribute in that period, 2021, 34 million long-lasting insecticide-treated nets. As to the second question, what is going to be the benefits, or rather what the takeaway? Well, one of the things that emerged, and I think across the world, not only in Nigeria, was the emergence of virtual communication. A lot of meetings took place virtually, and that is translating into health delivery, virtual consultation, digital technology to increase connections between caregivers and users. And then, of course, the most important, the expansion of primary healthcare network. We realize the importance of that level of healthcare. In Nigeria, we're trying to expand the primary healthcare to cover the whole country, one in every ward. That's it.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for keeping to time. It's very, very difficult to deliver a response for a large country like Nigeria, but most of the countries in just 2 minutes, because it's something that, is being applied to nearly 200 million population of 214, I'm corrected. And so I come back to you, Russell, Tamata, and from the Pacific and Vanuatu, your population, I think, is about 350,000. Same question to you, because, of course, you have the Polynesian Islands, and you guys sometimes work together. What has been the impact of COVID-19 on your ability to deliver malaria and NTD programs, and how do you see the build back in the current environment?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to be part of this panel, and I'm honored to share our experience and respond to your question. Chair, Vanuatu has progressed swiftly over the years with the malaria and NTD programs. We have eliminated lymphatic filariasis, eliminated malaria in one province, and we have reduced dramatically hematite manifestations and now trachoma. Nevertheless, the impact of COVID-19 is real. It has disrupted a lot of our plans to deliver, and it has seized the supply chain to stop our activities. We are now seeing sporadic cases of malaria in 1 or 2 provinces, almost close to elimination. However, Chair, I think COVID-19 has also taught us to be resilient, has taught us new ways and ideas to maneuver during the pandemic in different ways and approaches. Indeed, we have done a very good job to control COVID, and I'm happy to say that at the moment we have only 14 deaths of COVID, and we'll be reopening our border comes 1st of July. What we have seen during the pandemic and what our lessons learned from the pandemic, which I think will contribute a lot with improving our NTD and malaria program, is how we have maneuvered to use some of the existing frameworks that we have in the government, which we have forgotten them. We leave them there.
So one of the things that we come to realize is I think it's about time to look outside the box. We don't have to look and focus on health itself, the system. So at the moment the government is trying to harmonizing all those other frameworks that we have discovered during the pandemic. And we believe with that we will be able to address the pandemic to give us a guarantee. Should we have another pandemic, we will have a system that is robust, resilience, and we'll be able to sustain our program even if there is another pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Thanks, Ross. Yes, you can hear me. Now, when we were listening to the introductory video, there was the man who had the Buruli also, and he was asked, what would you say to the leaders? And he said, go to the villages, go to the towns, and look. And so we really come to somebody who has been working at the, if you like, the coal face, at the front end of this, and that's over to you, Lucy. If I were to ask you the same question, what was it like for you delivering programs in terms of malaria and NTD in the district in Uganda during COVID? And how do you think you should probably look at now that we're coming out of COVID, how should it evolve?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As a community health workers, we carry out community mobilization, sensitization, and treatment. Community sensitization about COVID-19 and other diseases like malaria, NTD, TB, HIV, among others, during pandemic, help them to gain more knowledge and hope. Not only that, there was a lot of fear and confusion about COVID-19, since it has similar signs and symptoms like other common diseases in our community, like fever, sneezing, coughing, among others. In Uganda, with support from Global Fund, facility health workers train us on how to respond to COVID-19 responses and gave us protective gears like face masks, gloves, sanitizers, which made it very easy for us to do the work. We also received treatment for malaria and an ICCM program, ivermectin for river blindness, praziquantel for cysto, vitamin A and deworming during Child Day Plus. Because of the trust they built in us, help us to deliver the message of COVID-19 and help us also to treat our people. The structure of NTD also help us to deliver the message of COVID-19. Since community meetings were stopped, door-to-door approaches were used during community sensitization, mass drug administration, malaria testing and treatment, vaccinations, among others. In Uganda also during lockdown, we did not stop treatment. We continue treating our community up to date. While doing this work, we are also facing a lot of challenges, which include spending too much time doing the work, and yet it is voluntary. Community members still need more information from us about all the diseases. Some of the community health workers, they drop out of the work because of too much time required and no payment. The cost of living in our community has also gone high. Like in Uganda, a community health workers receive 3,000 Uganda shillings after distributing ivermectin and compiling the reports. So, for us to do our work well, these issues need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you for the work you do, and thank you for being there at the coalface. And in fact, thank you for answering the second question, which I was going to pose to the team. And you already telling us how you can deliver the benefits beyond what you've already done, and you thank the partners for I'll come back to you, Russell, and you only have 1 minute now, to now tell us what do you think would be how we can deliver benefits beyond malaria and NTDs in terms of using the approach that we have learned from COVID, and also the approach you also explained. You have only 1 minute for this.
Thank you, Chair. For us, it is all about establishing an effective and flexible system and building up strong networks, procedures and proven to deliver results. I'm speaking from the experience we have from the programs. We fully understand that there are always competing priorities within our health programs. But if you would ask me about our secret, is we tend to focus on programs that have a lot of findings. They have established themselves very well. And we use them as our guinea pigs. And then we develop the processes. And then we learn from them and we develop other processes, other programs.
Focus on the programs and make the programs
effective.
Yes, so you use the programs as entry point in terms of diversifying into others.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. And finally to you, Minister, you had already talked about ensuring that we don't let a crisis go to waste. We utilize it in terms of virtual meetings and other things. How do you see us you delivering benefits beyond malaria and NTD using the programs that you have? How do you see that? And I'm sorry, it's only a minute left.
Okay, I think one of the major benefits is the fact that attention to malaria and NTD draws attention to the importance of healthcare at grassroots level. This is medicine at grassroots, and it will galvanize the drive towards universal health coverage. Secondly, we know that the benefits of paying attention to NTD malaria helps the economy in that you have less absenteeism, you have more productivity, and that supports the economy. And finally, the importance to public health security. This is a very important aspect that it plays, that it can, in integrating its role, also support surveillance, reporting, and response for public health security.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you to the audience. I know it's been very difficult in 9 minutes, 10 minutes to get from Asia to from Pacific, Europe, Asia, and of course from the minister from West Africa and from Uganda, which is next door. But I can say in one word, is solidarity, well, not one word, in a few words, solidarity, partnership, learn from COVID, utilize the things, and there is progress. We have heard that there is progress, but it's just to take it to the next level. For me, it's Murakose to all of you. Thank you very much.
Professor Okolo, for that last panel discussion. It's discussion like these that are going to help to push the fight forward. We continue our program by inviting our next guest to the stage. Please welcome the Regional Director of the World Health Organization, Regional Office for Africa, Dr. Matshidiso Moeti.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable ministers who are here with us this morning, panel speakers and chairs, colleagues, experts, partners, community members, I'm very, very excited and honored to have been asked to give the opening keynote for this very important panel. And I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for having brought us here together for such an exciting and inspiring meeting. We've learned already a lot. We've been really entertained and inspired by the beautiful dancing that we've seen, and we are very determined, I'm certain, certainly I am, that by the time we come out of this wonderful day, we'll have better ideas, new ideas, and be able to work together to make things better. It's an honor to introduce a very important topic for our work collectively on malaria and neglected tropical diseases, and also for our work in WHO, on the benefits of integrating malaria and neglected tropical diseases, so the interventions, the resources, and how this will contribute to broader strengthening of health systems, which will then in turn be able to deliver services for all these diseases and for others, and bring us to a healthier and safer world. It's already been stated by other speakers, there has been progress on malaria and NTDs, on elimination and towards eradication. However, we see that the burden of these diseases remains high in the WHO Africa region. And in 2021, evaluations showed that progress has actually slowed down and or plateaued, and many countries were off track for the 2030 malaria and NTD milestones and targets. It's been said again that in addition, the COVID-19 pandemic slowed down progress even further, and its impact on economies in countries around the world is likely also going to have an impact on the financing that's available for programs to address these problems. We've seen in WHO, looking at the delivery of health services, we're using the Universal Health Coverage Index, that there are gaps in the performance and delivery of our health services, both in terms of financing, which is limited still, and the capacity to deliver services to people. Verticalization in various ways of the financing, of the policy platforms and coordination interventions, of the data systems and of delivery mechanisms is one of the challenges that we need to face with this integration initiative. We've seen also lessons learned that responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, we had to expand the service delivery to the community level. I think the Nigerian minister said previously in the last panel how COVID impacted delivery services. So we have learned new ways of expanding the services, and I believe that they can help us. So how should we integrate? We can harmonize around delivery platforms for similar interventions. For example, when addressing the vectors for both NTDs and malaria, we can do this work together. We can deliver also, we know that the programs rely on treatment and delivery of chemotherapy. We can find ways to combine the delivery of treatment for malaria and preventive chemotherapy for neglected tropical diseases. As this gets done at the end of the day by the same healthcare workers, by the same community mobilizers and people, we can find ways to bring this together. The data systems, I believe, can really be integrated. And in WHO, we have a platform through ESPN where we have collected a lot of the data for NTDs. If we combine this and we connected this to malaria data, we can get more burn for the buck, as they say. If we find ways to bring all these services, the investments that we have together, and then we deliver to the same populations. And then finally, since I see that I'm running out of time, I'd like to say that we have an ambition in WHO to support this integrated functioning. One plea I'd like to make is that financing plays a big role in verticalization. If we fund programs, and we'd like to see our people from the capital city to the district level to the community level and get our data reported separately, this does not help to integrate programs in countries. And I believe that it's an inefficient way of getting results. So if we can integrate the financing, if we can find ways for reporting to reflect all that we have achieved with the money given by different partners, we can get more value for the money that's invested. We can speed up our coverage and speed up the impact as well. So I look forward very much from hearing from our panel speakers what has been the experience in doing this, and I'd just like to promise that we in WHO will take this on board in the guidance we provide to countries. We agree with you that it's time to stop the verticalization, and I stop by saying that we are inspired by our late colleague Mwele Malechela and her vision for integrating this work. Let's do it in respect of Mwele. Thank you.
Joining us on stage now to introduce our next panel is the Executive Director for Africa for the Children's Investment Fund Foundation, that is CIFF. Distinguished guests, please welcome Faustina Fin Nyame.
Good morning, colleagues. It's so lovely to see so many of you here. So this panel is really around discussing integration of malaria and NTDs in programming across the health systems. Integration refers to a change in program approaches, ways to move from siloed approaches to a more integrated, linking national health systems in a more holistic approach. It includes integration within and between NTD and malaria interventions, mainstreaming into national health systems, and working with other related sectors like water and sanitation. This session will demonstrate how well we managed integration and how we can drive efficiencies and in a limited resource setting and contribute to country ownership. The aim is to stimulate thinking on partnerships, attracting new partners that we don't normally work with, allies, and bring them into actually mainstreaming this work. This is a real opportunity for us to engage in integration. I would like to now introduce our panelists. So if we can please welcome Ms. Howard Solomon from the Director of Disease Prevention and Control, Directorate for the Federal Ministry of Health Ethiopia, Dr. Githenji, Group CEO of Amref Health Care Africa, Mr. Alan Van Molen, Senior Vice President, Global Corporate Affairs and Philanthropy as SC Johnson, and Ms. Chido Cleopatra Mumpa, Africa Youth Envoy. You're all very, very welcome. Can we have a round of applause for our distinguished guests? Okay. As you probably noticed, I'm not going to go through individuals' bios because we've got 20 minutes and I really want to spend the time getting people's thoughts around this very important subject area. So if I could start with the first question to first Dr. Hewitt and then also to Gadenji as well, on talking about the successes. Can you please tell us or share your experiences of successful integrated programming across sectors and disease interventions or surveillance system? So over to you, Dr. Howard.
Good morning, everyone. Just to share our experience from Ethiopia, both the malaria and NTD program are integrated, fully integrated under the government health system. All the program packages are embedded under the health sector strategy plan and also with the health delivery outlets. In addition, malaria and NTD program are leveraging from the national health system, starting from the planning, implementation, monitoring and evaluation, as well as the data management, the logistics management, starting from the quantification up to the last mile delivery. They use the national health system in general. Also, it's very important, as you know, the primary health care is a core for public health function. So for effective and efficient and also for good access and quality of service, Ethiopian government been implementing the health extension program since 2003. This program is really very important and helps many health programs for better achievement. So in line with this, the government commitment is high and it can address with the involvement of the local government and sustainability issue. So currently we do have more than 14,000 health extension workers. They are providing service at the ground level and all they are under the government payroll. In addition, integration is very important across programs, also across sectors. So intra and inter integration has also good experience in my country. I can mention the integration between malaria and NTD. There is an outreach campaign. There was an outreach campaign with Maltra, mainly for malaria and trachoma. There is also WASH NTD integration conducted in a wide scale in the country. Also, different line ministries working in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, including Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Education, and also other very important stakeholders, including key implementing partners. Thank you.
Thank you for those very important comments, especially around sustainability and the importance of that. So if I come to you, Alan, can you tell us what you have seen across this area?
Sure. First I'd like to say our Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Fitz Johnson, couldn't be with us because he contracted COVID. So I'm going to be a stand-in. I'll try to do my best to cover for him. I think the greatest success we've seen in East Africa is here in Rwanda, partnering with the Rwandan government and the Society for Family Health in building health posts in rural Rwanda. And what we've done there is we provide integrated health services there while helping to build a public health infrastructure that decreases the travel time, but from 3 days to get medical treatment in this country down to 3 hours in many instances. And these health posts not only educate on malaria, educate on nutrition, but they also provide diagnosis of malaria, malaria treatment, prenatal care, and now these health posts are expanding to include optical care and dental care. So I think that's by far our greatest example, again, partnering with government, partnering with civil society, and putting services nearest to the people who need them most.
So important. You managed to cut it down by 3 days. That is significant, and that is very, very important. So if we can go to our second question, which is all about the challenges. I think many of us have the intentions to integrate, but we're constantly coming across challenges and barriers that stops us from being able to do that. So again, I come to you, Hewitt, for you to tell us, in your experience, what are the challenges that you are facing, and how have you been able to overcome them?
So much. It's very critical
issue. In terms of challenge, of course, during the implementation of integration, there are so many confrontations, especially the resource issue and also the effective coordination capacity. So mainly regarding the resource, especially on the low or limited resource setup countries, it is one of the giant challenge. Maybe from my country experience, we try to alleviate this challenge by creating a kind of pool funding. So what we call SDG pool fund, and we do have currently about 11 contributors, and that are mainly from a multilateral and bilateral organization. So the mechanism of funding other program is by reviewing the priority of the gap. So by doing that, we can to solve our challenge in terms of resource shortage and also leveraging what we have. The other important thing is from the donor side. I can mention the Global Fund and the Gavi. These donors have special interests for special programs. However, they give us also good opportunity, the general health system, to get leverage and also supported by the resource from those donors. So by having that opportunity, we can also strengthen the laboratory, the human capacity, as well as the information and the logistic management. So such kind of arrangement is very important. Instead of having a silo type of arrangement, we have to leverage and support other programs. So by doing that, definitely we can be on track and support the programs. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Githinji, the same question to you. I know you are very passionate about this, and you spent a lot of time trying to really think through what are the bottlenecks for Kenya and across Africa and what we can do.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Faustina. Jambo. Yes, Kiswahili is now a national, continental language, so I thought I would just say hi to you in that language. And I think, I have not much to add to what has been said earlier by the regional director of WHO, Moeti, on the challenges to integration and what he has said. But let's just reflect on why we are here. Number one is to understand that integration is the norm. Verticalization is the exception. If we agree that, then we are trying to work together. How do we move back to the norm? We shouldn't see verticalization as a norm. But how did we get there? We started off many years ago by having a health system that had growing inequity. In the 80s, we had integration. After the ALMA Declaration, primary health care, we had fairly good integration. But as the inequities went ahead, and by the year 2000, we had major challenges, we started to find man-made solutions to the health system failures, inequities. And when we created these vertical solutions to mend the challenges of the health system, we then created vertical financing to support it. And I think that's what you were saying, and that's what we created vertical financing to resolve that challenge. And by creating vertical financing, we then created vertical reporting systems to account for the financing. And then after that, we created structures in organizations and in government to allow us to do vertical reporting for the vertical financing, for the vertical solutions. And then we continued further to now create incentives to enable this broken system. What this has done is resulted in less and less focus on the health system and more focus on the vertical solutions we created. But when we think about it, today in the morning I was talking to someone here from Rwanda and asked, which is the commonest female name in Rwanda? I was told it's Uwase, and I'm sure there are many Uwases here from Rwanda now. So let me use Uwase. And I watched the video earlier that where a man said, I had a sore on my toe and I went to the health center. They didn't say I had Buruli ulcer, therefore I went to the health center. They said they had a sore. And when you go to the health center, you find that across the continent, we have singularly resourced health centers. It's one nurse who is sorting out everything across the health system. So if we don't integrate, we are actually missing an opportunity. But you can see from previously, the challenge is we have created this whole system to support verticalization. We have to break the bank. That's the only thing we have to do to overcome these challenges. I'll stop there, then we'll come to more discussion later.
All right, great points, absolutely. And I really love that, integration is the norm. and we keep breaking the norm by all these other things that we are doing, and, vertical funding by donors, vertical programming, which really is the bottleneck and the challenges that we face. I wanted to quickly go back to you, Hillary, before I go to Chido. In Ethiopia, I know that, one health community health worker may be talking to, community about 18 different things at every visit. I mean, what are your reflections on that when it comes to integration?
As I said, the health extension program is a brand for Ethiopia, and we really get benefited from that kind of arrangement. Even if the health extension worker is one person which go to the village, but she carries so many programs agenda to the community, to the household, to the village. So it's very effective and also efficient. Not only that also the program helps the community to deliver the lower level health service delivery that can also bring the community ownership and involvement. So it's a very good approach, and my advice is also to have such kind of arrangement to have effective and efficient PHSU at the ground level. Thank you.
What are your thoughts about integration and the challenges and the bottlenecks?
Okay, thank you for that. I think, first of all, I'm very excited for this opportunity, which is really showing that we've integrated a young person as a part of this panel. And, as a special envoy in youth to the African Union chairperson, representing the 55 member states on all youth affairs, part of my role involves ensuring that we include and we integrate young people when it comes to socio-economic initiatives. So I'm going to tackle that question from that context. I think the challenge that we've been faced with as young people has to do with perception. We really need to change the mindset and shift when it comes to the perception for young people. I mean, often young people are not viewed or engaged as experts within their respective rights. We normally have young people volunteering every now and again in different initiatives, but there's so much more that we can bring onto the table as experts as well as innovation. I've had the opportunity, to have that access to head of states and, to be part of the African Union chairperson's delegation to lobby for different initiatives. But you can imagine if we had more young people that have been put on that table, more could be done in terms of, collaborating and having a common goal. So now, because of that perception, I believe that integration is weak at the moment, and there's really so much more that we can do. Secondly, when it comes to access to funding and finance for young people, we have young people that are experts and that are well informed when it comes to, such issues to do with NTDs and malaria. But if we provide access, more access when it comes to funding for young people, to lobby, advocacy, as well as to bring innovations within the space of NTDs and malaria, then definitely more can be done with that integration. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing that. Yes, I think she does deserve a round of applause, for bringing that. It's really important that we bring young people in every conversation and every part of our decision-making. It's a critical component. So if we go to our third question, which is really about thinking about what are the great opportunities to further integrate NTDs and malaria programs into the wider health sector and systems. So if again I come to you, Gudenji, and for you to express how you see this.
Well, I think the first opportunity is today. It's here. We're here in Kigali, and this is the first opportunity that we must take. Why do tomorrow what we can do today? By listening more to each other today at this summit and making declarations and commitments that we can follow up on. But it's not simple. As I said earlier, we've created a system that needs to be broken. It's not easy to break into the bank. And we have to break the bank, actually, for us to make this work. The first thing is we need to rethink and redesign the health system. To start with the person I talked about, Uwase, and all the people we saw in this video here. So I want to start a movement of hashtag Uwase, really, so that we start to think about how Uwase is at the center of the health system, remembering that it's actually not diseases that are neglected. It is people that are neglected, not diseases. So how do we actually make sure that the people are at the center of this system? So the first thing we need to do, and I'm glad that this meeting has quite a heavy presence of WHO, is rethink the WHO health system building blocks. We've always said that the WHO building blocks, which are supply side, need to have people as a 7th building block beyond the 6 that have been designed. Because then when we add the 7th building block as people, then we centralize people into the health system, whether it's healthcare or prevention or promotion. That has already been considered. I see that in WHO discussions, that now we're going to use more of a primary healthcare, people-oriented, community-oriented health system for the future. And I think the COVID is what has brought this rethink of the health systems. To remodel the health system and redesign it, we need to think about the tenets and the 3 stones, of the fireplace of primary healthcare. Communities at the center, multi-sectoral action, which is all part of NTD response, and finally this issue of primary care that is holistic, promotive, preventive. If we don't create that system, then the desire to create vertical programs continues. So we have to reorient the health system. The next thing is to look at fit-for-purpose health workforce. This fit-for-purpose health workforce that is oriented to an entire integrated approach is important. But 2 last points is government leadership. Honorable Ngamije is here. Many years ago when I was working in cleft care, I came to Rwanda and I was told, you're not going to tell us what to do, we are going to tell you what to do, and we are going to tell you how to do it. And I think we need to learn more from each other. And I think more South-South learning and sharing excellence where things have worked is going to be important, because it's not easy to reorient this structured system because of the reporting mechanisms, donors, government leadership is really going to lead the reorienting of the health system to be more holistic and more integrated so that we achieve #Uwase at the center.
I love it. Yeah. Alan, I mean, in your view, what are the opportunities? How do we change these?
I think that we need to capture the impatience of youth, and you just heard that a minute ago. I think that the impatience of youth is going to push action, and it's going to push action from the public sector, it's going to push action from the private sector, and it's also going to not settle for the status quo. And I think we can take lessons out of what we've just learned from COVID and how the public sector and the private sector can come together with civil society and speed solutions to the people that need them most. I think the other thing is that all of us, all participants, whether we're funders or whether we're private sector like me, should really have zero patience with bureaucracy. There is a lot of bureaucracy that I think is slowing innovation, and slowing innovation that can get important interventions across all of these public health issues to the people who need those interventions the quickest.
Absolutely agree. Thank you for that. And since you have such a powerful voice and a powerful platform, Gino, what do you think we should be doing? What are the opportunities?
Okay, so my constituency makes up 70% of the population in Africa. And I think that already says a lot. We need to make sure that we intentionally and purposefully engage and integrate young people. And I believe that when we engage this population, it offers a great dividend and return in public health and, include reduced mortalities. Now imagine when you have young people making these demands, ensuring that they go to their governments and make demands when it comes to NTDs and malaria. Then we have a greater impact. So we really need to be intentional about this, And just to zone in on a personal story of my own, how I got empowered and now I'm in this role. I was a volunteer in Zimbabwe, and that's how I got to learn about the NTDs and in terms of advocacy work around malaria. I started off with me being a volunteer in Zimbabwe with such initiatives, and I got to learn more about this through the Global Shapers community. And one of my special advisors, who also happens to be in this room, Mr. Jero Chirinda, who put me into the Global Shapers community and started telling me more about NTDs and malaria, and also had a vision to see how we can move this from being a local initiative and now a global initiative that we see today. The likes of, Mrs. Tsitsi Masiwa, who enabled us and also, helped us to learn more about NTDs and learn more about how we can and tackle this issue on malaria as part of the process of MDAs. If it wasn't for that I was given that access and, I was empowered. And now when you look at UTC, that are providing such platforms for young people, through the, United Combat for Youth when it comes to NTDs and malaria, I was empowered from there. And when I look at myself now, sitting here, being part of this panel, it's because of that we started back home, the access I was given to also be in this fight against NTDs and malaria. And now when I'm in this role, because I'm well informed and I'm aware of what is happening on the ground, I can then advocate at member state level, at policy level, and mobilize more young people within the 55 member states so that we can fight this as the largest population and build in the Africa that we want. Yeah.
Excellent comments. We couldn't have said it better myself. And, we close with such a powerful statement. But just before we finish, I really would like to thank my panelists for such an interesting, passionate, motivating conversation. And also from, myself as the Executive Director for CIF, this is an area that we are absolutely committed to. We're working with Melinda Gates Foundation, we're working with ALMA Foundation, where we're on a project called Arise, where we are testing this integrated thinking and modeling in actual practice. So, we want all of you to work with us to make sure that really happens and we can share the knowledge afterwards. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience, and thank you, my panelists.
Thank you to all of our moderators and panelists for a most informative first half to our proceedings. At this time, I would like to invite you to now stretch your legs and enjoy a 20-minute comfort break to allow us and you to prepare for the next series of discussions and content engagement. Now, if some of you do need some help with translations, please do not forget to go ahead and take a headphone. They are standing outside of the room ready to assist you. Our protocol will be there. Channel 2 is French, and of course, Channel 1 is English. So let's go ahead and synchronize our watches with the people in the room and the people who are online. 20 minutes, we will be back here. So we look forward to seeing you back in the room and back online at that time for another very special performance featuring local Rwandan artists and other vocalists from South Africa to Mexico, and from Bangladesh to Nigeria, and from Cameroon to Ghana. All right, so we'll see you soon. Enjoy your break.
Ngozi, the malaria-carrying mosquito. Malaria has history, lots of it. Here we go. 100 million years ago, everyone's favorite reptiles carried the disease. The first recorded human case of malaria was in 2700 BC in China. A century or two later, ancient Egypt was positively awash with it. Pyramid builders were given garlic to try and keep it at bay. The thing is, they quite like garlic. Cleopatra slept under a bed net, and traces have been found in the skeletons of mummies. Some historians say malaria may have had a hand in the fall of the mighty Roman Empire. At its peak, malaria infected every continent except Antarctica. Over the years, it's got under the skin of some big names too, from kings, explorers and popes, to presidents and poets, and even the odd saint. It's a fact. Malaria is one of history's most fearsome killers. Half the world is still at risk. Every year, almost 500,000 people die from the disease. But in the last 100 years, we've really had malaria on the run. Since 2000, we've slashed the number of deaths by 60%, saving nearly 7 million lives. And when a country rids itself of malaria, it takes a giant step in ridding itself of poverty. For every dollar spent on ending the disease, there's a benefit of $36 thanks to fewer kids and adults missing school or work. We know how to end malaria. What we need now are smarter tools and faster investment to beat the disease once and for all. We have the power to consign malaria to the history books. We know what'll happen if we don't.
Excellencies, dear partners, on behalf of the co-chairs of the Group of Friends on Defeating Neglected Tropical Diseases, it is my pleasure to lend my voice to the fight against NTDs. Together with Brazil, India, and Indonesia, we established the Group of Friends on Defeating NTDs in November 2021 as a platform at the United Nations to raise awareness, share best practices, support initiatives, and mobilize resources directed at controlling and defeating NTDs. We commend Rwanda's leadership in hosting the Kigali Summit on Malaria and NTDs, and all the partners across sectors who are engaged in this important work. Robust leadership at all levels of government and partnership will determine our success against NTDs. Effective control, elimination, and eradication can only be achieved through multi-sectoral and cross-societal approaches. Together, as a group of friends, we pledge to use our platform to rally together all stakeholders wishing to contribute to this goal and to advocate for inclusion of NTDs in high-level agendas, including the upcoming high-level meeting on universal health coverage in 2023. Action against NTDs is core to the vision of universal health coverage and social protection for the least well-off. It is critical that we consider NTDs as diseases of poverty in the context of the Sustainable Development Goals and use our voices to drive progress on the 2021-2030 NTDs roadmap targets. We must continue to elevate NTDs within the implementation of the 2030 agenda. The Group of Friends is a proud partner in this fight, and we call on everyone to accelerate action and increase investment for defeating NTDs. I thank you.
Now, Minda, and I do not know what done why you to Miss Solena, my sense, you namedy, Tower, bones, you namedy, a pepan, who now, Copim said, the home bedroom say, Yanas, and the no sounds so yes, Yanama sounds why. Timinda, Mintuminda, Meticataso, Adichie, Naminis Canama, Cover Bessia, Namidian, Canam, the local hospital. Nti yes akrampo no sika me didi me dwane na sai ayasa na maya basa na me yahia enye na akwala na medwen ho se obenya apomedin na me soma adwum na matumi aye adwuma e wose me ye basa mentumi yahwe me nkwala ya omo fie kura me nya kwan no aduane ma omo ko na omo adi I am any just to say. Me so me pen say, I am a desk to say, more in Penifua, 1 year drown, with the babom who buy. And see me pesa or mobile one who buy, on the one pioneer, I want who buy. memre na metumi aye me dwuma na mabɔ me bra na masoma adwene.
Today, our world has changed. We have defeated humankind's oldest and deadliest enemy, a disease that has killed billions, more than any other in history. Today, we have ended malaria. Thanks to scientists, leaders, and people everywhere, the world is now safer for us all. Future generations will be protected, and the world will be stronger to defeat all diseases. Right now, the fight is harder than ever. And as a father, it breaks my heart that a child dies every 2 minutes from malaria. A future free from this disease is possible in our lifetimes. We must unite and tell our leaders that we won't stop until the job is done.
ያው ለኔ የሚያዝስተኝ ነገር ለምሳሌ እንደዚህ አይነት ነገር መጀመሪያ አልደረሰም ነበር። አሁን ይሄ ነገር ደርሶ ይሄውን ከኮትኮታ አልፎ ደርሷል። ለምሳሌ ከዛ በኋላ ደግሞ ይሄኛውን ደግሞ ይሄ ሲያልቅ ይሄን ለመብላት ይሄን ዘርተናል። ይሄን ዘርቼ አሁን እያደረስኩ ነው ለብራዘሮቼ። ያው ካለቀ ደግሞ በተሻለኝ ሰዓት ኬራም ሰርቼ ለማዘሰት ሞክራለሁ። ያው አባቴ ያለ ስራ ብዙም ባይሰራ ሰርቼ አባቴን ለማዘዝ ፈልጋለሁ። ብዙም ያው ጉልበቱ ስለማይችል እኔ እንዲተባበረው ፈልጋለሁ። እስከ ሐዋሳ ድረስ ወስጄዋለሁ። ያለን ነገር ጨርሰናል። አሁን ለምሳሌ ምግብ ራሱ በየጊዜው እኛ እናገኘው። ያው ሁለት ወንድም አንድ ወንድሜ አለ የለም። ያው ቅድም ፋዘር እንደነገርቷል። ጊዜ ባይኖረኝም ግን ከራሴ በላይ ግን እነሱን ለማንከባከብ ፈልጋለሁ። ከራሴ በላይ እነሱን ደስተኛ ለማድረግ ፈልጋለሁ። ያው ከነሱ ትንሽ ስለሚሻል ሰርቼ እንትን ለማድረግ ስለምፈልግ ከኔ በላይ ግን ለነሱ ቦታ ሰጥቼ እነሱን ደስተኛ ለማድረግና ኃላፊነትን ለመወጣት ፈልጋለሁ። አቅሜ ባይችልም ከሌላ ጓደኞቼ ልክ ለምሳሌ ሌላ ጓደኞቼ እንደዚህ ኃላፊነት ያለባቸው አባታቸው እናታቸው በሀብቱም ሆነ በደህንነት ያው አባትነታቸው ኃላፊነት ይዋጡላቸው። ለኔ ጓደኞቹ ማለት ነው እስከ 7 ተምሬ ማለት ነው። አቅሜ ሳይችል ሲቀር ያው ትምህርት ቤት ላይ እኛ ጋር ደግሞ በገጠር ደረጃ ዩኒፎርም ምናምን የሚባል ነገር የለም። በደብተርም የተነሳ ያው ልብስ ባለመግዛት ነው ፋዘሮቼ ደሃ ናቸው። በሱም የተነሳ 7 ደርሼ አቋርጫለሁ እኔ በራሴ ማለት ነው። ያው ብራዘሮችንም እያስተማርኩ ነው። ያው ከ5 በላይ ደርሼ ያው አቅሜ ሳይችል አቋርጧል ብራዘሬን። ኃላፊነቴንም ተዋጥቼ ብራዘሮችን ለጥሩ ደረጃ ቢያደርሳቸው ደስተኛ ነኝ። ደስ ይለኛል። ያለ የሚመጣው ህይወቴ አለብኝ ኃላፊነት ተዋጥቼ እነሱም ደግሞ የድርሻቸውን በኩል ተዋጥቶ ጤና ለሁሉም ነገር ይጠቅማል። ለመኖር ጊዜ መጀመሪያ ለመስራትም ለምንም የሚጠቅመው ዋናው ጤና ነው። ያው ከፋዘር ህመም የተነሳ ደግሞ ጤናና ህመም ምን ያክል ልዩነት እንዳለው ለይቼ አውቀዋለሁ እናውቃለሁ። ለምሳሌ
Malaria, it's time to go. Yeah, it's time to go. Malaria will get you down to 0. We'll get you down. Yeah, we're clapping together. Chase you away. see the bigger picture, big picture. Without you, so keep fighting malaria, malaria, yeah. Even as you fight us, fight us. I say, oh yeah, Corona, Corona. You won't fool us, we'll keep fighting malaria, malaria. Even as you fight us, you fight back. As you fight us, you fight back. Hold it, somebody give me a clap.
Ngozi, the malaria-carrying mosquito. Malaria has history, lots of it. Here we go. 100 million years ago, everyone's favorite reptiles carried the disease. The first recorded human case of malaria was in 2700 BC in China. A century or two later, ancient Egypt was positively awash with it. Pyramid builders were given garlic to try and keep it at bay. The thing is, they quite like garlic. Cleopatra slept under a bed net, and traces have been found in the skeletons of mummies. Some historians say malaria may have had a hand in the fall of the mighty Roman Empire. At its peak, malaria infected every continent except Antarctica. Over the years, it's got under the skin of some big names too, from kings, explorers and popes, to presidents and poets, and even the odd saint. It's a fact. Malaria is one of history's most fearsome killers. Half the world is still at risk. Every year, almost 500,000 people die from the disease. But in the last 100 years, we've really had malaria on the run. Since 2000, we've slashed the number of deaths by 60%, saving nearly 7 million lives. And when a country rids itself of malaria, it takes a giant step in ridding itself of poverty. For every dollar spent on ending the disease, there's a benefit of $36 thanks to fewer kids and adults missing school or work. We know how to end malaria. What we need now are smarter tools and faster investment to beat the disease once and for all. We have the power to consign malaria to the history books. We know what'll happen if we don't.
Excellencies, dear partners, on behalf of the co-chairs of the Group of Friends on Defeating Neglected Tropical Diseases, it is my pleasure to lend my voice to the fight against NTDs. Together with Brazil, India, and Indonesia, we established the Group of Friends on Defeating NTDs in November 2021 as a platform at the United Nations to raise awareness, share best practices, support initiatives, and mobilize resources directed at controlling and defeating NTDs. We commend Rwanda's leadership in hosting the Kigali Summit on Malaria and NTDs, and all the partners across sectors who are engaged in this important work. Robust leadership at all levels of government and partnership will determine our success against NTDs. Effective control, elimination, and eradication can only be achieved through multi-sectoral and cross-societal approaches. Together, as a group of friends, we pledge to use our platform to rally together all stakeholders wishing to contribute to this goal and to advocate for inclusion of NTDs in high-level agendas, including the upcoming high-level meeting on universal health coverage in 2023. Action against NTDs is core to the vision of universal health coverage and social protection for the least well-off. It is critical that we consider NTDs as diseases of poverty in the context of the Sustainable Development Goals and use our voices to drive progress on the 2021-2030 NTDs roadmap targets. We must continue to elevate NTDs within the implementation of the 2030 agenda. The Group of Friends is a proud partner in this fight, and we call on everyone to accelerate action and increase investment for defeating NTDs. I thank you.
Now, Minda, and I do not know how you to Miss Solena, my sense, you namedy, Tower, bones, so namedy, a pan of Huna, Copim said, the home bedroom say, Yanas and no sounds so yes, Yana, sounds why. Timenda, Mintumenda, Metikataso, Santé, Adichie, Naminis Kanama, Cover Bessia, Ngamije, Kanam, the Noco Hospital. Nti ya sa krampo no sika me didi me dwane na sei aya sa na maya basa na me ya hwia enye na akwala na medwen no ho se obenya apomedin na me soma adwum na metumi aye adwuma wo se me ye basa me ntumi ya hwe me nkwala ya mo fie kura me nya kwan no aduane ma ompo na omo adi I am any just to say. Miss Mepe say, I am a so say. More in Penifua, 1 year dram, what the bomb who buy. And see, me pesa or mobile one who buy. Omba one panya na, I want who buy. Memory not met to me, I am a mana, my bomb bra, Namasuma dream.
Today, our world has changed. We have defeated humankind's oldest and deadliest enemy, a disease that has killed billions, more than any other in history. Today, we have ended malaria. Thanks to scientists, leaders, and people everywhere, the world is now safer for us all. Future generations will be protected, and the world will be stronger to defeat all diseases. Right now, the fight is harder than ever. And as a father, it breaks my heart that a child dies every 2 minutes from malaria. A future free from this disease is possible in our lifetimes. We must unite and tell our leaders that we won't stop until the job is done.
ያው ለኔ የሚያዝስተኝ ነገር ለምሳሌ እንደዚህ አይነት ነገር መጀመሪያ አልደረሰም ነበር አሁን ይሄ ነገር ደርሶ ይሄው ከኮትኮታ አልፎ ይደርሷል ለምሳሌ ከዛ በኋላ ደግሞ ይሄኛውን ደግሞ ይሄ ሲያልቅ ይሄን ለመብላት ይሄን ዘርተናል ይሄን ዘርቼ አሁን እያደረስኩ ነው ለብራዘሮቼ ያው ካለቀ ደግሞ በተሻለኝ ሰዓት ኬራም ሰርቼ ለማዘሰት ሞክራለሁ ያው አባቴ ያለ ስራ ብዙም ባይሰራ ሰርቼ አባቴን ለማዘዝ ፈልጋለሁ ብዙም ጉልበቱ ስለማይችል እኔ እንድተባበረው ፈልጋለሁ እስከ ሐዋሳ ድረስ ወስጄዋለሁ። ያለን ነገር ጨርሰናል። አሁን ለምሳሌ ምግብ ራሱ በየጊዜው እኛ እናገኘው። ያው ሁለት ወንድም አንድ ወንድሜ አለ የለም። ያው ቅድም ፋዘር እንደነገጠዋል። ጊዜ ባይኖረኝም ግን ከራሴ በላይ ግን እነሱን ለማንከባከብ ፈልጋለሁ። ከራሴ በላይ እነሱን ደስተኛ ለማድረግ ፈልጋለሁ። ያው ከነሱ ትንሽ ስለሚሻል ሰርቼ እንትን ለማድረግ ስለምፈልግ ከኔ በላይ ግን ለነሱ ቦታ ሰጥቼ እነሱን ደስተኛ ለማድረግና ኃላፊነትን ለመወጣት ፈልጋለሁ። አቅሜ ባይችልም ከሌላ ጓደኞቼ ልክ ለምሳሌ ሌላ ጓደኞቼ እንደዚህ ኃላፊነት ያለባቸው አባታቸው እናታቸው በሀብቱም ሆነ በደህንነት ያው አባትነታቸው ኃላፊነት ይዋጡላቸዋል። ለኔ ጓደኞቹ ማለት ነው እስከ 7 ተምሬ ማለት ነው። አቅሜ ሳይችል ሲቀር ያው ትምህርት ቤት ላይ እኛ ጋር ደግሞ በገጠር ደረጃ ዩኒፎርም ምናምን የሚባል ነገር የለም። በደብተር የተነሳ ያው ልብስ ባለመግዛት መሰረት ፋዘሮቼ ደሃ ናቸው። በሱም የተነሳ 7 ደርሼ አቋርጫለሁ እኔ በራሴ ማለት ነው። ያው ብራዘሮችንም እያስተማርኩ ነው። ያው ከ5 በላይ ደርሼ ያው አቅሜ ሳይችል አቋርጧል ብራዘሬን። ኃላፊነቴንም ተዋጥቼ ብራዘሮችን ለጥሩ ደረጃ ቢያደርሳቸው ደስተኛ ነኝ። ደስ ይለኛል። ያለም የመጣው ህይወቴ አለብኝ ኃላፊነት ተዋጥቼ እነሱም ደግሞ የድርሻቸውን በኩል ተዋጥቶ ጤና ለሁሉም ነገር ይጠቅማል። ለመኖር ጊዜ መጀመሪያ ለመስራትም ለምንም የሚጠቅመው ዋናው ጤና ነው። ያው ከፋዘር ህመም የተነሳ ደግሞ ጤናና ህመም ምን ያክል ልዩነት እንዳለው ለይቼ አውቀዋለሁ እናውቃለሁ። ለምሳሌ
simple cry, we'll go a long way. Listen, Corona, Corona, you won't fool us. We see the bigger picture, big picture. Without you, sus, we'll keep fighting malaria, malaria, yeah. Even as you fight us, you fight us. I say, oh yeah, Corona, Corona, you won't fool us. We'll keep fighting malaria, malaria. Even as you fight us. Fight back, as you fight back. Hold it, somebody give me a clap.
I just need everybody in.
Ngozi, the malaria-carrying mosquito. Malaria has history, lots of it. So here we go. 100 million years ago, everyone's favorite reptiles carried the disease. The first recorded human case of malaria was in 2700 BC in China. A century or two later, ancient Egypt was positively awash with it. Pyramid builders were given garlic to try and keep it at bay. The thing is, they quite like garlic. Cleopatra slept under a bed net, and traces have been found in the skeletons of mummies. Some historians say malaria may have had a hand in the fall of the mighty Roman Empire. At its peak, malaria infected every continent except Antarctica. Over the years, it's got under the skin of some big names too, from kings, explorers and popes, to presidents and poets, and even the odd saint. It's a fact. Malaria is one of history's most fearsome killers. Half the world is still at risk. Every year, almost 500,000 people die from the disease. But in the last 100 years, we've really had malaria on the run. Since 2000, we've slashed the number of deaths by 60%, saving nearly 7 million lives. And when a country rids itself of malaria, it takes a giant step in ridding itself of poverty. For every dollar spent on ending the disease, there's a benefit of $36 thanks to fewer kids and adults missing school or work. We know how to end malaria. What we need now are smarter tools and faster investment to beat the disease once and for all. We have the power to consign malaria to the history books. We know what'll happen if we don't.
Excellencies, dear partners, on behalf of the co-chairs of the Group of Friends on Defeating Neglected Tropical Diseases, it is my pleasure to lend my voice to the fight against NTDs. Together with Brazil, India, and Indonesia, we established a Group of Friends on Defeating NTDs in November 2021 as a platform at the United Nations to raise awareness, share best practices, support initiatives, and mobilize resources directed at controlling and defeating NTDs. We commend Rwanda's leadership in hosting the Kigali Summit on Malaria and NTDs, and all the partners across sectors who are engaged in this important work. Robust leadership at all levels of government and partnership will determine our success against NTDs. Effective control, elimination, and eradication can only be achieved through multi-sectoral and cross-societal approaches. Together, as a group of friends, we pledge to use our platform to rally together all stakeholders wishing to contribute to this goal and to advocate for inclusion of NTDs in high-level agendas, including the upcoming high-level meeting on universal health coverage in 2023. Action against NTDs is core to the vision of universal health coverage and social protection for the least well-off. It is critical that we consider NTDs as diseases of poverty in the context of the Sustainable Development Goals and use our voices to drive progress on the 2021-2030 NTDs roadmap targets. We must continue to elevate NTDs within the implementation of the 2030 agenda. The Group of Friends is a proud partner in this fight, and we call on everyone to accelerate action and increase investment for defeating NTDs. I thank you.
Now, mendene da anajuna no ho adro no ho ye tututututu nti me sole na masensuo na me de tawra bonsuo na me de apepa ne ho nyina kopem se ne ho badwo nti ya na se ne ho sanso ye hia na masanso aye Timenda mintumenda metekata so sa nti Adichie na minister na makobo besia na me de nka na me de ne ko hospital nti ya sa akrampo no sika me didi me dwane na sei aya sa na maya basa na me ya hia enye na akwala na me dwen no ho se obenya apomedin na me so masoma adwum na matumi aye adwuma wo se me basa mentumi ya hwe me nkwala ya mo fie pra me nya kwan no aduane ma omo ko na omo adi Ayamide, Ayamani just say, so me pen say, Ayamide, so say, more in Penifua, 1 year drown, with the babom who buy. See, me pesa, or mobile who buy, on one panya, I want who buy. Memory, not met me, I am a mana, my bomb, Namasuma.
Today, our world has changed.
Distinguished guests, our formalities will commence shortly. At this time, we would like to request that you now take your seats. We do want to make up some of the time lost in our earlier session. So if at this time you would take your seats, distinguished guests, we would be greatly appreciative. Thank you.
The world is now safer for us all. Future generations will be protected, and the world will be stronger to defeat all diseases. Right now, the fight is harder than ever. And as a father, it breaks my heart that a child dies every 2 minutes from malaria. A future free from this disease is possible in our lifetimes. We must unite and tell our leaders that we won't stop until the job is done.
ያው ለኔ የሚያዝስተኝ ነገር ለምሳሌ እንደዚህ አይነት ነገር መጀመሪያ አልደረሰም ነበር። አሁን ይሄ ነገር ደርሶ ይሄውን ከኮትኮታ አልፎ ደርሷል። ለምሳሌ ከዛ በኋላ ደግሞ ይሄኛውን ደግሞ ይሄ ሲያልቅ ይሄን ለመብላት ይሄን ዘርተናል። ይሄን ዘርቼ አሁን እያደረስኩ ነው ለብራዘሮቼ። ያው ካለቀ ደግሞ በተሻለኝ ሰዓት ኬራም ሰርቼ ለማዘሰት እሞክራለሁ። ያው አባቴ ያለ ስራ ብዙም ባይሰራ ሰርቼ አባቴን ለማዘዝ ፈልጋለሁ። ብዙም ያው ጉልበቱ ስለማይችል እኔ እንዲተባበረው ፈልጋለሁ። እስከ ሐዋሳ ድረስ ወስጄዋለሁ። ያለን ነገር ጨርሰናል። አሁን ለምሳሌ ምግብ ራሱ በየጊዜ እኛ እናገኘው። ያው ሁለት ወንድም አንድ ወንድሜ አለ የለም። ያው ቅድም ፋዘር እንደነገጠዋል። ጊዜ ባይኖረኝም ግን ከራሴ በላይ ግን እነሱን ለማንከባከብ ፈልጋለሁ። ከራሴ በላይ እነሱን ደስተኛ ለማድረግ ፈልጋለሁ። ያው ከነሱ ትንሽ ስለሚሻል ሰርቼ እንትን ለማድረግ ስለምፈልግ ከኔ በላይ ግን ለነሱ ቦታ ሰጥቼ እነሱን ደስተኛ ለማድረግና ኃላፊነትን ለመወጣት ፈልጋለሁ። አቅሜ ባይችልም ከሌላ ጓደኞቼ ልክ ለምሳሌ ሌላ ጓደኞቼ እንደዚህ ኃላፊነት ያለባቸው አባታቸው እናታቸው በሀብቱም ሆነ በደህንነት ያው አባትነታቸው ኃላፊነት ይዋጡላቸዋል። ለኔ ጓደኞቹ ማለት ነው እስከ 7 ተምሬ ማለት ነው። አቅሜ ሳይችል ሲቀር ያው ትምህርት ቤት ላይ እኛ ጋር ደግሞ በገጠር ደረጃ ዩኒፎርም ምናምን የሚባል ነገር የለም። በደብተር የተነሳ ያው ልብስ ባለመግዛት ነው ፋዘሮቼ ድሃ ናቸው። በሱም የተነሳ 7 ደርሼ አቋርጫለሁ እኔ በራሴ ማለት ነው። ያው ብራዘሮችንም እያስተማርኩ ነው። ያው ከ5 በላይ ድርሻ አቅሜ ሳይችል አቋርጧል ብራዘሬን። ኃላፊነቴንም ተዋጥቼ ብራዘሮችን ለጥሩ ደረጃ ቢያደርሳቸው ደስተኛ ነኝ። ደስ ይለኛል። ያለ የሚመጣው ህይወቴ አለብኝ ኃላፊነት ተዋጥቼ እነሱም ደግሞ የድርሻቸውን በኩል ተዋጥቶ
Distinguished guests, please do start taking your seats at this time. Our formalities will commence in approximately 1 minute. Please do start taking your seats so that we can continue with the second half of our formalities today. Thank you. We continue now with the second part of our formalities. Please welcome to the stage once again your host, media personality, Makeda Mahadio.
Thank you. We trust you enjoyed your comfort break and hopefully you're feeling ready to go for the rest of the program. With the incredible support and commitments made over the years so far, 46 countries have eliminated at least one NTD, with Rwanda eliminating human African trypanosomiasis, commonly known as sleeping sickness, earlier this year. Well done. It's wonderful to know that a staggering 600 million people no longer require treatment for NTDs, and cases of some diseases that have plagued humanity for centuries, such as sleeping sickness and guinea worm disease, are now at an all-time low, and much of that is thanks to you. It is therefore vitally important to continue remaining 100% committed in our pursuit of ending the dreadful cycle of neglected tropical diseases. They are preventable and they are treatable.
In the last 10 years, Susan was able to see again. Sar was healthy enough to go back to work. And Nishu got one step closer to fulfilling his dreams. Because countries, companies, and partners have united in the fight against 20 devastating and preventable diseases that impact the world's most vulnerable and under-resourced communities. Over the years, we've witnessed the incredible things we can accomplish when we work together. We all shared ideas, invested in treatments, improved supply chains, and delivered life-saving drugs to even the most hard-to-reach communities. More than 14 billion treatments have been donated. More than 45 countries have eliminated at least one neglected tropical disease. Hundreds of millions of lives have been positively impacted around the world. With national governments leading the way, we have a chance to control, eliminate, and eradicate neglected tropical diseases in 100 countries, to collectively reach a historic win for humankind. To take one giant step closer to having a world where her family, their community, his patients, her shipments, their business, her dreams, and the risk of neglected tropical diseases are neglected no more.
Neglected tropical diseases are a group of 20 diseases that affect over 1.7 billion people worldwide, often those living in extreme poverty. They include diseases such as trachoma, leprosy, intestinal worms, scabies, and elephantiasis. NTDs prevent children from going to school and adults from going to work. They impair cognitive and physical development and cost the economies of endemic countries billions of dollars a year. Efforts to tackle NTDs are a global health success story. 46 countries have eliminated at least one NTD. 600 million people no longer require treatment for NTDs, and cases of some diseases that have plagued humanity for centuries, such as sleeping sickness and guinea worm disease, are at an all-time low. This proves that ending NTDs is possible, but there is still a lot more work to be done. Today, we will translate awareness into action and secure increased resources for NTDs. By working together across sectors and adopting people-centered approaches, we can end NTDs and achieve the targets in the Sustainable Development Goals and the WHO 2030 NTD Roadmap. These goals include eradication of 2 diseases and 100 countries, eliminating an NTD by 2030. It is this target of eliminating at least 1 NTD in 100 countries that has inspired the 100% committed movement. The 100% committed movement exists to connect and amplify our voices, especially those of affected people. Together, we call on our leaders to show they are 100% committed to ending NTDs. I am 100% committed. Join me in winning the fight against NTDs.
Like kinds of light in every dark corner, like floodlights crashing through the gate. Our voices ring loud, our spirits burn bright, but our action now will determine how long this fight will last.
So let's walk the talk, till our feet leave landmarks in the sand, till our pledges become rhymes, kids will sing with a smile in the memorial of victory. We are 100% committed, we are honoring our pledges, so be 100% committed to ending the negative tropical diseases. So are you with us? Because
we're not leaving anyone behind. Together we are strong. In a better world is where we belong. Join in the fight, be the voice of hope. How do we make things right? And we're not leaving anyone behind. Together we are strong. In a better world is where we belong. Join in the fight, be the voice of hope. How do we make things right? Let your action show us,
Être 100% engagé à l'élimination des maladies tropicales négligées.
mutendeteka okuba nga mutolawo obulwadde bw'omusolo.
অবহেলিত গ্রীষ্মমণ্ডলীয় রোগসমূহের অবসান ঘটাতে আমাদের শতভাগ প্রতিশ্রুতিবদ্ধ হতে হবে।
मिलकर नजरअंदाज शुदा ट्रॉपिकल डिसीजेस को खत्म करने के लिए 100% berasa.
Komitmen 100% untuk mengakhiri penyakit tropis yang terabaikan.
Make we run maximum effort for the bege against Yamayama disease.
Be 100% committed to ending neglected tropical diseases.
Another round of applause for our singers, please, distinguished guests. That emotive song was written and composed by Manasseh Mashi, Uzoma Ibekwe, and Alamin Al-Hassan, featuring vocalists from around the world, including winners of the NTD Youth Storytellers Competition, standing united together as one, 100% committed. It was originally produced as an online music video at a time when we were unable to host in-person events. We are therefore so proud to have presented the first ever live performance of this song featuring local Rwandan artists sharing the stage with the original vocalists. A truly international collaboration. We continue now with a discussion highlighting the need and opportunities for developing and delivering new tools and technologies in the fight against malaria and NTDs. To introduce this panel, please welcome Youth Combating NTDs Board Chair and Deputy Director of the Rwanda Biomedical Center, Noella Bigirimana.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me. Thank you so much. So I'm wearing two hats today, one from the perspective of the host country, Rwanda, but another one, as we just heard, as the board chair of the Youth Combating NTDs. I hope to catalyze what we heard today about the impatience of the youth. So the session, as we heard, is about innovation and new tools, and the panel in particular that we're about to start is around setting the stage, what is in place, what are the existing pipelines and future opportunities. We'll be able to hear from speakers that will give us that perspective. Help me welcome the speakers for this panel on the innovation agenda. We'll start with the director of the malaria program within the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Dr. Philip Welkoff. Welcome, Dr. Philip. Next, we have the Executive Director of Drugs for Neglected Disease Initiative, DNDI, and that's Dr. Bernard Pecoul. Welcome, Doctor. We also have the Director of Preventive Services within the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Beatrice Mutayova. Welcome, Doctor. Last but not least, the Undersecretary of Health Strategies within the Ministry of Health in Argentina, Dr. Juan Manuel Castelli. Welcome. So, as we know, it's the Kigali summit. We know that there was a declaration earlier this year, but it's not just on paper. We're about to talk about it from the perspective of a commitment. It's really, truly about a commitment. So if you allow me to start with Dr. Philip Welkoff, from your perspective, from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, if you can share with us just kind of an overview, because we'll talk about not only new tools in terms of developing them, and then later we talk about access. So tell us a little bit about these new tools, what's in the pipeline, what are your focuses?
Well, thank you very much. Global efforts, strategic investment, and country leadership led to the development and rollout of a new set of tools to fight malaria that drove remarkable progress over the last 20 years. The artemisinin combination therapies, long-lasting insecticide-treated nets, sprays, rapid diagnostic tests, together now save over 500,000 lives every single year. But progress is threatened by resistance, and we still see over 600,000 people dying every single year due to this preventable and treatable disease. So in addition to doing more with our current tools, we have to continue to drive innovation forward for a number of reasons. First of all, we need to get ahead and stay ahead of resistance. Given numbers, time, and selection pressure, evolution is going to win. And the fight against malaria gives us nothing but numbers, time, and pressure. So we see drug resistance threatening the ACTs. We see insecticide resistance threatening our nets and sprays. And we even see HRP2 deletions threatening our lateral flow assays. So as long as we're fighting malaria, a steady innovation and urgent innovation to keep our current categories of tools working is going to be essential. And then we also know that we will need additional tools to actually eradicate this disease. It's not enough to just keep our current tools working and scale them up. And COVID-19 and the disruptions and the upsurge in malaria burden shows how brutal and unforgiving this disease really is, and why we have to continue to push all the way forward to a world free of malaria. So how are we doing on this? Well, I'm delighted to be able to say that the R&D pipeline for new tools against malaria is in the best shape that it's ever been. This is due to the tremendous work of partners around the world, researchers, scientists, companies, funders, all working together. In terms of fighting resistance, the newest artemisinin combination therapy, Piramax, is proving to be highly effective and is working to treat even the most resistant strains in Southeast Asia. The first non-artemisinin-based combination therapy, ganaplacide lumefantrin, just had a very successful phase 2B trial and will be going into phase 3 later this year. We have new tools to keep our diagnostics working in the face of the HRP2 deletions. And then the first new insecticide for public health in decades, chlorfenapyr, just had its results come out from being incorporated into the interceptor G2 net, and the tests in Tanzania showed absolutely remarkable benefit in terms of what can be done in the face of the pyrethroid resistance that is threatening so much of the progress. So there's a lot of work happening there, but in addition to keeping new tools working, there's some new tools in the pipeline that could actually help us drive down burden even more aggressively and effectively. Attracting targeted sugar baits showed initial progress and promise in trials in Mali, and they're now in their final phase 3 trials in Mali, Zambia, and Kenya. This could be a transformative tool in terms of increasing our vector control tools available, and it could become available as early as 2024. We're also seeing real promise from monoclonal antibodies in phase 1 trials in Mali, and now this year in phase 2 in Mali and soon to be Kenya as well. This could absolutely change and make it much easier to provide the seasonal protection to vulnerable populations, including the youngest children. In addition to these tools, there's actually some really exciting things in the portfolio that could transform the fight entirely and help us get all the way to eradication. The fight against COVID drove forward new vaccine technology, whether it's mRNA vaccines or new adjuvants for vaccines. And these advances are now being pivoted to develop potential second-generation vaccines for malaria that would be higher efficacy and longer duration. Very exciting times for that. And then while it's early, genetically based vector control is showing some real promise in early lab experiments. Wanted to say that it's not just innovation required for the new tools in themselves. There's real innovation possible in our systems. And we see both with genetic sequencing of the parasites and vectors, campaign digitization, that innovation applied to the delivery as well can be incredibly powerful. So there's a very exciting pipeline, but of course this is going to need to be met with work on the rollout, work on health systems, work on financing, and of course in all of this driven by country leadership. So very excited for this moment.
I want to thank Dr. Philip. So as you just reminded us, not only are these diseases preventable and treatable, and you just took us through the new tools, and you're telling us about the delivery as well. This is exciting. I'm sure we'll be reading it in the news in the coming years. I want to turn my attention now to Dr. Bernard Picol from her perspective, from the DNDi perspective. Can you tell us a little bit from your perspective on these new tools and innovation that you're having in terms of delivery in fighting neglected tropical diseases with your institution?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a great honor to be speaking here today, and I would like to thank the government of Rwanda for this excellent meeting. I was in London for the declaration we made together in 2012 to control, eliminate, or eradicate 10 diseases by 2020. 10 years later, it is great to see the energy and renewed commitment of all actors to meeting the ambition of the new WHO roadmap on NTDs. One of the most critical aspects for our success in meeting the goal of the WHO will be medical innovation. Together, in the last 20 years, product development partnership, including my own organization, Drug for Neglected Diseases Initiative, but also Medicine for Malaria Venture, FIND, IVCC, successfully deliver more than 65 health tools. These vaccines, medicines, tests, and vector control tools bring urgently needed solutions against diseases, including malaria and NTDs. Together, we have reached more than 2.4 billion people, including the most vulnerable women and children. This is an alternative, non-for-profit research and development model that works. DNDi itself has delivered 12 treatments for its first 20 years. Our ambition is to bring 25 new treatments by 2028, which is DNDi's commitment to the Kigali Declaration. Let me take an example. When we began, the only available treatment for sleeping sickness was based on arsenic. It was so toxic that it killed 1 in every 20 of the patients we treated. Patients were afraid to come for treatment. As a doctor, I was afraid to give this medicine to people. Today, 20 years later, thanks to medical innovation, we have a treatment that removes the need for hospitalization, and instead of infusion of arsenic, we have a simple pill for 10 days. The result is truly a revolution, because we now have a safe and effective treatment, and one that is possible to use at the primary healthcare level. It raises the hope for a disease-free generation, unlocking the potential for elimination of the disease once and for all. This was possible thanks to our partnership with the researchers, the Ministry of Health and Hospital in Democratic Republic of Congo, the WHO, Sanofi, and our partners in Angola, Congo, Central African Republic, Chad, Guinea, Sudan, South Sudan, and Uganda, who play a leading role in our work. We need to replicate this success. We still lack tools for prevention, diagnosis, and treatment that are simple, safe, and effective, and then can be easily integrated into already overburdened health systems. For most NTDs, inadequate investment in medical research threatens progress towards sustainable disease elimination. If one thing is clear from my 40 years experience on the front line of neglected tropical diseases patients, is that the key ingredient of our success is partnership. Our success is our partner's success. Many of you have joined us in bringing the best science for the most neglected. I would like to recognize here the commitment of many of you that are today in this room or online. Like other product development partnerships, we are able to innovate because our projects are collaborative. We provide a bridge and bring together the unique experience and role of academic research, pharmaceutical company, and public sector. As we discuss what is needed to reach the target of the WHO roadmap, my call to our partner will be, to the public sector, we need political leadership to support local and regional innovation networks, and to ensure access to new tools that need to be integrated into an essential package of care as part of the commitment of universal health coverage. To our partners in industry, we call on you to join forces with product development partnership and make innovation possible. However valuable this effort has been, the contribution of the pharmaceutical industry cannot be limited to giving donation of already existing treatment. We need you to engage in innovation and sustainable procurement. With sustainable funding and closer relationship with private and public sector, we can replicate these successes. So that a child with visceral leishmaniasis here in Eastern Africa, a farmer with filariasis in India, or a teacher with Chagas disease in Africa, all have easy access to prevention, testing and treatment tools meeting their needs. Only when this becomes a reality, we will know that we have delivered on the promises we have all made today to the most neglected patients around the world. Thank you.
I want to thank Dr. Bernard, and I don't want us to miss the commitment that you made. You said 25 new treatments by 2030. 2028,
which will support implementation until 2030.
Even earlier. So I want us to be able to document this because as he mentioned, it's about renewed commitment. And so we have now an opportunity, and thank you again, Dr. Bernard, we now have an opportunity to turn to Tanzania. We just heard from two speakers what is being done in terms of new tools that are being developed in terms of prevention, diagnosis, treatment. Let's turn a little bit even more on the delivery. Could you highlight for us some of the innovation delivery successes that you've had in your country?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In Tanzania, in our country, new innovations is a subject that is very dear to our hearts as a country, where we clearly acknowledge that in this era, you cannot drive any type of significant change without it. We've done quite a number of innovations, especially in the service delivery area, but today I'm going to stick or to highlight a few examples on the malaria aspect, and not because I am neglecting tropical diseases. So by 2017, Tanzania had made a remarkable achievement of having the burden of malaria from a prevalence of 14% to 7%. Of course, this is a tremendous progress, but like they say, the last mile is always the most difficult. So together with our partners, we started thinking on how we can fast-track progress even further, but in an efficient and effective way. In 2018, Tanzania was among the first countries to embrace an innovation known as malaria stratification approach, where the country was divided into small subunits known as epidemiological stratas. We have stratified the country beyond the council level, where all subunits in the country are stratified according to malaria transmission risk, an approach that has allowed us to deliver tailored packages of malaria intervention. This has enabled us to use our resources more efficiently and in a targeted way. Because of this approach, we actually expect to see a faster decline in the malaria burden, and we are hopeful that we will begin to see trends towards this expected decline in the current malaria indicator survey. Additionally, we know that the fight against diseases cannot be won by the health sector alone. We therefore came up with an innovative way of using digital data to drive action and accountability beyond the health sector. This has been achieved by engaging parliamentarians, regional commissioners, district commissioners, council executive directors, councillors, etc. We have trained parliamentarians and all other necessary stakeholders on the use of the famous digital scorecard application, which our Honorable Minister for Health, Umi Mwalimu, launched in 2019 during the SADC Malaria Day, aimed at tracking the performance of indicators down to the community level. This innovative way of using digital scorecard has been shared in the ALMA Scorecard Hub to showcase a best practice for other countries to learn. On that same note, we commend and acknowledge the great development of using innovative tools in the control of malaria vectors, specifically on the next generation nets, aiming at addressing mosquito resistance to insecticide. This is why Tanzania is currently working towards local manufacture of next generation nets, an idea that has been inspired by Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. We are hopeful that the international manufacturer will, of course, be willing to transfer the requisite technology to our country. Well, to conclude all this, We are in alignment and we agree that new tools and innovations are very much needed, not only in our country, but globally to fast-track the progress towards achieving elimination of both malaria and neglected tropical diseases. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Beatrice, as she reminds us that the last mile often becomes the most difficult. And we just heard about your best practices in terms of adopting these tools in the fight against malaria. So I want to turn to you, Dr. Juan Manuel, because I think we have an opportunity here. We've heard from Tanzania. There's an opportunity to also hear from Argentina. I know you're also early adopters of these innovations. So from your perspective, if you could share with us some of the innovation successes that you've had in your programs addressing neglected tropical diseases and malaria.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Rwanda for the invitation to participate at this summit. Despite the significant advance and commitment made in recent years, neglected tropical disease continue to be a global health problem. Therefore, it's necessary to continue concentrating all possible efforts in achieving a better response through new tools for prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, but also guaranteeing greater access, equity, and quality to them. Innovation is the way forward in this regard. A clear example being how we were able to develop a rapid response to COVID-19 pandemic using and adapting strategies that in some cases were designed to improve access, management, diagnosis, and treatment of NTDs. It's very important that we work to make access for tools for preventions, diagnosis, and treatment of NTD simple and sustainable, using innovative approach to allow us to identify common problems, seeking solution together. Our approach is to think of local solutions that can help provide global response. An example is the case of a South-South cooperation experience, where countries such as Mozambique, Ethiopia, Kenya, Spain, and Argentina participate in the development of an innovative strategy for a more effective approach in the treatment of soil-transmitted helminth infection, for which a public-private partnership has been created between areas of health, science, technology, and academia to evaluate efficacy and safety of co-administration of albendazole and ivermectin for the joint treatment of 4 soil-transmitted helminth infection with a high burden of disease in these countries. In other words, we have common problems that mainly affect the development of children and affect more than 2.4 billion people in different areas around the world. But the strategy can also be effective in areas with high burden of other diseases such as lymphatic filariasis and scabies, has occurred in some sectors of African continent. Another example developed in our country that can be used in other countries has been the development of the pediatric formulation of Matshidiso for the treatment of Chagas disease in newborns. In Argentina, the vertical transmission of Trypanosoma cruzi is the main cause of new case, and its control is central to moving toward the elimination of this NTD. This is treatment of simple administration for children, a great advance that can be used in different countries. It's important to mention that health decisions of government also play a central role in this advance, which is why on May 22, 2019, Argentina was officially recognized as a malaria-free country by the World Health Organization. In summary, In our experience, we believe that it's essential to opt for innovative approach in development of diagnostic tool and treatment of NTD that can be applied at the first level of care, expanding access, but also with a focus on greater efficiencies of all means. Once again, the key example, identify common problems, seeking solutions together, making more efficient use of resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Juan Miguel. I want to capture that last part that you just said about, it's about working together and seeking solutions together. We have a few seconds to go. I want to do just a few key takeaways, right? Starting with you, Dr. Philip. What's your key takeaway from here that you want the audience to know? Just a few sentences.
Yeah, that in addition to the innovations, we need an equivalent focus on the launch, the rollout, scale, and access. Partners like the Global Fund and, above all, the country leadership, such as the great examples we heard from Tanzania.
Dr. Bernard, what about you?
Innovation and access should go together. When we start an innovation, we need to have access in mind. When we define the characteristic of the product that we want to develop, we need to have access in mind. This is my main message.
Perfect. Thank you so much. What about you, Dr. Beatrice?
So much. So as we know, we are in the last mile, right? And as exciting as that sounds, the last mile can be challenging in terms of efforts needed, in terms of resources, in terms of time. And before we know it, it's 2030. And it's like finding a needle in a haystack. So as we're thinking of innovation in terms of tools and new tools, let us also think of innovative ways in which we can engage those who are beyond us, who are already avid believers in this End Malaria game.
Thank you so much. Dr. Juan Miguel, last but not least.
Health problems have no limited borders. We must contemplate the responsibility to share the knowledge, considering any local development can have a global impact.
I want you to help me thank our speakers today. We've heard from multiple perspectives, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the DNDI, and from Tanzania and Argentina. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Noella and our panelists. Hopefully, we will be having even more exciting commitments coming up in the discussions to come, and of course, more insights. Joining us on stage now to further engage in discussions on focusing our attention towards opportunities of improving timely and effective access to new tools and technologies by those in need. Please help me to welcome Mr. Maha Barakat. Would you like to use the, there we go.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Thank you. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Jambo. Please join me in welcoming our panel for this session. And we're very pleased to welcome the Honourable Senator Mutahi Kagame, Cabinet Secretary of Health from the Republic of Kenya. Dr. Marika Winrocks, Chief of Staff, Global Fund Fight AIDS, TB and Malaria. We have Dr. Lutz Hegemann, who's the President, Global Health and Sustainability of Novartis, and Dr. Mark Sullivan, Managing Director of Medicines Development for Global Health. So this second part of the session for innovation will address access. How do you improve access to innovation? And we'll focus on opportunities to improve timely and effective access to new tools and technologies by those in need. This will explore lessons from current experience and opportunities to build on existing efforts, including issues relating to production and supply, regulatory approval, market shaping, financing, and demand creation. Given the breadth of the topic and the significant depth of panel experience and limited time, we will concentrate on two areas when it comes to access to innovation. Firstly, the current landscape, exploring some of the key issues and drivers impacting innovation to access. And secondly, what does the future look like? What opportunities does our panel see to unlock the potential to improve access to innovation, new tools and technologies in the future? So for the current landscape, if I may, I would like to ask Dr. Kagame my first question, which is, how can we incentivize and enable R&D into these kinds of new tools and technologies, particularly for the so-called diseases of poverty?
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Maha. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by expressing my pleasure to join you here at the Kigali Summit on Malaria and NTD, which we believe is a critical moment to highlight the cross-sector support that is needed to advance our journey to control, eliminate, and eradicate NTDs. When I think about access, then to me it needs to be a key focus area of the private sector, and it is intrinsically linked to the innovation that addresses unmet medical needs. And here, I believe we have the moral obligation as the private sector to look about access in a true global sense and not necessarily sequential by countries, but to make our innovation accessible to as many patients as possible. And the other element that to me is also a moral and ethical imperative is to not be too selective about the diseases that we research and develop, and that of course includes malaria and the neglected tropical diseases. And I believe that this intrinsic motivation you will find in a lot of organizations to drive R&D where it truly matters. At Novartis, for instance, we have a dedicated Institute for Tropical Diseases with about 150 researchers that dedicate all their efforts to the discovery for malaria and neglected tropical diseases. So I think the research part is reasonably well covered. And then, of course, we have certain incentives like priority review vouchers. We have hopefully continued respect for intellectual property. And we also do have PDPs, product development partnerships, which help offset the R&D burden. But then the critical element lies into translating the innovation to access. And here what we are looking for is a predictability, because the R&D investments typically precede access by 5 to 10 years, but also a sustainability of the model and the speed by which we can get innovation to the patients who need them the most. And as we heard in the previous panel, I think we need to look at that entire continuum from R&D to access to impact. And that is ultimately what motivates us to work in this space.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kagame. And that might take us to our next question, if I may ask Mr. Sullivan. What are some of the challenges and opportunities that you see in being able to bring these to market as efficiently and effectively as possible?
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's wonderful to see everyone here. I think some of the challenges are pretty self-evident and won't be a surprise to anyone in the audience. So number one will be money. And our ability to access the funds to do the R&D work. Our industry is essentially built on massive expenditure in R&D, followed by revenue generation once the drug is approved and on the marketplace. And of course, that doesn't exist in our field. the expenditure still there, still the same level, and something that we have to support and acknowledge the wonderful contribution of the field, the industry partners, the PDPs, and perhaps a novel group like us to come in and work in this particular area to go through that. But the financial aspect is something we have to manage and manage carefully. That expenditure is still there, we have bills to pay, and we have to cover them. So managing the money is number one. I think the second area is the regulatory and guideline framework that we have to negotiate. And I think that in the past, that process has been a little bit adversarial, that the regulators see industry as someone that they have to be cautious about and careful of, and I also think the same applies for some of the interactions with the WHO. I think that's getting better. And rather than seeing us as a partner, somebody or an organisation who are trying to bring forward new medicines and to work with the field to do that, not for our benefit, but for everybody's benefit, for the community's benefit. So I think changing that mindset will be helpful, and that maybe heads us towards the opportunity area, which is to try and bring that better integration into the regulatory framework of review of the dossier, which must be robust, and it's important that it meets all of the standards that you would expect of any medicine. But that perhaps some of the policy and guideline aspect comes, instead of being sequential, comes to be more parallel, so that there is a better integration of the R&D and the data that we're generating in R&D, which costs a fortune, for the ultimate use of a medicine. That's one of the problems in our field in pharmaceutical medicine. Developing a drug generates a certain set of data to get a regulatory approval. It doesn't answer all the questions that we need to answer, such as use in children or use in pregnancy. We can't always answer those questions in a development pathway. But I think we need to come together to try to find ways to address what data the public health community needs and help work with us to bring that forward so that we get our medicines faster.
Thank you very much. And of course, by understanding the challenges, it gives us the opportunity to be able to move forward and resolve. And if I may turn now to my colleagues on the right, I'd like to ask this question to both the Honourable Senator and to Dr. Winrocks. And the question is, what are some of the ways you are supporting innovation in access to current and new interventions needed to tackle malaria and neglected tropical diseases? And if I may, I'll ask Senator Kagame to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. First, let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event, and indeed thank the government and the people of Rwanda for the very warm welcome that we continue to receive from you every time we come for this meeting. Secondly, I think the topic of innovation and tools to use in malaria and NTDs is essentially the innovations that we are talking about must emerge from where the population needs them. In other words, tools and innovation must be responsive to the people who are using them. And they will not be very successful unless that is what they are responding to. Tools and innovation for the sake of itself, in itself as an end in itself, does not render a lot of usefulness to the society. And because of this is why for us in Kenya, the first thing that we are focused on is the issue of surveillance and data to guide us in the decision-making and the application of whatever tools and innovation is available to us. That's why, for example, we launched the malaria scorecard, which we have used very effectively, both to monitor what is happening in the national government, but also in the subnational governments to find out what decisions that we can make based on real data as discovered from the surveillance that we have done. I think the second very, very important tool that we have realized is the use and purposeful work with communities. And we were the first people to create the Malaria Army, Youth Army, which is here with us today. Thank you. And what we have found out is that by using the youth, by using the communities, then we get everybody involved so that the treatment and prevention and eventual cure of malaria is not just one that is focused on government action. It is something that belongs to the community. It is the people who get sick. It follows without saying then, it is the people who should be responsible for ensuring no sickness and eradication of some of these challenges that we are facing. I think that the other innovation is about the technical aspects of innovation. President Kenyatta launched the use of drones in Kenya, to fight larvae in areas where we cannot go to. And this technology is going to be very, very useful. We were here in Rwanda sometime last year doing the same thing, launching the use of drones. So technology that is responsive to the needs of the geographical environment in which we live is going to be useful, not just for photography and data collection, but also, to spray the larvae that exist in those areas. So when we do that, and when we use new technologies, and when we use even new medicines that are being discovered around the world, for example, Kenya is about to launch, the use of praziquantal or quantal medicines in terms of prevention of schistosomiasis and also for other NTDs that currently exist around the country. So for us, it's a question of practical things, 1, 2, 3, 4, go, 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 rather than a lot of theories that eventually will not result to a lot of results. I think for beginners, that's my gut feeling.
So thank you for sharing these very relevant examples of how to address some of the challenges. And if I may now turn to Dr. Winrocks also to address the same question. Thank you.
Thank you, Maha. To start with, innovation is a must. The parasites and the mosquitoes are changing all the time, so we have to move faster. And at the Global Fund, we're working with partners all the time on innovations and prioritizing those that have most impact. And those can be at different levels. It can be on innovative financing, on accelerating the introduction of new tools and interventions, and on innovative ways to implement programs, including build the capacity of communities. A couple of concrete examples of the last couple of years: the seasonal malaria chemo prevention, which was also mentioned by the Minister of Health of Nigeria this morning. We've scaled up massively from 2.7 million children in 2014 who were protected in the Sahel to 39 million last year. So it has been a huge impact on morbidity and mortality in children. The introduction of new nets, last cycle, the pyrethroid PBO nets, especially in areas with emerging resistance, and we've subsidized the introduction of the next generation nets, basically to build the evidence-based and prepare for scaling up in the next cycle. And together with UNITAID, WHO, and Gavi, we've supported the RTSS, the malaria vaccine. For the next cycle, we are really looking at innovations and how we can accelerate the uptake of innovations. The malaria pipeline is more exciting than ever before, finally, so we really have to work together to provide access to new tools. And I also would like to mention a couple of potential innovations in the way we implement programs. Digitization of campaigns, absolutely coming up, and our host country, Rwanda, is a real leader in digital health. Look at additional delivery point for bed nets, for example, schools. Very exciting, working with manufacturers and partners to look how we can improve the durability of nets and minimize the waste, because we have to care about the environment too. And then we have to look, we developed together with partners the malaria matchbox that really identifies the most vulnerable groups. And I think that those must be the people who have been working with the malaria matchbox. And I think it's really working with communities and civil society to reach those people that are most hardest to reach and most vulnerable. If there's one thing we've learned from COVID, it's that communities are absolutely essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wynne. As always, I think the global health community is enormously grateful to the Global Fund, and as you said, it's the single most important contributor to funding in malaria for each 3-year cycle. So that's a tremendous support. So we've talked about the challenges that we have today, And I think what we'd like to ask the panel now is what do they see as the future in improving access to innovation? If I may go back to you, Honourable Senator, how can we work together to respond to local needs in developing and ensuring access to new tools and technologies for the future fight to end these terrible diseases?
Thank you. Once again, I think a number of things come to mind, because the issue of innovation, as I had said earlier, is one that is responsive to what is happening around the country. For us, I would like first to start with the issue of research. I think we spoke about the issue of research and the difficulties and costs that goes into research. But I think that to a large extent, most of our countries have been recipients of the result of research rather than themselves be part and parcel of that research. And therefore, it is important for us to do research comprehensively, working from here in Europe and other parts of the world. Because we don't know, when we don't do wide enough research and we don't base the research on very many other geographical areas, sometimes we are short of the knowledge of whether what is working in one area is actually working in another area, given the geographical, weather, and all other conditions that are different. And this is not just for this particular NTD area. It's across the board, even in cancers and other diseases. But I think so, the idea of us spending more in research in our own countries, here in Africa and elsewhere, is important. For example, one of the recent successes is the Kenya Medical Research Institute that has discovered a new malaria rapid diagnostic kit, which is now in use in Kenya. Now, this means that whether there is COVID or no COVID, whether there are challenges of supply chain, we will be able to get these kits at the soonest possible time possible. And this has been a challenge in the past. So for us, that is important. The second thing is the support of the local manufacturing capacity within the continent and within Africa. I think this is so important right now. And we are asking our partners, whether it's Global Fund or other partners that we have, that moving into the future, we do need to focus, we do need to encourage local production of all these materials. And for instance, in our country, one of the companies that is based in Nairobi, Universal, has now got World Health Organization approval for pharmaceutical products for use by pregnant women who contract malaria. This is a very important innovation, and it is important not just for Kenya, but for the rest of the continent that we live in, and indeed for the rest of the world. But I think that the other important thing is to gain political will. We have got to establish political will in dealing with these issues. That is why, for example, President Kenyatta, as chairman of ALMA, has gone ahead and formed the Malaria Council in our country, which is going to form the basis on which we can create the partnership between the private sector and the public sector on the one hand, but also ensure that the political community is also engaged. And we are pleased, for example, and we want to push for the first ladies in each of our countries to become champions of malaria, so that it is a center. Malaria and NTDs become the center, so that we do not have neglected diseases, because neglected diseases essentially means neglected people. You know, and what we don't want to do is to create that situation. So we have got to come back and centralize the discussions so that it is part and parcel of everyday discussions. I think financing of these issues is again a challenge in the future. And the question is, how are we going to do this? And I think it is going to take the private sector, the corporations in terms of social corporate responsibility, working with partners such as Global Fund, the Clinton Foundation, and other foundations that we have been working with. We will need them to continue working with us. But I think we also, on our part, have to put our money where our mouth is and have greater allocations of funds to NTDs. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you. I hope that was your Minister of Finance in the audience. So
well, you know, Before I just leave that one, the final one that I really want to talk about is the global fund and the replenishment effort that is currently going on. I think that it is in our enlightened self-interest as a global community to ensure that the effort by the global fund to replenish and grow the funds that they have got to use for use in this area is actually done. And Kenya is leading from the front by increasing the amount of money we are allocating. No, even though we are not a rich nation, but the little we have, we are prepared to share. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That's tremendous, and what a role model for other countries in the continent and outside. So thank you for that. If we may turn back to Dr. Hageman now. So the question for the future is, the pharmaceutical industry has been instrumental in helping drive innovation in the fight against malaria and neglected tropical diseases. What does the future hold for you?
Yeah, I think if we reflect what has happened since the London Declaration in 2012, then the private sector collectively donated 14 billion of treatments against neglected tropical diseases. And in 2019, that's where we have the latest number, the sector donated collectively 1.8 billion, which was twice the amount of that was donated in 2011. But I firmly believe, and it speaks to the notion of innovation, as the Honourable Senator mentioned earlier, that we have to go beyond a donation model. And we need to make sure that companies bring their full organizational capabilities behind the cause of malaria and neglected tropical diseases. And with that in mind, on behalf of Novartis, I'm very pleased to endorse the Kigali Declaration with a financial commitment of $100 million to advance research and development in our neglected tropical disease programs over the next 5 years. And in addition, because we also deeply care about malaria, we'll invest another $150 million into R&D, into research and development for new anti-malarials, next generation, to combat the emerging resistance to artemisinin, and a new formulation for small babies to address the particular burden of disease in children. So collectively, with this combined summit now, we are putting $250 million behind the cause.
Dr. Hageman, that's tremendous, and we are very grateful to Novartis for this. Thank you. And then, penultimate question to Dr. Winrocks. What next for the Global Fund? You have a new strategy and are hoping to mobilize significant new resources this year. What will that mean, particularly for malaria? Thank you.
That will mean a lot for malaria. I don't have to tell you that malaria is off track. And it's partly because of the impact of COVID, but there are also underlying root causes like climate change, drug and insecticide resistance, lack of funding, lack of political commitment in some countries that really have caused malaria going off track. So business as usual is not an option. And we know from malaria, if we take our foot off the pedal, it will come back with a vengeance. So that's why we, in our investment case, we ask for $18 billion for the next 3 years for the Global Fund. And I see there's the advocate sitting there. So the replenishment will be hosted by the United States in September, and President Biden has already committed $6 billion. But there's a snag. According to US law, the US can only contribute up to 1/3 of Global Fund. So it means that the full $6 billion will only be realized if you can mobilize $12 billion from other donors. It also means that every dollar from other sources will release 50 cents from the United States, and vice versa. Every dollar below the 12 billion will lose also 50 cents from the United States. So we really need a full replenishment, a full 18 billion. And if we get to the 18 billion, what it would mean for malaria is that we can cut malaria deaths by 62%, that we can reduce the number of cases by 66%, and that we can eliminate malaria from 6 more countries in 2026. So if that's not a good sales pitch, I don't know what is. There's also, so malaria will focus very strongly on reducing the number of new infections. We have a stronger focus than ever on resilient and sustainable systems for health, with a greater focus on community and community health workforce, and on integration, a topic that was discussed in the panel this morning. Also, under a full replenishment scenario, we do have significant funding available, so-called catalytic funding, which will complement country allocations, and with a very strong component on innovations for malaria, with funding to address biological threats to case management in Africa. And we know that resistance is a real risk for Africa. For funding to further roll out the next generation of bed nets and do market shaping so that these become available and affordable over time. And also vector control threats and opportunities, where we see there's lots of new products in the pipeline. But none of this will happen if you don't have a fully funded global fund. So we need all of your support to fight for what counts. Thank you.
That's tremendous. Thank you. Thank you. So if the support of the audience is reflective of the global support, we're very hopeful you will achieve that target. Thank you, Dr. Winrocks. And then our final question to Mr. Sullivan. What are you excited about for the future in terms of access to innovation?
I'm excited by lunch, so I'm sure you all are as well. So I'll try not to stand in the way of you getting to lunch, but I think that we have really a wonderful opportunity to innovate in this field. And I think that the integration that you've heard with the previous panel, such as Bernard from DNDi mentioning, as well as this group talking about the integration of the entire process. You know, I'm a pharmaceutical developer. I work to develop new medicines. That's my career, my life work. I'm very proud of what I've done. It's not enough. It's insufficient to think about things in terms of I get a regulatory approval and then my work is done. Of course, we have to integrate all of these aspects and the partnerships that are needed to bring our medicines and our innovation through to the people who need these medicines and innovations and diagnostics are the really critical things. I'm really excited by that opportunity. I love working in this field because the field plays really well together. We're not working against each other. We work with each other. We share our data. We share our information. It's a really rewarding and lovely place to work in. And I think, you know, again, some of the innovation, the company that I run, Medicines Development for Global Health, is a non-profit pharmaceutical company. And if you thought those two terms could not ever sit together, they can. We've been going since 2005. We now have one medicine approved, another medicine in development, and we have bigger ambitions and bigger plans. That's very exciting to bring the mechanism of developing new medicines and hopefully working towards delivery of those through a non-profit structure, and the PDPs have been our role model in this, is a very exciting thing. So I am very excited by the future.
And lunch.
And lunch.
So that's tremendous. And we are very grateful that the different models are being implemented to maximize the benefit globally. So it's not just for the for-profit entities that are working on this. We have many not-for-profit as well, and obviously their work is successful. So to conclude in this panel, I'd like to thank them, all our speakers, for giving us hope that critically needed innovation in the fight against malaria and neglected tropical diseases will be made available to those most in need, and hopefully in a more timely and effective manner. We heard this morning from Dr. Corine Karema that by the time this summit finishes, 480 children will have died from malaria. The clock is ticking. And, you know, there isn't any time to waste. So thank you all for your commitments. Thank you for keeping the momentum and the motivation going for meeting the difficult targets despite all the challenges. And with that, I think we conclude this panel, and hopefully you will have a wonderful lunch. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barakat, and of course our panelists. And lunch is coming up soon, but first we do have some exciting items to get through. So thank you once again to our panelists for that discussion. We did get a big reaction to one of our panelists saying that we must put our money where our mouth is and have better allocation of funds, and I do feel that that is a beautiful segue into the next part of our program. As I mentioned at the start of today's program, this summit is a historic moment for leaders to renew their commitments set at the 2018 CHOGM, endorse the Kigali Declaration, and mobilize a fully resourced global fund replenishment later this year. Investments in the fight against malaria and NTDs will strengthen health systems and support long-term sustainable pandemic preparedness. It is for this reason that I'm very happy to introduce the following individuals to you who are here today to make firm commitments on behalf of the organizations that they represent. So first off, yes, I think that's going to be something very exciting. So first off, please welcome the Managing Director at Bridges to Development, Dr. Julie Jacobson.
Hello, I'm Dr. Julie Jacobson, and I was privileged to be deeply involved with the London Declaration in 2012 and the birth of Uniting to Combat NTDs, and I'm delighted to be here today in Kigali for the Kigali Declaration and the next 10 years of progress that we're going to make. Today, as a managing partner of Bridges to Development, I would like to make an announcement about a new coalition that's coming together about a neglected aspect of a neglected tropical disease. Schistosomiasis is a disease that's contracted by contact with contaminated water. In sub-Saharan Africa, the parasite actually lives within the pelvis, and it affects the bladder and the genital tract. Women who are affected with this have symptoms that mirror sexually transmitted infections. They are at risk of infertility, ectopic pregnancy, and higher acquisition of HIV. This syndrome is very not looked at within the health system. And so to do and address and solve this problem, we don't need parasitologists. We need people who work in sexual and reproductive health. And so we would like to announce today the start of an integrated program or an integrated coalition called the FGS Integration Group, FIG. And through this, we have a co-led initiative by Frontline AIDS and ourselves at Bridges to Development with a very innovative group of partners that are dedicated throughout sexual and reproductive health, working in cervical cancer, working in HIV, and working in reproductive health services and WASH to come together to address this issue. Bridges is committed to continue on innovation and integration and partnership in this area through work in skin NTDs and other pieces of bringing new donors such as Takeda Pharmaceuticals in our work with the Ministry of Health in Vanuatu, who you saw here today, and Papua New Guinea. We remain in this fight and look forward to continuing the battle with you. Thank you.
Now let's welcome Senior Vice President and Chief Global Health Officer at GSK, Thomas Brewer.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen, at GSK we are guided by our purpose to unite science, technology, and talent to get ahead of disease together. We have a rich heritage of reaching the underserved at scale, supplying more than 10 billion tablets of albendazole, part of the largest drug donation in history, to drive the elimination of NTDs. We are reaffirming our commitment to supply albendazole until elimination and extending our commitment to cover a third disease of WHO's NTD roadmap, echinococcosis. We also developed the first malaria vaccine, which will be introduced in Gavi-funded countries from 2023, and the first radical cure of Vivax malaria, and are fully committed to ensuring access and contributing to reaching the global malaria goals by 2030. To that end, and it's important, we are doubling production of the adjuvant needed to make the malaria vaccine to meet projected demands for the vaccine in the medium term. But we want to do more. The greatest contribution GSK can make is through our science. Today, GSK commits to invest £1 billion in R&D over the next 10 years to get ahead of infectious diseases, including malaria and NTDs that disproportionately impact people in low and low-middle income countries. This $1 billion investment will be critical in accelerating the development of new medicines for malaria and NTDs, offering shorter, simpler, and safer treatments for patients and getting ahead of drug resistance with new vaccines. We make this commitment to the people that desperately need new medicines and vaccines to enable them to thrive. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's sure to make a huge difference. Coming up next from the Wellcome Trust, Diogo Martin.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's a real honor to be here to share our commitment on behalf of the Wellcome Trust. As we gather in the Kigali Summit, it's really important to remember that snake bites is one of the most neglected of the neglected tropical diseases. Every year, there are millions of snake bites all around the globe, and over 100,000 people die from snake bites, and almost 500,000 survive with long-lasting disabilities. And this is why we at Wellcome are 100% committed with our £80 million program to transform the way snakebite treatments are researched, developed, and delivered. We hope to, until 2026, work with our partners worldwide in 3 different ways. First, to help modernizing the way the antivenom treatments are produced, obviously trying to make them as safe, as effective, as cheap as possible. The second way is to really see the pipeline for the next generation of treatments. And last but not least, working with the countries to make sure these treatments are integrated into the health systems where they're needed the most. Obviously, outside our snakebite program, and obviously in line with our new strategy at Wellcome, we will continue to encourage and support NTD-related research through our various competitive funding mechanisms. But obviously, with our program, it will last until 2026. But what we want to see and what we want to others to join is to join us in bringing more funding for snake bites and more funding for NTDs, because we believe this is the only way we can really sustain that bright future ahead if we all come together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. These are huge numbers and sure to make a big, big difference. And finally, Pfizer Chief Sustainability Officer and Senior VP of Global Health and Social Impact and President of the Pfizer Foundation, Caroline Rowan.
Thank you so much. It's an absolute privilege to be able to be together. And I want to start by thanking, of course, Uniting to Combat and RBM's Partnership to End Malaria, as well as Rwanda for hosting us today. I want to take a word about trachoma and Pfizer's commitment. For those of you that don't know, trachoma is the leading infectious cause of blindness, and it is both a cause and a consequence of poverty. Back in 1998, Pfizer and the Edna McConnell Clark Foundation created the International Trachoma Initiative. That was our effort to provide and scale access to an important antibiotic as part of the World Health Organization's SAFE strategy. Fast forward to today, Pfizer has donated almost 1 billion doses of Yay, thank you. But more importantly, that's enabled the treatment of 270 million patients. And together with so many familiar faces in this room, with the research committee and with governments, we have eliminated the disease as a public health threat in 13 countries. As part of this progress, we know elimination globally is in sight, and I am so proud to announce Pfizer's extended commitment to the International Trachoma Initiative through the year 2030. This is one of many examples of our deep and abiding commitment to improve health for everyone, everywhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you. These are huge commitments. I don't know if everyone heard some of the numbers that were just mentioned, but this is going to make a big difference, and I think we can give them another round of applause. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to take a break, so please note that you will need to be back to the venue at exactly 1:55 for the commencement of the next session. So thank you so much, and we're talking about Central African time for our people who are joining us online. For the people in the room, 1:55 for you. Thank you so much, and we'll see you at lunch.
मेरा नाम सुचिता वास्के है। मैं स्टाफ नर्स हूँ, कालाजार HIV प्रोजेक्ट पटना। मैं अक्टूबर 2008 से MSF के साथ हूँ। मेरा ड्यूटी होता है पहले पेशेंट का पूरा वाइटल्स देखना, मेडिसिन देना, इंजेक्शन देना, उन लोगों को बीच बीच में जो भी दिक्कत होता है वो सबको देखना, बताना, करना। तो मैं शुरू में हम लोग के हाजीपुर में थे, पहले तो सिर्फ कालाजार के रहते थे, बहुत कम चांस में आते थे HIV 1 या 2 ऐसे। धीरे धीरे अभी 9-10 साल होते होते यहाँ पहुँचने के बाद यहाँ तो वहाँ की अपेक्षा बहुत दिक्कत है। इतना क्रिटिकल पेशेंट हमेशा वार्ड में, यहाँ तो क्रिटिकल पेशेंट जैसे अभी भी 4 पेशेंट है ही। एक तो यहाँ जो पेशेंट आते हैं गांव देहात से, बहुत दूर से आते हैं, प्राय गरीब लोग ही। एक पेशेंट इस तरह का अपने से इलाज कराएगा तो बहुत ज़्यादा उसको दिक्कत हो सकता है, पैसा का प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है। फ्री में इलाज कराता है, ठीक हो जाता है। तो इस तरह से यहाँ तो एक तरह से सेवा भाव ही इसमें निहित है, तो यही अच्छा लगता है। यहाँ आते हैं जैसे किसी का CD4 कम हुआ या अभी जिस तरह से अभी हैं लूज स्टूल ज़्यादा होता है, उस ऐसे टाइम में ज़्यादा पेशेंट बहुत वीक हो जाते हैं तो सांस लेने में दिक्कत, कभी कभी उन लोगों को कार्डियक रिलेटेड भी दिक्कत हो जाती है, तो ऐसे टाइम में थोड़ा दिक्कत होता है। HIV के साथ TB पेशेंट प्राय ज़्यादा आते हैं यहाँ। पेशेंट जब ठीक होते हैं तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है, बहुत खुशी लगता है, और जब पेशेंट ठीक नहीं होता है जैसे कि तैसे, उस समय अच्छा नहीं लगता है। पेशेंट जैसे जैसे ठीक होगा और जब घर जाने लगता है तो अच्छा लगता है। इतना मेहनत करते हैं तो कैसे भी हो ठीक हो जाए तो बहुत अच्छा है।
Innovation is an incremental, novel adaptation of an existing idea or a disruptive new solution.
Innovators use ingenuity and work together to develop new solutions.
Innovation is focused on getting sustainable solutions to the people affected.
Innovators think big.
Innovation accelerates progress and breaks barriers to health access.
Innovators are relentless.
Innovation has sustainable, positive impact.
Innovators have an unshakable belief in what is possible.
Innovation needs partnership and collaboration.
Innovators can come from anywhere.
Innovation propels us forward.
Innovators have an inspiring spark of creativity and hope.
Innovation is the exploration and application of new or improved solutions to stop disease and improve well-being for people affected by NTDs.
Public health surveillance is the missing piece of the puzzle in fighting the spread of malaria. It gives us a clear picture of who is suffering most from infectious diseases and where trends are occurring. Sudden outbreaks, such as those caused by the Ebola or Zika viruses, can become a global crisis. With good surveillance, epidemics can be spotted, rapidly addressed, and even anticipated and prevented. Malaria surveillance is currently weakest in countries with the highest malaria burden. This makes it difficult to assess disease trends accurately and plan interventions. Good data, provided via a robust surveillance system, however, would allow stretched governments to target resources like nets, diagnostics, and medicines to where they are needed most. We would also be able to evaluate the impact of malaria programs so that governments know what works best where. But intelligence provided by a surveillance system would only be valuable if it is analyzed and used properly. This gap in the information to action cycle is one of the biggest challenges faced by malaria control programs. Meanwhile, new digital health systems are helping to improve the quality of surveillance data. This includes electronic mHealth reporting tools, mapping and geolocation, and automated early warning systems. We need a data revolution to fully understand each country's malaria burden. A strong surveillance system that provides data in real time would provide this. A World Health Organization target is to reduce malaria cases and deaths by 90%.
Universal health coverage, or UHC, is very important to ensure health care is provided to all communities. We have a few counties piloting UHC. The goal is to make sure that health care is provided to the citizens. Schistosomiasis is a hidden disease with disastrous effects. It can cause cancer in the bladder, cognitive deficiencies in children. Women, it causes ulcers in the reproductive system. I have seen communities where 60% of the children have schistosomiasis. We have seen children urinating blood. Schistosomiasis occurs where communities lack clean water. That's why they visit water that is infested with snails that have the disease. This is a very important transmission site. Community members come and use this water, but in this water there is snails. Once they are in contact with eggs that have just hatched, they have the stage that we call miracidium. That will penetrate this snail, and in the snail the parasite will produce Saccharia that infect people. And anybody who goes into the water, they will be infected with the parasites. There are challenges in diagnosing schistosomiasis. The current tests that are recommended by the World Health Organization, WHO, are based on examination of urine and stool samples for the eggs. You need to get the specimens, take them back to the laboratory and process them and do microscopy. They take a long time to get results because there are many processes involved. The new test will enable field workers to take a blood sample, and within 20 minutes, they will know whether the person has the disease or not. These are the tests we call point of care, rapid diagnostic tests. The RDT that we are working on, it will enable UHC. We can come to a community and within a day know whether this community requires treatment or not. We need innovation to achieve the WHO targets in a timely manner. This RDT we are talking about is a great innovation. Schistosomiasis is one of those neglected tropical diseases affecting very needy communities. I have a passion to contribute to the elimination of neglected tropical diseases. My university education, it was through a government grant, so to achieve elimination of NTDs, including schistosomiasis. It's a way of giving back to the community. It's actually a very humble and very fulfilling duty for me.
Hey everyone, it's Ezine, and I am going to be teaching you the mosquito clap challenge. So we first start by raising both hands in the air. Take the right hand out, left hand out, and then start your first clap. 1, 2, 3, and to the floor, 4. And repeat, 1, 2, 3, 4. Got it? Great. Second move, it's almost like you're driving a cart. We're going to look at our feet. We're tapping 1, 2, 3, 4. Together, 1, 2, 3, 4. Got it? Next. Clap up, clap underneath your feet. Clap your left leg and your right leg and turn. One more time. Clap up towards your right, Clap underneath the feet. Clap to your left leg, then to your right leg, and turn. Well done. So your hands are waving on the ground while your right foot is tapping on the floor 4 times. Clap up in the sky and shoo the mosquito away. One more time. Hand is waving on the ground, you're tapping your foot, clap up to the sky, wave, and push back. Well done, everyone. Make sure you try the challenge.
मेरा नाम सुचिता वास्के है। मैं स्टाफ नर्स हूँ, कालाजार HIV प्रोजेक्ट पटना। मैं अक्टूबर 2008 से MSF के साथ हूँ। मेरा ड्यूटी होता है पहले पेशेंट का पूरा वाइटल्स देखना, मेडिसिन देना, इंजेक्शन देना, उन लोगों को बीच बीच में जो भी दिक्कत होता है वो सबको देखना, बताना, करना। समय शुरू में हम लोग के हाजीपुर में थे, पहले तो सिर्फ कालाजार के रहते थे, बहुत कम चांस में आते थे HIV 1 या 2 ऐसे। धीरे धीरे अभी 9-10 साल होते होते यहाँ पहुँचने के बाद यहाँ तो वहाँ की अपेक्षा बहुत दिक्कत है। इतना क्रिटिकल पेशेंट हमेशा वार्ड में, यहाँ तो क्रिटिकल पेशेंट जैसे अभी भी 4 पेशेंट है ही। एक तो यहाँ जो पेशेंट आते हैं गांव देहात से, बहुत दूर से आते हैं, प्राय गरीब लोग ही। एक पेशेंट इस तरह का अपने से इलाज कराएगा तो बहुत ज़्यादा उसको दिक्कत हो सकता है, पैसा का प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है। फ्री में इलाज कराता है, ठीक हो जाता है। तो इस तरह से यहाँ एक तरह से सेवा भाव ही इसमें निहित है, तो यही अच्छा लगता है। यहाँ आते हैं जैसे किसी का CD4 कम हुआ या अभी जिस तरह से अभी हैं लूज स्टूल ज़्यादा होता है, उस ऐसे टाइम में ज़्यादा पेशेंट बहुत वीक हो जाते हैं तो सांस लेने में दिक्कत, कभी कभी उन लोगों को कार्डियक रिलेटेड भी दिक्कत हो जाती है, तो ऐसे टाइम में थोड़ा दिक्कत होता है। HIV के साथ TB पेशेंट प्राय ज़्यादा आते हैं यहाँ। पेशेंट जब ठीक होते हैं तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है, बहुत खुशी लगता है, और जब पेशेंट ठीक नहीं होता है जैसे कि तैसे, उस समय अच्छा नहीं लगता है। पेशेंट जैसे जैसे ठीक होगा और जब घर जाने लगता है तो अच्छा लगता है। अगर इतना मेहनत करते हैं तो कैसे भी हो ठीक हो जाए तो बहुत अच्छा है।
Innovation is an incremental, novel adaptation of an existing idea or a disruptive new solution.
Innovators use ingenuity and work together to develop new solutions.
Innovation is focused on getting sustainable solutions to the people affected.
Innovators think big.
Innovation accelerates progress and breaks barriers to health access.
Innovators are relentless.
Innovation has sustainable, positive impact.
Innovators have an unshakable belief in what is possible.
Innovation needs partnership and collaboration.
Innovators can come from anywhere.
Innovation propels us forward.
Innovators have an inspiring spark of creativity and hope.
Innovation is the exploration and application of new or improved solutions to stop disease and improve well-being for people affected by NTDs.
Public health surveillance is the missing piece of the puzzle in fighting the spread of malaria. It gives us a clear picture of who is suffering most from infectious diseases and where trends are occurring. Sudden outbreaks, such as those caused by the Ebola or Zika viruses, can become a global crisis. With good surveillance, epidemics can be spotted, rapidly addressed, and even anticipated and prevented. Malaria surveillance is currently weakest in countries with the highest malaria burden. This makes it difficult to assess disease trends accurately and plan interventions. Good data, provided via a robust surveillance system, however, would allow stretched governments to target resources like nets, diagnostics, and medicines to where they are needed most. We would also be able to evaluate the impact of malaria programs so that governments know what works best where. But intelligence provided by a surveillance system would only be valuable if it is analyzed and used properly. This gap in the information to action cycle is one of the biggest challenges faced by malaria control programs. Meanwhile, new digital health systems are helping to improve the quality of surveillance data. This includes electronic mHealth reporting tools, mapping and geolocation, and automated early warning systems. We need a data revolution to fully understand each country's malaria burden. A strong surveillance system that provides data in real time would provide this. A World Health Organization target is to reduce malaria cases and deaths by 90%.
Universal health coverage, or UHC, is very important to ensure health care is provided to all communities. We have a few counties piloting UHC. The goal is to make sure that health care is provided to the citizens. Schistosomiasis is a hidden disease with disastrous effects. It can cause cancer in the bladder, cognitive deficiencies in children. Women, it causes ulcers in the reproductive system. I have seen communities where 60% of the children have schistosomiasis. We have seen children urinating blood. Schistosomiasis occurs where communities lack clean water. That's why they visit water that is infested with snails that have the disease. This is a very important transmission site. Community members come and use this water, but in this water there is snails. Once they are in contact with eggs that have just hatched, they have the stage that we call miracidium. That will penetrate this snail, and in the snail, the parasite will produce Saccharia that infect people. And anybody who goes into the water, they will be infected with the parasites. There are challenges in diagnosing schistosomiasis. The current tests that are recommended by the World Health Organization, WHO, are based on examination of urine and stool samples for the eggs. You need to get the specimens, take them back to the laboratory and process them and do microscopy. They take a long time to get results because there are many processes involved. The new test will enable field workers to take a blood sample, and within 20 minutes, they will know whether the person has the disease or not. These are the tests we call point of care, rapid diagnostic tests. The RDT that we are working on, it will enable UHC. We can come to a community and within a day know whether this community requires treatment or not. We need innovation to achieve the WHO targets in a timely manner. This RDT we are talking about is a great innovation. Schistosomiasis is one of those neglected tropical diseases affecting very needy communities. I have a passion to contribute to the elimination of neglected tropical diseases. My university education, it was through a government grant, so to achieve elimination of NTDs, including schistosomiasis. It's a way of giving back to the community. It's actually a very humble and very fulfilling duty for me.
Hey everyone, it's Ezene, and I am going to be teaching you the mosquito clap challenge. So we first start by raising both hands in the air. Take the right hand out, left hand out, and then start your first clap. 1, 2, 3, and to the floor, 4. And repeat, 1, 2, 3, 4. Got it? Great. Second move, it's almost like you're driving a cart. We're going to look at our feet. We're tapping 1, 2, 3, 4. Together, 1, 2, 3, 4. Got it? Next. Clap up, clap underneath your feet. Clap your left leg and your right leg and turn. One more time. Clap up towards your right, clap underneath the feet, clap to your left leg, then to your right leg and turn. Well done. So your hands are waving on the ground while your right foot is tapping on the floor 4 times. Clap up in the sky and shoo the mosquito away. One more time. Hand is waving on the ground, you're tapping your foot, clap up to the sky, wave, and push back. Well done, everyone. Make sure you try the challenge.
मेरा नाम सुचिता बास्के है। मैं स्टाफ नर्स हूँ कालाजार HIV प्रोजेक्ट पटना। मैं अक्टूबर 2008 से MSF के साथ था। मेरा ड्यूटी होता है पहले पेशेंट का पूरा वाइटल्स देखना, मेडिसिन देना, इंजेक्शन देना, उन लोगों को बीच बीच में जो भी दिक्कत होता है उस सबको देखना, बताना, करना। समय शुरू में हम लोग के हाजीपुर में थे, पहले तो सिर्फ कालाजार के रहते थे, बहुत कम चांस में आते थे HIV 1 या 2 ऐसे। धीरे धीरे अभी 9-10 साल होते होते यहाँ पहुँचने के बाद यहाँ तो वहाँ की अपेक्षा बहुत दिक्कत है। इतना क्रिटिकल पेशेंट हमेशा वार्ड में, यहाँ तो क्रिटिकल पेशेंट जैसे अभी भी 4 पेशेंट है ही। एक तो यहाँ जो पेशेंट आते हैं गांव देहात से, बहुत दूर से आते हैं, प्राय गरीब लोग ही। एक पेशेंट इस तरह का अपने से इलाज कराएगा तो बहुत ज़्यादा उसको दिक्कत हो सकता है, पैसा का प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है। फ्री में इलाज कराता है, ठीक हो जाता है। तो इस तरह से यहाँ एक तरह से सेवा भाव ही इसमें निहित है, तो यही अच्छा लगता है। यहाँ आते हैं जैसे किसी का CD4 कम हुआ या अभी जिस तरह से अभी हैं लूज स्टूल ज़्यादा होता है, उस ऐसे टाइम में ज़्यादा पेशेंट बहुत वीक हो जाते हैं तो सांस लेने में दिक्कत, कभी कभी उन लोगों को कार्डियक रिलेटेड भी दिक्कत हो जाती है, तो ऐसे टाइम में थोड़ा दिक्कत होता है। HIV के साथ TB पेशेंट प्राय ज़्यादा आते हैं यहाँ। पेशेंट जब ठीक होते हैं तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है, बहुत खुशी लगता है, और जब पेशेंट ठीक नहीं होता है जैसे कि तैसे, उस समय अच्छा नहीं लगता है। पेशेंट जैसे जैसे ठीक होगा और जब घर जाने लगता है तो अच्छा लगता है। अगर इतना मेहनत करते हैं तो कैसे भी हो ठीक हो जाए तो बहुत अच्छा है।
Innovation is an incremental, novel adaptation of an existing idea or a disruptive new solution.
Innovators use ingenuity and work together to develop new solutions.
Innovation is focused on getting sustainable solutions to the people affected.
Innovators think big.
Innovation accelerates progress and breaks barriers to health access.
Innovators are relentless.
Innovation has sustainable, positive impact.
Innovators have an unshakable belief in what is possible.
Innovation needs partnership and collaboration.
Innovators can come from anywhere.
Innovation propels us forward.
Innovators have an inspiring spark of creativity and hope.
Innovation is the exploration and application of new or improved solutions to stop disease and improve well-being for people affected by NTDs.
Public health surveillance is the missing piece of the puzzle in fighting the spread of malaria. It gives us a clear picture of who is suffering most from infectious diseases and where trends are occurring. Sudden outbreaks, such as those caused by the Ebola or Zika viruses, can become a global crisis. With good surveillance, epidemics can be spotted, rapidly addressed, and even anticipated and prevented. Malaria surveillance is currently weakest in countries with the highest malaria burden. This makes it difficult to assess disease trends accurately and plan interventions. Good data, provided via a robust surveillance system, however, would allow stretched governments to target resources like nets, diagnostics, and medicines to where they are needed most. We would also be able to evaluate the impact of malaria programs so that governments know what works best where. But intelligence provided by a surveillance system would only be valuable if it is analyzed and used properly. This gap in the information to action cycle is one of the biggest challenges faced by malaria control programs. Meanwhile, new digital health systems are helping to improve the quality of surveillance data. This includes electronic mHealth reporting tools, mapping and geolocation, and automated early warning systems. We need a data revolution to fully understand each country's malaria burden. A strong surveillance system that provides data in real time would provide this. A World Health Organization target is to reduce malaria cases and deaths by 90%.
Universal health coverage, or UHC, is very important to ensure health care is provided to all communities. We have a few counties piloting UHC. The goal is to make sure that health care is provided to the citizens. Schistosomiasis is a hidden disease with disastrous effects. It can cause cancer in the bladder, cognitive deficiencies in children. Women, it causes ulcers in the reproductive system. I have seen communities where 60% of the children have schistosomiasis. We have seen children urinating blood. Schistosomiasis occurs where communities lack clean water. That's why they visit water that is infested with snails that have the disease. This is a very important transmission site. Community members come and use this water, but in this water there is snails. Once they are in contact with eggs that have just hatched, they have the stage that we call miracidium. That will penetrate this snail, and in the snail, the parasite will produce Saccharia that infect people. And anybody who goes into the water, they will be infected with the parasites. There are challenges in diagnosing schistosomiasis. The current tests that are recommended by the World Health Organization, WHO, are based on examination of urine and stool samples for the eggs. You need to get the specimens, take them back to the laboratory, and process them and do microscopy. They take a long time to get results because there are many processes involved. The new test will enable field workers to take a blood sample, and within 20 minutes, they will know whether the person has the disease or not. These are the tests we call point-of-care, rapid diagnostic tests. The RDT that we are working on, it will enable UHC. We can come to a community and within a day, know whether this community requires treatment or not. We need innovation to achieve the WHO targets in a timely manner. This RDT we are talking about is a great innovation. Schistosomiasis is one of those neglected tropical diseases affecting very needy communities. I have a passion to contribute to the elimination of neglected tropical diseases. My university education, it was through a government grant, so to achieve elimination of NTDs, including schistosomiasis. It's a way of giving back to the community. It's actually a very humble and very fulfilling duty for me.
Welcome back, distinguished guests. We trust you enjoyed your lunch and are looking forward to a jam-packed second session taking place today. We'd like to invite you now to start taking your seats. We will commence very, very shortly, waiting for the last few delegates to take their seats. At this time, please do take your seats ahead of the commencement for the second half of today's formalities. Thank you. Once again, distinguished guests, please welcome onto stage for the final time this afternoon, Makeda Mahadio.
Hello, 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 delegates, hello. And hopefully everyone is feeling good and full and relaxed and ready to continue to engage in these discussions and, of course, have a good afternoon. So, we continue this afternoon with a panel discussion which will focus on resourcing and creative financing, addressing the need for greater domestic and international commitments, as well as highlighting other possible and innovative financing mechanisms. To welcome our next distinguished panel of speakers, here is the outgoing manager for GiveWell, but incoming CEO of Clinton Health Access Initiative, Dr. Neil Buddy Shah. Dr. Shah, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to welcome our esteemed panelists. First up, if Minister Claudine Uwera from the Ministry of Finance of Rwanda could please join us. Next, Dr. Donald Kaberuka, who's the board chair of the Global Fund and former president of the African Development Bank. And finally, Ms. Gargi Ghosh, who oversees government affairs, economic policy, advocacy, and philanthropic partnerships for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. NTDs. I think there are huge reasons to be optimistic about the fight ahead. Since 2000, we've seen a huge reduction in the number of deaths from malaria.
Chris, take us away.
Yeah, okay.
It's informal, but we're trying to get it going. So then you can just sit there and immediately go, hi, my name's...
Yeah.
Just go right into your spiel.
Okay.
As soon as you...
And it's on the teleprompter?
Yours is not on.
Okay, but everyone is on. Oh, that...
Thanks. So as I was saying, there are huge reasons to be optimistic in the global fight against malaria and NTDs. We've seen 30 to 40% reductions in deaths from malaria since 2000. The bets that we have within malaria and NTDs are some of the cheapest and most cost-effective ways to save and improve lives, from bed nets to seasonal malaria chemo prevention to deworming pills. And of course, all the energy in this room is another reflection of all the reasons for optimism. At the same time, when we think about financing the next stage in the fight against malaria and NTDs, there are some real sources of concern. I think first of all is that the countries with the highest incidence of malaria and NTDs are also amongst the most rapidly growing countries. And so we're going to need to serve 30% more people in 2030 than we did in 2020. Secondly, there's increased pressure for new commodities such as next generation bed nets, new vaccines, given the rising resistance to these parasites as well as drugs. And of course, there are a lot of competition in the global funding landscape. And by some estimates, we're going to need to double our total amount of spending on malaria and NTDs by 2030 just to maintain the same level of coverage that we have today. And so in light of all of these challenges and concerns, I think this panel is amongst the best that we could think of about how to actually overcome these in the years to come. And I'd like to start with you, Gargi, because I know that you have another appointment to run to after this. The Gates Foundation has obviously played such a pivotal role at every step in the value chain, from funding research and development of new commodities all the way to supporting multilateral bodies and policy scale up. And I'd just love to hear you talk about the balance between the role of private philanthropy, domestic financing, and multilateral funding in the fight against malaria and NTDs.
Thanks, Buddy.
I think this is working. Well, first of all, thanks to the government of Rwanda for hosting this event, and most importantly for the commitment to reaching the very last mile with health. That's, I think, what this is about as we talk about the work to be done in malaria and NTDs, reaching the very last mile. And we do it because we can. We have the tools to get there, and we have to. We have to do the right thing. I would say the financing environment, as I look at it, is fairly grim. In the global context, we have, for many years, used our voice to make the case for development assistance, and in particular, development assistance to support investments in human capital like this, which are amazing buys for every dollar, every penny spent. But the ODA landscape is tougher than I've seen it, with countries facing their own domestic constraints, new crises with food, fertilizer shortages, war in Ukraine. These are all genuine needs, but they mustn't crowd out the commitment of countries to support solidarity in global health. We've been, as a consequence, looking at all kinds of different financing. We have been advocating for a reallocation of special drawing rights from the IMF to increase the benefit to the poorest countries. We think debt relief needs to be taken seriously. So on the international public scale, I think there are many sources of financing that are really important to advocate for loudly. We also invest ourselves in organizations like the Global Fund and also in NTDs. And I think the role of philanthropy there has, as you say, consistently been to support innovation, push the research, but also be there to get to the last mile. We're really excited this year to be starting a new philanthropic fund with SIF and ALMA focused on NTDs. We are excited about and have made a matching commitment for private sector donations to the Global Fund. And I think overall, I see philanthropy as really a complement and a true partner. We rely on the public sector to invest in health systems, education systems, development assistance, domestic resource mobilization, the private sector for research and development, drug donations in the case of NTDs. And philanthropy will do our part as well to help make sure, in particular, that our efforts are targeted so that every dollar is spent to its maximum effect. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Gargi. And Dr. Kaberuka, turning to you, throughout the day, there have been many mentions of the Global Fund, and every time there's been a mention of the Global Fund, the replenishment has come up, often to cheers. And so I'd love for you to speak to, as you know, the single largest funder of malaria globally, what are the challenges that you face ahead for the Global Fund replenishment, and how do you look to overcome those with the help of people in this audience?
Can you hear me? Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm sure my minister would be saying welcome to those of you in Rwanda for coming from abroad. But thank you very much for making it to our country. I hope you feel welcome and comfortable. So I have three things I wanted to say. Number one is that why are these diseases neglected? That is the issue we have to answer. Because you cannot neglect a disease. What is neglected are the poor people who are affected by those diseases. So I think rather than call them neglected diseases, we could call them diseases of the neglected people. And if we reverse that order, we quickly understand what the problem is. It's one of inequalities in the world. So the best way to fund these diseases would be to deal with issues of inequities in the world, period. But that maybe is a total proposition. The Global Fund, which I chair, is the biggest funder of all malaria programs in the world. We have made a lot of progress since the year 2000. The disease burden from malaria was down by about 40%. But COVID has set us back. So the disease burden is beginning to rise. So we have a challenge of continuing the progress we have made, but also ensuring that we continue on the path of decline of these malaria incidents. Now, we're busy right now raising money for the replenishment. We're grateful to the President of the United States, who has agreed to host us in New York in September. The United States has put on the table $2 billion and put another $4 billion conditional on others also increasing their stake. Because in total, we're looking for about $18 billion. And if you adjust for the current inflation worldwide, that $18 billion is worth much less than it would have been without inflation. So it is my hope and expectation that the world will step up, A, to make sure we continue the progress, and also that we stop neglecting these people who have those diseases. Now, I say this because in this situation of COVID, we have learned three things essentially. Number one, that the science can give us the solutions. Second, that the resources are actually available. But thirdly, they are not available to all. Take the example of vaccines. Science gave us the vaccines. Money was available to buy the vaccines. Many African countries were struggling, even when we had the money, to get access to the vaccines. Because vaccines had been hoarded by countries in the north. So it was not an issue of science or an issue of resources. It was an issue of inequality in the world. And so I hope and expect that during this replenishment, we're able to raise the $18 billion. I'm very hopeful from the philanthropy, private sector, governments. But there's much more to do. Because since the year 2000 up to maybe just before COVID, the world had made a lot of progress in reducing the disease burden, whether it's HIV/AIDS, malaria, or tuberculosis. But a large part of that funding has come from outside, from philanthropy, from funds like the Global Fund, from Gavi, from PEPFAR, from international financial institutions. We must begin to worry, therefore, what will happen in the longer term when that kind of support is no longer available. Like now, many countries in the global north will be dealing with their big issues of energy security, defense expenditures, reconstruction of Ukraine, and therefore, at a time when our economies are shrinking, and when probably resources from the north will be declining, we'll have to do more in our own countries. We'll have to raise more money for health, because you can see during COVID the link between health and the economy. You neglect the health, you kill your economy. So we'll have to do more ourselves, raise more money from our domestic resources. But as our president here likes to say, it's not simply about raising money, we have to spend it well. You know, in health expenditure, I think my colleague here can say this more, in some countries, between 20 and 40% of the resources are wasted. And therefore, part of good spending is to ensure that whether it is procurement, drug procurement, whether it is the way we do things, that we keep the value, that we raise money from our own economies, we spend it well, and then we ensure that there is sustainability of support from outside. So for the Global Fund, I'm very hopeful, and I will tell you after September whether I've succeeded or failed.
Great, thank you, Dr. Kaberuka. One of the things you just highlighted was the increasing importance and frankly the historical importance of domestic resource mobilization. And I think many of us look to Rwanda as an admirable case study, both in terms of providing healthcare and driving down the burden of disease for its constituents, but also the role mobilization. And so, Minister Uwera, I would love to hear you speak to the lessons you've learned with the government of Rwanda in domestic resource mobilization in the fight against malaria and NTDs.
Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Moderator, Excellencies, dear participants in this session. Most welcome, and as Dr. Kaberuka mentioned, I would like to wish you a warm welcome to this session, and especially to Kigali, and I hope you've been enjoying the beauty of Kigali since you have been here. So most welcome to all of you. So coming to the question asked by moderator, I'll say maybe starting by the health sector in general. I say that investing in the health sector is really very key. We've seen that, and the crisis also has shown that it's very even important just to make sure that we come up with a health system that is really very resilient. So when it comes to investments toward the health sector, and especially to malaria and the neglected tropical diseases, we've been really increasing the amount going there, because when do you just account from 2017 to 2021, the statistics I have right now, we really doubled the amount that goes there, which means that we really attribute a very, very high importance to those diseases. And the investments that were mobilized, both internal and externally funded, really help us just to make a difference, because when you see the trends in terms of reductions when it comes to incidence for malaria or case of malaria, 5 years ago we've seen the difference. We've, for example, been able to reduce by 77% the case of malaria since 5 years ago. We had a lot of cases. And when it comes to severe malaria and the death caused by malaria, I think there was a kind of significant reduction in terms of cases, the severe cases, and the deaths as well. So when it comes to domestic financing, the government of Rwanda is really recognized the very importance of increasing even the domestic financing. We've really been mobilizing funds from both stakeholders, including the private sector as well, because we see a room and the opportunity just to call upon all the investors, including the private sector, just to contribute a lot. So when it comes to malaria and the neglected tropical disease, or NTDs, it's very difficult for me just to repeat those names. As it was highlighted by my predecessors, you know, in Rwanda, we tried a number of things, including number of tools and instrument mechanisms, just to be able to reach the most or the more marginalized people through the community-based health insurance, for example, and the other insurance. The most marginalized people were able to access to those expensive health services, for example. So, and the other practices, for example, is like a distribution of bed net. When it comes to malaria, distribution of bed net to all, without no one was excluded in that as well. So we have also this mass drug. Maybe people from the Ministry of Health might correct me. The mass drug administrations that help us just to reach 99% of school-age children. So those are things that help really just to reach the most poorest people that were in the beginning not able just to be covered by the health services as well. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Minister Uwera. So now I just ask the panelists, we can exit the stage and we'll have a video message from Niels Annen from the German government. Thanks so much, panelists.
Oh, well done.
A very good morning to all of you in Kigali. I regret that I cannot be with you in person today, even though this summit is very important. In times when the headlines are dominated by pandemics, wars, and climate change, we must not forget the diseases that are affecting the poorest of the poor. Worldwide, the number of hungry people is growing again, and many people are sliding back into extreme poverty. The development progress of earlier years is being undone, and the achievements of many of the SDGs has been pushed beyond our grasp. We must not let that happen. Germany, too, signed the Kigali Declaration at the beginning of this year. Through that step, the German government has committed to work with its partners to assist affected countries and regions as they address neglected tropical diseases. The One Health approach is especially important here. We finally have to address human, animal, and environmental health together, because everything on our planet is interrelated. Healthy life depends on a healthy planet. This is also why Germany has been supporting the Central African Economic and Monetary Community since 2017 with regard to the implementation of national NTD programs and with regard to NTD research. This year, the Development Ministry is providing another 18 million euros for this, with a special focus on strengthening the One Health approach. Since 2018, Germany has also made available about 75 million euro for the development of lab capacity and diagnostic systems in the ECOWAS region. And since 2019, it has provided some 6.8 million euros for WHO's Aspen program. Since the beginning of this year, my ministry has been supporting efforts by the World Organization for Animal Health to fight rabies in Namibia and Cameroon. We have provided 10 million euros to this. We are committed to the global 0 by 30 goal, which provides the ending human deaths from dog-mediated rabies by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, the pandemic has shown us how fragile our hard-won achievements are, including on NTD control. Continuous and sustained support for NTD programs is therefore all the more important. In the 2030 agenda, we have promised to leave no one behind. Germany takes this promise very seriously. So let us all join hands to make the goals of the WHO roadmap for NTDs a reality for all people by 2030. Thank you very much.
Great. And finally, it's my honor to welcome to the stage Jonathan Kamen, who is USAID's Mission Director for Rwanda and Burundi. As many of you know, the US government's the world's largest funder of malaria and NTDs through the President's Malaria Initiative, its role in the Global Fund, and other funding streams led by USAID. And so, Jonathan, welcome you to the stage. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, all protocols observed. Miriwe, urakoze kutwakera. Good afternoon, and I'm honored to share the forum with the very esteemed speakers we have heard today. The COVID-19 pandemic has devastated communities across the globe and exacerbated challenges fighting many other diseases. However, amid that devastation, we have seen firsthand how U.S. government commitment and investments have strengthened our ability to respond to health threats such as malaria and neglected tropical diseases. Let's discuss malaria for a moment. Our response is through the U.S. President Malaria Initiative, PMI, led by the U.S. Agency for International Development and implemented together with the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. As the largest donor in the battle to end malaria, the U.S. has helped save more than 10.6 million lives and prevent 1.7 billion malaria infections in partner countries around the world. U.S. government funding for PMI has increased from $30 million in 2006 to $755 million in 2021. Every year, we renew our commitment, yet the threat from malaria continues. More than 95% of malaria deaths were in Africa, and the majority were children under 5 years of age. Across the globe, a child dies of malaria almost every minute. In the last year, PMI with partner countries protected more than 700 million people. We delivered insecticide-treated nets. We sprayed homes with long-lasting insecticides. And we also provided pregnant women with treatments to protect them and their unborn babies. We are collaborating on the delivery of the world's first malaria vaccine. We're expanding support for community health workers, which we all know are often the unsung heroes of healthcare systems around the world. Furthermore, global partnerships such as USAID's partnership with the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria are fast-tracking innovations on a global scale. At USAID, we eagerly anticipate the Global Fund's 7th Replenishment Conference, which will be hosted, as we heard just now, which will be hosted by President Biden later this year. Through U.S. leadership, we can galvanize the international community to face difficult challenges and get the world back on track toward ending HIV, TB, and malaria while building resilient and sustainable health systems. Just eradicating malaria alone could save 11 million lives and unlock $2 trillion in economic benefits by 2040. Now let's discuss neglected tropical diseases. Since 2006, the U.S. government through USAID and in collaboration with the CDC has been a leader in the fight against NTDs. USAID has committed resources to more than 30 countries as they work to control and eliminate 5 of the most disabling, life-altering NTDs. Partnership with the private sector have made it possible for U.S. investments to have dramatically greater impact around the globe. Every $1 invested by the U.S. leverages $26 in donated medicines for treatment campaigns, totaling more than $28 billion in value to date. Our country partners have delivered nearly 3 billion treatments so far. To date, 10 USAID-supported countries have successfully eliminated 1 or more NTDs. And I'm pleased to share today that within 5 years, 15 additional USAID-supported countries are targeted to eliminate at least 1 NTD. I'm also pleased to share with you today that the U.S. has now signed the Kigali Declaration on NTDs. Strong national leadership is the key to securing NTD resources long-term, and that's why we are here today. USAID is working with countries to develop strategies that will ensure sustainable national services for NTDs. This is only possible through strengthened political commitment, engagement across multiple sectors, and the expansion of domestic investments. While challenges such as climate change, conflict, and insecticide resistance threaten to set back our hard-won progress against malaria and NTDs, the opportunities generated by our commitment and investments are helping us get closer to a world free from these diseases. We have the knowledge, we have the tools to end malaria and NTDs once and for all. And the U.S., along with global and country partners, must continue to accelerate the fight against malaria and NTDs. I thank you for your attention. Murakoze cyane, and I wish you a good conference today.
Murakoze namwe. That was the USAID Mission Director for Rwanda and Burundi and the U.S. Embassy Chargé d'Affaires at Interim, Jonathan Kameen. Thank you so much for that promising commitment. I'm so pleased to now introduce our next panel, who are all members of the End Malaria Council, to introduce this formidable group of individuals to the chair of the is the chair of the Kenya End Malaria Council and managing director of Sous Chef Limited. Please welcome Mr. Chris Getonga.
distinguished guests, and our implementing partners. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Gitonga, and I'm the chair of the Kenya End Malaria Council. The End Malaria Councils and funds are innovative country-owned and country-led mechanisms for mobilizing advocacy, action, resources, and accountability to end malaria. They convene senior leaders from the government, the private sector, and civil society to close gaps in national malaria strategic plans and in partnership with the national malaria programs. End Malaria Councils and funds have been a priority of our President, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, the chair of the African Leaders Malaria Alliance. The End Malaria Councils and funds in the Kingdom of Eswatini and the Republics of Kenya, Mozambique, Uganda, and Zambia have mobilized more than $23 million to support the national malaria strategic plans. And our ambitions continue to grow. Collectively, we aim to mobilize $100 million to close gaps and continue to recruit new multi-sectoral partners to end malaria. This target will certainly increase as another 19 countries across the region are working to establish councils and funds of their own. The EMCs help fulfill initiatives like Zero Malaria Starts With Me, Zero Malaria Business Leadership Initiatives, and the High Burden to High Impact. For example, EcoBank has pledged $600,000 to support the private sector mobilization and recently launched the ZMBLI in Uganda with its End Malaria Fund. As a business leader myself, I know that the private sector has many unique capabilities, experiences, and resources that can support the fight against malaria and the NTDs. In Kenya, the End Malaria Council recently signed a memorandum of understanding with a family business called SC Johnson to provide resources and support for social and behavioral change, vector control, local manufacturing of malaria commodities. We look forward to building on this partnership and others across the sectors to achieve a malaria-free Kenya. Zero malaria and Nyanza na mimi. Thank you.
I am the chairperson of the Eswatini End Malaria Fund. We were launched in May of 2019 by His Majesty King Mswati III when he was chairperson of ALMA. Now, because malaria doesn't know whether you are the king, whether you're the pregnant CEO, whether you're a cane worker or a child, we started off focused on advocacy. We've done a lot of work with the chiefs, done a lot of work with entities such as MTN for them to send out disease notification messages, give us data for free. We've also been working in vector control. So, for example, we've been helping IRS spray insecticide, making sure they can reach wider coverage. We've been making sure that our youth also are involved, thanks to Kenya. We've also just heeded that call by their president, Kenyatta, because what we've worked out is that as African countries, we're our brothers, each other's keepers. Unless we eliminate malaria in neighboring Mozambique and in South Africa, our neighbors, we're not going to be able to have a sustainable elimination in Eswatini. What do we commit to? We commit absolutely 100% to zero malaria in Eswatini. So in 1995, there were 9,700 cases of malaria, but last year there were just 400. But unfortunately for us as a nation, we also had 4 deaths. For us, that's 4 deaths too many because we want zero. We don't want a single death coming. We're really on the cusp of elimination in Eswatini. And entities such as the Global Fund that have given us resources have given us a lot of cash resource that we need in order to reach that zero from the 4 where we're at now. We also in Eswatini just wanted to appeal to all of us here as human and corporate citizens to walk with us that last mile so we can all say as a continent, zero malaria starts with me. Neighbor Mozambique.
Good afternoon, everyone. Boa tarde. I'm Reverend Dr. Sidat Chirinda. I'm the president of the Mozambique Council of Churches and the chair of the Fundo da Malaria. As a faith leader, we have an important role in mobilizing communities to control malaria. When houses of worship were closed because of COVID-19, the board of directors partnered with PIRCON, a civil society organization, to sustain the visibility of malaria and promote social and behavioral change communications. We recorded television and radio messages which were broadcast nationwide. The fund has also engaged more than 50 private sector companies and mobilized the initial pledge of more than 8 million USD. This year, we provided funding for communication and supported the indoor residual spraying campaign led by the National Malaria Control Program. We, the Fundu da Malaria, are committed to launching 4 provincial End Malaria Councils to mobilize community leaders and an initial target of mobilizing 15 million USD to close gaps in the national strategy. We are also committed to launching an emergency fund to mobilize resources to support internal displaced populations, such as those affected by cyclones and other national disasters. Zero malaria starts with me.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Constance Njogu. I'm the regional coordinator for Israel Flowers Cross-Border Malaria Initiative and a member of the End Malaria Council in Zambia. Israel Cross-Border Malaria Initiative has been supporting the faith-based malaria control and cross-border malaria initiatives in Zambia, as well as the neighboring countries across Southern Africa. As the End Malaria Council, we recognize the importance of the faith leaders and also mobilizing of the faith leaders to support the advocacy of malaria elimination, to mobilize financial resources, as well as social behavior change communication. As Israel Flowers Cross-Border Malaria Initiative, we commit to continue supporting the malaria intervention in the cross-border areas. As the End Malaria Council, our target is to mobilize $43 million to support the construction of the health facility, the Universal Lean Campaign, indoor residual spraying, case management, mass drug administration, as well as any other areas where there are gaps in the National Strategic Plan. Malaria ends with me. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Corine. I'm the head of Malaria Elimination program in Rwanda. It's a pleasure this afternoon to join you to share Rwanda perspective. Rwanda recognizes that financial gaps still exist in covering all malaria and NTD program need, despite current government of Rwanda and partners' effort to implement key malaria and NTD control interventions. Furthermore, it has been noted that addressing those 2 groups of diseases is beyond the only Ministry of Health, considering potential risk factors, but also multiple key stakeholders through various sectors that should be involved to address those diseases. With the current country effort to embrace One Health approach and guided by integration and intersectoral collaboration, for Rwanda, we are rather designing an integrated disease control resource mobilization mechanism that will involve public, private sectors, as well as civil societies to ensure that joint resource mobilization effort and allocation are well coordinated from the advocacy and planning, but also through the implementation of evidence-based disease control interventions. Zero malaria starts with me. Zero malaria starts with you. Thank you.
once again to our panelists. We certainly all have a role to play in accelerating action and unblocking the potential of ending malaria and NTDs within a single generation so that future generations are not burdened by these diseases. And with thanks to political leadership and much needed funding, we have succeeded in saving and improving billions of lives for generations to come. But there's still lots more to do. To share their firm commitments and how they can continue to make a difference in these efforts are Goodbye Malaria CEO Sherrie Charles and the Director of Sustainable Business Strategy at Dentsu SSA. Welcome.
Good afternoon. In keeping with the last conversation, it's just right to say zero malaria starts with me. Thank you for the opportunity to allow us to announce our commitment to the fight against malaria eradication. As Goodbye Malaria, we're committing to the Global Fund in support of the 7th replenishment, $5.5 million. This would bring our commitment to the Global Fund since 2016 to $15 million. And I think for someone like Goodbye Malaria, in-country, domestic funding, to us, it's a big achievement. So thank you to all of you who have supported us. I'm also happy to confirm that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has matched our commitment 2-to-1 and will be increasing funding over and above that to $14 million. A big thank you to my co-founders, Robbie Brosen and Kim Lazarus, and to our partners, namely Nando's and Vodacom, for this continued support and driving us to zero malaria in Southern Africa. I also wish to mention our support for the Global Fund. The private sector is a critical element to us accelerating towards reaching our targets for 2030. The Global Fund has been instrumental in ensuring the worst case predictions during the pandemic were averted. So I wish to further commit our fight for what counts. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I believe that was 5.5 million. Is anyone calculating all of the numbers that have been spoken up here? Because I think we have gotten to quite a big amount now. We have our next speaker. I did mention a different name before, so allow me to correct that. Right now, I'd like you to join me in welcoming Dr. David Reddy, the CEO of Medicines for Malaria Venture.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to be here today. Just to briefly introduce MMV, we're an organization that was set up in 1999 to catalyze the discovery, development, and delivery of anti-malarial medications. So we work in partnership with malaria endemic countries. with the private sector, industry, academia, and other partners. And over the last 2 decades, we've brought to market, as a partnership, 11 new anti-malarial products that have saved collectively almost 3 million lives to date. Now, we're a 3D organisation, as I mentioned, focusing on that whole end-to-end gap. We're supported by a number of key donors, and look, I would just like to quickly give credit to, first of all, our government donors, the UK, Australia, US, Germany, Switzerland, Ireland, Netherlands, Korea, and Monaco, and the European Union, and also to the Gates Foundation, Unitate, and GHIT, who have supported us over that time. We're privileged to be able to support African-led clinical consortia that have provided key clinical data for global use, for use in other malaria endemic environments, and also the discovery of a novel clinical candidate by an African-led consortia at the University of Cape Town. With the support of Unitate and encouraged by the African Leaders Malaria Alliance, in 2019, we broadened our focus on geographic diversification to include product manufacturing, supporting African countries in pursuing greater autonomy in the supply of malaria medicines and enhancing equitable access and supply chain security for the region. The importance of this was underscored by the COVID-19 pandemic, where we saw significant inequities in the distribution of health commodities. Today, with the support of our Board of Directors, I publicly commit our organisation to forging ahead with partnerships at the national and regional levels with the near-term goal of achieving WHO pre-qualification for 3 Africa-based manufacturers for medicines to prevent malaria, particularly in pregnant women and very young infants. These 3 manufacturers are from Commonwealth nations, and ultimately we at MMV strongly endorse the vision of African manufacturers taking their rightful place on the stage of global suppliers, providing quality medicines for all. Thank you.
Thank you too. And right now I'd like to take this moment to invite our next speaker to the stage, the Director of Sustainable Business Strategy at Dentsu, that's Ms. Roxanne Boys. Welcome. Once again, Ms. Roxanne Boys.
Thank you so much. As one of the largest communication agencies in the world, we focus on a number of SDGs. And for the past 5 years, we've actually focused on health. And what we have realized is that if we are to achieve any of these ambitious goals that we've set across the 17 SDGs by 2030, we really have to mobilize mass behavior change on a very big scale, activating 3 key pillars of power, which is governments, corporates, and people. Essentially individuals, whether these individuals are governments, politicians, CEOs, managers, farmers, stay-at-home moms, or the youth. And for us, these are all individuals, right? And at Dentsu, we work with over 90 of the world's top 100 brands. And it's our job to understand and connect with these individuals every single day. It's what we do. And with the power of these data points, insights, media channels, and the overall spectrum, we really realize that we have a very large power within us to be a catalyst for mass-scale change around the world. And we have decided not to become spectators, but to really mobilize this catalyst that we are and recognize the opportunity, potential, responsibility, and privilege that we have as this mass communication agency to create very large-scale change. And so with that being said, we are incredibly committed to what we're saying now in terms of our positioning and our promise. And so I'm very proud to be able to stand here today in front of all of you and pledge $5 million towards the global malaria fight. And we do believe that through transformational communication and partnering with the governments, with the corporates, and with the people, and mobilizing the youth, mobilizing the public, this is really how we create mass-scale change, because you're all doing phenomenal work on the ground. And so communications can really give legs to what you're doing and help us progress not only to eradicating malaria by 2030 and within this generation 100%, but also really progressing in terms of purposeful progress. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The Kigali Declaration on NTDs is a new high-level political declaration that will build on previous success against NTDs. The Kigali Declaration puts ownership of NTD programs, integration, and cross-sectoral collaboration front and center to ensure that these programs are sustainable in the long term. The Kigali Declaration provides the opportunity to mobilize the political will, community commitment, resources, and action needed to end unnecessary suffering from NTDs. Endemic countries are leading the way.
The Kigali Declaration on Neglected Tropical Diseases is an exciting new high-level commitment to end NTDs once and for all. It will mobilize the political will, community engagement, resources, and action needed to stop the suffering caused by these diseases. Developed with extensive input from stakeholders around the world, the declaration puts individuals, communities, and countries at the center of the response. Each signatory makes a unique and vital contribution towards ending NTDs. Collectively, these will translate into incredible progress being made. With countries leading the way, international targets are embraced and translated into national strategies, leading to impact and progress. vision set out in this powerful declaration will help us achieve the target for NTDs in Sustainable Development Goal 3 and deliver against the World Health Organization's NTD roadmap. So on this day, at this time, at this very moment, we call upon our global leaders to show they are 100% committed to endorse the Kigali Declaration, to unlock the potential to end NTDs, to change the lives of billions of people globally, and to build a stronger, healthier, safer world.
On behalf of the government and the people of Malawi, I am happy to sign the Kigali Declaration on Neglected Tropical Diseases.
Fantastic. As previously mentioned, the Kigali Declaration on NTDs is being led by endemic countries. Countries like Malawi and those we saw in the video are ensuring we reach our goals to control, treat, and eliminate NTDs. Now to the Minister of Health for Malawi for more on how they're doing that and what's next. Please welcome the Honorable Kumbizi Kandondo Chiponda, the Minister of Health for Malawi.
Good afternoon, honorable dignitaries, distinguished participants, our partners, colleagues, and friends. My sincere thanks to the government of Rwanda and our partners at Uniting to Combat NTDs and roll back malaria for inviting me to speak at this landmark event. I'm honored to be standing here in front of you, representing affected countries at the launch of the Kigali Declaration on NTDs. The Kigali Declaration provides the opportunity to mobilize and unify the political will, community commitment, resources, and action needed to end NTDs. Near 13 million people in Malawi continue to be affected by neglected tropical diseases. However, we have made and continue to make great progress in the fight against NTDs, including the elimination of the lymphatic filariasis as a public health problem in the year 2020. This elimination success makes Malawi one of the only 3 countries in Africa to achieve this. Malawi is also on the threshold of eliminating trachoma as a public health problem. We see this pattern of success led by national programs of endemic countries to be repeated globally. We need concerted action if we are to achieve the ambitious targets set out by WHO in their NTD roadmap and in the Sustainable Development Goals. As a country, Malawi, we are 100% committed to reaching these goals and ending NTDs, which is what our state president has already said in the clip which you have just seen. I thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. It's not just heads of state, CEOs, and philanthropists that can be leaders in ending malaria. People everywhere are showing that they are 100% committed to ending NTDs. People like Jidenna, a Grammy Award-nominated American-Nigerian musician who is raising his voice for the 1.7 billion people who are still affected by NTDs.
As a former teacher and education advocate, I saw firsthand the direct correlation between education and health. We can't educate children who are not healthy, and can't keep them healthy if they're not educated. NTDs prevents children from being able to go to school. So if governments are serious about getting the world's most vulnerable children into school, we must remove the barriers that prevent this. School health programs such as deworming are absolutely crucial. This is why ending neglected tropical diseases is something we should all make our business. I, Jidenna, am 100% committed to ending neglected tropical diseases once and for all, and I'm proud to be joining in this fight. I call on you, each and every one of you, to join the fight to end neglected tropical diseases and transform the lives of over 1.7 billion people on planet Earth. Peace, peace.
Hello, everyone. My name is Huria Miri. I am a youth advocate from Pakistan, and I am 100% committed to ending neglected tropical diseases. There are many global representatives like me. There are many global leaders like me, from heads of states to community champions and to global celebrities. We are using our platforms to advance the mission of a world free from neglected tropical diseases, and we'd like you to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to mention anyone who is going to be attending Professor Ugur Sahin's session needs to go to the Gasabo room on the first floor right now, okay? As we move along, COVID-19 has further demonstrated the critical importance of investing in strong public health systems that can both respond to endemic diseases such as malaria and NTDs and build global resilience against pandemics and other health threats. Ending malaria and NTDs must be a key component of our long-term response to COVID-19 and future shocks. I'm so pleased, therefore, to once again introduce further commitments which will serve to unlock the potential of a world free from malaria and NTDs, and ultimately transform the lives of billions.
On behalf of the United Kingdom, I'm pleased to sign the Kigali Declaration on neglected tropical diseases. This declaration is a pivotal moment in our collective fight to end NTDs, and I'm proud that we have come together to reaffirm our historic commitments and endorse the World Health Organization's roadmap. It was 10 years ago the United Kingdom launched the London Declaration on NTDs. The progress since then really shows the extraordinary things we can achieve when we work together. In a decade, 43 countries have eliminated at least one NTD. Each year, for 5 years in a row, more than 1 billion people have benefited from treatments. But the reality is, NTDs still affect over 1 billion people globally. The burden often falls hardest on the world's poorest, on vulnerable groups such as women and girls, and its impact is felt across many Commonwealth nations. There is therefore no room for complacency if we are truly to end this epidemic. On our part, the United Kingdom will continue to fund research into new drugs and diagnostics for NTDs through product development partnerships and other research organizations. We will also continue to support countries to strengthen their health systems to make sure the essential services for NTD prevention and treatment are accessible to all. This declaration is indeed that pivotal moment. And indeed, if we've learnt anything from the past 2 years, it is that only when we work together collaboratively across all sectors and across the whole of society will we truly end the suffering caused by NTDs. Today, we have a clear goal, and together with that goal, a clear call to action, which is why I, on behalf of my country, the United Kingdom, am signing this important declaration. And I would urge other partners and nations to do the same. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, please join me in welcoming Dr. Caroline Harper, the CEO of Sightsavers.
Thank you very much, and hi everybody. Thank you to the government of Rwanda and also to the fabulous Uniting team who've made all this possible. So Sightsavers, we've been working in NTDs now since 1950, and in that time we've spent over $375 million, and we've delivered more than 1.5 billion treatments. And I'd like to give a big shout out to the community drug distributors, the volunteers, and the community health workers who made that possible. Thank you very much. And isn't it great that the UK have signed up to the Kigali Declaration? The UK have been such an important partner and donor for Sightsavers, and I really hope that this is the first step towards the UK becoming a leader again in NTDs. That would be so fabulous. So, Sightsavers, we are committing today to invest more than $25 million of new money into NTDs from now to 2025. This money has already been raised, mostly from the British public and from some major donors. This money is already in the bank and ready to go. And in 2025, when Sightsavers celebrates its 75th anniversary, we will make new commitments to NTDs. Just to be clear, this money is in addition to money that we receive from some really generous donors, some of which are here today, people like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, SIF, ALMA and GiveWell. So this is additional money. And as part of this, we will set aside £5 million as a tribute to Her Majesty the Queen in this, her Platinum Jubilee year. And this money will go to the elimination of trachoma in the Commonwealth. This builds on the work that the Queen Elizabeth Diamond Jubilee Trust did and is part of the commitment that was made at the last CHOGM to eliminate trachoma. And what I fervently hope, and I'm looking now at the Honourable Minister of Health for Malawi, is that I hope we will be able to celebrate with the people of Malawi and with Her Majesty the Queen later on this year when we all eliminate trachoma in Malawi. Thank you all very much.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, and esteemed participants attending the Kigali Summit, I join you on behalf of Canada to sign the Kigali Declaration. We stand firmly behind the commitment to eliminate neglected tropical diseases by 2030 as part of our collective efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Canada's commitment is to advocate for the integration of neglected tropical diseases when providing health services. We also need to ensure that primary health care takes a gender-based approach to reduce the impact of the diseases on women and girls. We have more to do, but by working together as part of this effort, we can save lives. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
That was the Minister of International Development of Canada, Honourable Harjit Shajan. Now, distinguished guests, please welcome Dr. Carol Karutu, Vice President of Programs at End Fund.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The End Fund was founded at in tandem with the 2012 London Declaration on NTDs and is the leading vehicle for private philanthropy in the NTD sector. The drug donations that you've heard about today have created incredible incentives to mobilize over $225 million to support NTD program delivery since our founding. I'd like to sincerely thank the pharmaceutical companies who have helped make this possible and continue to motivate philanthropists around the world to invest in NTD programming. At the same time, I'd like to sincerely thank the governments, and especially the African governments that we work with, for their critical and often understated and underappreciated contributions. The End Fund has always considered any investment in tackling NTDs as a co-investment with government. Even though government investments such as human resources, supervision, infrastructure are not always quantified, we recognize how crucial these are to the success of any NTD program and to the commitment of the End Fund. Today, as we look towards NTD elimination by 2030, we are inspired by the Kigali Declaration and what it represents, and also by the demonstrations of the leadership that we see here today. For us to finally bring an end to these ancient diseases that continue to hold back our communities, we know that those most proximate to these challenges must drive our global agenda and our global efforts and solutions so that they are right for our local contexts. The End Fund is committed to support and galvanize even greater leadership from our local stakeholders, starting from governments, and down to the women who are disproportionately affected by NTDs and who, along with their children, represent the key to unlocking the potential of our communities and our economies. And today, the End Fund is proud to commit $161 million to co-invest with our government partners in pursuit of a world where all people have the opportunity to thrive and live prosperous lives. And that means a world without NTDs by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we have come to the end of this first part of today's Kigali Summit. This afternoon will continue as we introduce to you various key partners and the all-important heads of state program. This will be ably facilitated by my colleague, journalist, political show host, and news anchor, Anne Kiguta. I leave you in her capable hands. If you will be back in this room, you need to be here by 3:50. That is 10 minutes to the hour, because because the doors will be closing after that for the commencement, of course, of this all-important program. Please enjoy your comfort break, and from me, Makeda Mahadio, thank you very, very much, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you so much to the beautiful, thank you, unbelievable Makeda Mahadio, distinguished guests. As Makeda said, we kindly request that you now enjoy your short comfort break. Please do make sure that you are back in the venue at 10 to 4. That is at 3:50, distinguished guests. The doors will be closed, and you will not be allowed access into this venue if you have not taken your seats by 10 to 4. We'll see you back very shortly. Thank you very much.
have a human being who's infected, they have the parasite that lives in them, it creates these microfilaria that are in the skin. A black fly bites that person that has that, it picks up the microfilaria, it has a part of its life cycle that happens in that black fly, then the black fly bites a person. You have this very complex life cycle that happens that involves different animal species, and it's invisible during its early stages of infection. So you can't have people help you with your surveillance, because by the time you see disease and you start to have the skin infections and you start to have, there's been transmission happening for years and years and years. So the thing that we do have is that because the parasite life cycle is very complicated, you have many ways in which you can approach solving the problem.
Diseases that knows no borders. We are dealing with diseases that knows no borders.
皆様こんにちは。衆議院議員の安倍晋三です。本日はマラリアと顧みられない熱帯病に関するキガリサミットに対しまして NTD のグローバルチャンピオンの一人として私から一言ご挨拶を申し上げたいと思います。本来ならば2018年に開催予定であったキガリサミットですが、新型コロナウイルス感染症拡大の影響で2年間延期され、本日ようやく開催にこじつけたと伺っております。その間のカガメ大統領およびルワンダ政府はもとより関係者の皆様方のご努力に対し敬意を表するとともに、開催に対して心より お祝い申し上げしたいです。日本はこれまでグローバルヘルス分野で確固たるリーダーシップを世界に示してきました。これは世界の健康を守ることが日本の人々の健康や安全を守ることに直結しているという信念に基づいています。NTD 分野におきましても、これらの取り組みが功を奏し、新しい治療薬の開発や途上国における感染拡大の抑止という具体的な成果として現れていると聞いております。日本は今後も世界感染症対策においてさらなるリーダーシップを示す所存であります。本年にはTICADがチュニジアで、来年23年には G7 サミットが日本で開催される予定です。こういった会合に向けて今回のキガリサミットを機に、日本のみならず世界において顧みられない熱帯病の収束に向けた機運が高まることを大いに期待を申し上げてご挨拶にいたします。ありがとうございました。
Today is an historic day. Today, WHO is recommending the broad use of the world's first malaria vaccine. This is a breakthrough for science, child health, and malaria control.
More than 1 million children have now received the 4-dose vaccine in Ghana, Kenya, and Malawi. And deadly severe malaria, hospitalization rates, and deaths from malaria have dropped substantially.
Malaria no na ne ho ado na woman aduane so a no ndi na esu nti sa akrampo no sika me didi me dwane na sai me so masoma adwum na matumi aye adwuma wo se me ye ba sa mentumi ye hwe me nkwala ya omo ofie kura me nya kwan no aduane ma omo mpo na omo adi me de me ani je so sai nti me pesa omo bebo ne ho ban omo bewo ne panye na.
What we have right now is a vaccine that can be deployed, that it's accepted, that it's safe, and that can have a massive impact.
For centuries, malaria has stalked sub-Saharan Africa, causing immense personal suffering. The RTSS vaccine is a game changer, and it's arriving at the right time.
La maladie du sommeil, ça fait peur parce que vous avez les signes de quelqu'un qui devient fou.
Eventually, if they don't have treatment, they will fall into a coma and die.
We wanted to have an oral treatment to treat all the stages of the disease.
Sanofi had the molecule, but we partnered with DNDi, who brought the experience from preclinical research.
We had to bring electricity, microscopes, technology like internet and satellites. We supported the national programs with cars, boats, to go and look for patients. We did training of 200 people to make sure that they could comply to international standards.
If we bring the right partner together, we can achieve the best science for a very neglected population.
Now, me didn't da anajuna no ho ado no ho ye tututututu nti me sole na masensuo na me de tawra bonsom na me de apepa no ho nyina kopem se ne ho badwo nti ya na se ne ho sanso ye hia na masanso aye. Timenda mintumenda metekata so sa nti Adichie na miniska na makobo besia na me de nka na me de ne ko hospital nti sa akrampo no sika me didi me dwane na sai basa na maya basa na me yashia enye na akwala na medwen no ho se obenya apomedin na mesoma soma adwum na metumi aye adwuma wo se me basa metumi yahwe me nkwala ya mo fie kura me nya kwan no aduane ma omko na omo adi I am a just say, Miss Mepe, say, I am a so say, more in Penifua, 1 year dram, whatever bomb who buy. And see, me pesa or mobile one who buy, on one pioneer, I want who buy. Memory not met to me, I am a humana, my bomb, Namasuma dream.
Encore mieux mes leçons. Souvent, ma maman et ma grande sœur travaillent avec moi pour s'assurer que j'apprenne correctement. J'adore danser, faire des chorégraphies et jouer avec mes sœurs. J'adore ces moments. Ces moments de bonheur. Mais souvent, j'ai des douleurs insupportable au niveau du ventre. Je ne peux pas sortir du lit. Je ne peux pas jouer avec ma petite sœur. Je ne peux pas apprendre et je ne peux pas aller à l'école. Je suis triste. Nous faisons des allers-retours à l'hôpital et cela les fatigue. Quand je souffre, c'est toute ma famille qui souffre. Ma maîtresse m'a dit que je souffrais de totosa, c'est-à-dire la schistosomiase en zarma, et que totosa s'attrape dans les marigots où mes amis et moi allons nous baigner après l'école. Beaucoup de mes amis sont affectés par la maladie qui nous affaiblit tous. Parfois, nous recevons des médicaments qui nous protègent contre la maladie. Ces médicaments sont très importants car ils permettent de guérir. Ils nous permettent d'aller à l'école. Ils nous permettent d'apprendre.
1 2. Yes 2. 1 2. Yes 2. 1 2. Grab. 1 2. Yes 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. Yes 1 2. 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. Ernest. 1 2. Ernest. 1 2. Is it Monta? Huh? Is it Monta or no? It's monitor. Okay. 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. Let me listen from here. 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. Yes. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. Yes, 1 2. How is it? 1 2 is sour. 1 2. 1 2 is sour. Is sour. 1 2. Yes, 1 2. 1 2. Yes. Yes, 1 2. 1 2 is sour.
1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2 3 4 4 1 4 2 4 2 4 4 2 1 2 3 4 2 4 2 4 1 2 3 4 yes 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 1 2 3 4 4 4 front fill Anderson front fill need front fill 1 2 3 front 4 front fill 4 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 front fill 4 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Oh, yeah, you are not? Yes, yes. Front fill, front fill, front fill, 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 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
Hiyo ango ndiyo anaitaka. Anderson, ango ilikuwa ndiyo anaitaka. Oh. Hiyo ango ilikuwa
2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. Yes, 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 1, 1, 2. Sorry. 2, hey, hey, 1, 2. 2, hey, 2, 1, 2, 200, 2, 200. 4, 4, 2, 1, 3, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, T. Yes, T. 1 T. Yes, 1 T. Ni sawa? Yes. Yes. Ni sawa? Ulikunyumba? Ni sawa? Okay.
But I'll be passing around. Do you need registration? Oh, for Santé. We already checked yesterday. Do you want to check again?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We will shortly begin our second session, the high-level session here at the Kigali Summit. Kindly take your seats. Very shortly, we'll be welcoming into the room our heads of state and government, and we would like to clear the doorway area and also have you seated. So kindly do take your seats, and we will begin very shortly. Thank you.
two. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 2. 2,
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as our heads of state and government enter the building. Please do take your seats. Kindly clear the doorway area. Kindly clear the doorway area as we prepare to receive our heads of state and government. gentlemen, please welcome into the arena His Excellency the President of Rwanda, accompanied by fellow heads of state and government, and His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales. Thank you. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highness, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to this high-level session here at the Kigali Summit on Malaria and Neglected Tropical Diseases. My name is Anne Kiguta. I am a Nairobi-based journalist, talk show host, and gender equality advocate, and I'll be your moderator for this second and final part of today's program. What a fantastic day it has been so far. Throughout the day, we have heard from the survivors, from frontline workers, businesses, and partners on the concerted push to end malaria and NTDs. And now, in this very final part of today's session, we will hear from our heads of state and government, and these are the people who will ultimately look to be custodians of their communities. Throughout the day, there have been critical conversations that we've had and critical deliberations. We know the road ahead, and we are equipped to take it. Here to present now the summit's outcomes and commitments is Rwanda's Minister of Health. Please welcome onto the stage Honorable Dr. Daniel Ngamije. Welcome, Minister.
Your Royal Highness, the Prince Charles, Your Excellency President Paul Kagame, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, dear partners, esteemed delegates, all protocol observed. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this high-level session of the Kigali Summit on Malaria and NTDs. It is with great pleasure that I recount some of the outcomes and commitments from this morning's session. First, incredible commitments were made by malaria endemic countries on co-financing towards the fight against malaria. Over $2.1 billion of funding commitments were spotlighted through today's announcement by the Global Fund as domestic commitments made between 2021 and 2023. It is clear that as we head toward the seventh replenishment of the Global Fund this autumn, endemic countries have done more than ever before to show their commitment to fighting malaria. Second, the launch of the NTDs Kigali Declaration today is a major milestone in the road towards ending neglected tropical diseases. Your Excellencies, the declaration has already galvanized unprecedented political and financial commitments from countries and partners to deliver the WHO 2030 roadmap targets on NTDs. As of today, $1.9 billion has been committed by partners, 18 billion treatments donated by pharmaceutical companies to treat a range of neglected tropical diseases, and you'll hear more about this commitment from companies' CEOs. We thank all partners who have endorsed the Kigali Declaration. Third, we have seen a range of additional commitments from the private, philanthropic, civil society, and other sectors exceeding over $1.2 billion for research and development. Being joined today by so many leaders is a strong endorsement that malaria and NTDs remain a priority for our leaders. I know that several speakers will bring forward new commitments to our fight, which I thank them for in advance. Finally, I wish to acknowledge and thank all stakeholders, including academia, civil society, private sector, and others who demonstrated their engagement to end malaria and NTDs. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. As you have heard, this summit has provided a historic moment for our leaders to renew commitments to endorse the Kigali Declaration and to mobilize a fully resourced global fund replenishment later this year. And so we are gathered here in beautiful Rwanda at a tremendous moment to push forward together as a global community and indeed as the Commonwealth family. We are deeply indebted to our next speaker. Where do I begin? Is it his tireless efforts in bringing us all here? Or is it for the incredible display of hospitality, true friendship, and distinct leadership? It is my singular pleasure to introduce our host and the chair of the 26th Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. Please give a very hearty welcome to His Excellency, the President of Rwanda, Paul Kagame.
Royal Highness, Excellencies, WHO Director General, Mrs. Melinda Gates, co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, BioNTech CEO, Professor Wigur Shahin, senior government officials, global health advocates, business leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, a good afternoon to you and welcome to Kigali. Thank you for the comprehensive report we have just had. Clearly, a lot has been accomplished during this summit. I want us to take a moment to appreciate the extraordinary coalition that has come together in this room. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, who is also the patron of Malaria No More. Melinda Gates, whose foundation, in many ways, is the engine of global health progress. Mr. Tedros, whose extraordinary leadership of the World Health Organization is known to us all. Minister Shakbut of the United Arab Emirates, and Minister Assata Tarsar of Senegal, who represent the commitment of governments to tackle these diseases together. Professor Ugo Sahin, CEO of BioNTech, with a major commitment to developing and manufacturing mRNA vaccines in Africa. And of course, all of you in the activist and scientific community who have ensured that malaria and neglected tropical diseases get the attention they deserve. I therefore congratulate the organizers. Uniting to combat neglected tropical diseases, malaria no more. And the RBM Partnership to End Malaria. This week, the Commonwealth will commit to working towards ending the malaria pandemic by 2030. We will need your support to make this happen. One key action item is to support the Global Fund's 7th replenishment. Today, we are also endorsing the Kigali Declaration on Neglected Tropical Diseases. Alongside the WHO's Neglected Tropical Diseases Roadmap to 2030, we have a clear action plan. I am pleased that the WHO has recently confirmed that sleeping sickness has been eradicated in Rwanda. But we still have much more to do. Ensuring that all African countries mobilize the domestic financial resources required for quality health care is a priority for the African Union and our partners. If there is one thing the pandemic has taught us, it is that together, through coordinated and collaborative action, we can achieve much more. Thank you for your kind attention, and once again, most welcome to our country, to our capital, Kigali.
Please rise. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, sir. Thank you. Thank you. This summit is a summit of firsts, and here's the first for you. It is the first royal visit to Rwanda. Yes, and we are delighted that on this inaugural trip, our next speaker would join us for this very event. His presence here is proof that the millions in our Commonwealth who are struggling with malaria and NTDs are seen and they are heard, and that we are determined to beat this together. Would you please help me welcome to Rwanda and onto this stage, His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales.
President, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am most touched to have been asked to join you here today at such a pivotal time in our history. And if I may, I would like to express my deep gratitude to President Kagame and all those who have contributed to making this summit happen so that we can drive our collective energy even further forward. Human health, planetary health, and economic health are fundamentally interconnected. And the past 2.5 years have seen the world battle an unprecedented global pandemic that has, and in many ways continues, to impact the lives, livelihoods, and economies of communities right around the world. At the same time, climate change is causing the length of the malaria transmission season to increase in many parts of the globe. A recent study from the London School of Health and Tropical Medicine showed that if global mean temperatures continue to rise to 3.7 degrees Celsius by the end of the century, an additional 4.7 billion people could be living in areas at risk of malaria and dengue transmission. So here, the Commonwealth has a vital role to play. As President of Malaria No More UK, and building on this and last CHOGM summit, I continue to support our collective ambition to halve malaria by 2023. We must also acknowledge that the burden of neglected tropical diseases is also a hugely important issue. Such diseases are endemic in 46 of the Commonwealth's 54 countries, thereby representing 2/3 of the world's burden. So I very much welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the declaration that has been launched today. While we have achieved so much in the malaria campaign since 2000, I'm afraid that largely due to the COVID-19 pandemic, there remains a great amount to do if our ambitions are to be met. I can only hope, therefore, that today's meeting signals the necessary focus and prioritization of funding for novel therapeutic, prophylactic, and vaccine strategies against malaria. For example, I understand that the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria reported that 188 million mosquito nets were distributed in 2020, a 17% increase compared to 2019, despite COVID-19. And there is a wider hope. We now have more valuable assets at our disposal than ever before. For example, the first WHO-approved vaccine, new nets, and modern communications tools to monitor our progress and fight against complacency. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these efforts take bold ambition, concerted action on the ground with communities and partnerships across borders. And here, if I may say so, it is really inspiring to see so many Commonwealth leaders talking to one another to ensure that life-saving medical, material and preventative supply chains can keep flowing across our borders. Similarly, we know that this is a battle that is fought on the ground in local communities and by citizens themselves. In this regard, we acknowledge and give particular thanks for the tireless efforts of community health and prevention workers who each make who each make such an important difference. And I thought there'd be quite a lot of you in the audience today, because you really are absolutely crucial and critical to this battle. So I hope this summit will give you some encouragement. So as we emerge from the pandemic, 2022 must be a turning point. Post-COVID-19, the world is paying greater attention to infectious diseases, and we must capitalize on this to provide proper support to prepare for and respond to infectious disease outbreaks. It is most encouraging to see that leaders of the Commonwealth will discuss and pledge their support for this campaign and are committed to work towards ending the epidemic of malaria by 2030. I very, very much welcome this determination and that we are not turning our back on a job unfinished. After all, ladies and gentlemen, the Commonwealth is uniquely placed to help the world in this effort. We need only recall the Commonwealth's commitment in 1987 to end polio and how close we are now to reaching that goal, even if we have faced setbacks over the years. We can achieve the same with malaria. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these are challenges that affect us all as one people living on one planet. Therefore, to solve them for present and future generations, we all have a responsibility to come together to accelerate action and the scaling of solutions. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. His Royal Highness will be leaving us, but allow us to express our gratitude for joining us for this summit. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please do have your seats. Well, we were graced by her presence this morning, and how blessed we really are to have her join us again. Would you help me welcome onto the stage award-winning author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. When my daughter was born, I told myself that I will try very hard to make sure she did not get malaria before she turned 6. I had read somewhere that children are a little bit more resilient to illness after the age of 6. Because I knew how terrible malaria had been in my own childhood, I didn't want her to suffer as I had. So every day I would very meticulously spray her skin with insect repellent, her ears, her toes, her neck. And so instead of those deliciously innocent scent of babies, like fresh talcum and lavender, my daughter smelled of insect repellent. I often examined the mosquito window netting, checking for holes. A frequent refrain that friends and family heard from me when they visited our Lagos home was, "Mechu's also maka mosquito." Shut the door quickly because of mosquitoes. My daughter will turn 7 this October, and she has never had malaria. This, for me, is a very tiny example of what can be achieved when we put our minds to it. I remember a cousin telling me it didn't matter what I did, that my daughter would get malaria because, well, everyone gets malaria. Malaria is so common that we think we have to have it. But we don't have to. Malaria can disappear from our lives forever. Malaria has been eliminated in 40 countries so far, with China being the 40th this year. But for us in many parts of Africa, it has not. And malaria is not the only disease which needlessly plagues millions of lives. Many gains have been made in the fight against malaria, but we must keep pushing to the final finish because this parasite is very clever, which is why malaria has existed on Earth as long as we humans have. Now is the time for the final push. Now is the time for faith and for hope. Because to believe that we can end malaria and neglected tropical diseases is an act of hope. There is nothing more important to the human spirit than hope. To have hope is to know that a future will be better than the present. It is to actively believe in a future. We have the knowledge. What we need now is leadership. Leaders who believe, leaders who have hope. It is easy to ask, if we can eradicate this, and if all we need is leadership, then why haven't we? It is not because leaders are bad people who want malaria and diseases to continue to ravage this continent. It is because leadership is difficult. It is about making choices, about challenges to budgets, about deciding what to make a priority. We must make ending malaria and other tropical diseases a priority because we know it can be done. We know malaria kills. It is catastrophic when a person dies of an illness, but there is an added pain and poignancy when that person dies of a disease that is completely curable. Across this beautiful continent of ours, so many children have died of malaria. Those children did not have to die. Imagine what we have lost as a community, as a continent, as a people. So many voices forever silenced, so much talent forever unused, so many ideas unformed, so much progress unmade. Still, a disease does not have to kill to have a profoundly debilitating effect on individual lives and on economies. The labor lost to the lethargy of malaria, the lack of faith and hope, the resignation that so many people like my cousin have who believe that malaria is inevitable. We cannot create a perfect world, but we can create one that is much better than what we have now. Malaria and other neglected diseases have blighted our past and continue to diminish our present. We've had enough. We must refuse to let these diseases steal our future. And thinking of this makes me remember my beloved father's words. My father was a professor of statistics. I have never liked mathematics. And once I took practice exam papers to my father, and I complained about all of the problems that I could not solve. And he said to me, "Show me the problems that you can solve." And I did. And then he said, "When you get into the exam, first go through and solve what you are sure that you can solve, and then afterwards go back to the others and try solving them before your time is up." Our world today is bruised and battered by COVID. We are still learning about COVID, and it is of course imperative that we understand COVID. But we already understand malaria and other neglected tropical diseases. We can solve them. Sometimes it is an act of courage to believe that something that can be solved can in fact be solved. We need courage. If we eradicate malaria and other tropical diseases, our health clinics would be strengthened and would be able to focus on the things we do not fully know, on other diseases we do not yet fully understand. Because sadly, other pandemics will come in the future. It feels wrong, morally wrong, to know that we live in a modern world of self-driving cars and drones and visits to space, and yet these ancient diseases, these diseases that we know can be conquered because they have been conquered in different parts of the world, are still killing so many people in the Commonwealth. This is the time to show what can happen with a collective will. And it has to be collective because mosquitoes and those diseases do not recognize borders. We can, indeed, in the most literal sense, not only change the world, but change the world on a truly magnificent scale. Imagine what we would unleash across the Commonwealth, across this beautiful continent, if we eradicated malaria and other tropical diseases. We can craft a new future for our people. It can be done in our lifetime. We can make history as the generation that finally rid the world of these terrible diseases. And now is the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chimamanda, for that reminder. It takes courage to save lives. Somebody who knows a great deal about changing lives is our next speaker. As the co-chair of the world's largest private foundation and also as an advocate for women's equality, Melinda Gates has been consistently ranked as one of the world's most powerful women by Forbes. And she is using that power to do a whole lot of good, and we are delighted to have her. Would you please help me welcome onto the stage the co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Melinda Gates.
Well, thank you, President Kagame, for hosting all of us here, welcoming us to the summit, but really for your leadership and your foresight, not just for Rwanda, but for the rest of the continent as well. We're so pleased to be here at CHOGM and to have this summit run alongside it because of its importance. So I also want to say warm greetings to all of the dignitaries and partners who are here in this room today. I am so happy to be back on the continent of Africa again, and it feels like an absolute honor to be here with all of you. Now, as I look out at this distinguished crowd, I'm reminded that there's one really important face that's missing. Dr. Mele Chela. She was at the World Health Organization as the director for many years of neglected tropical diseases, and she passed away earlier this year. And what I want you to know about Dr. Mele Chela was she wasn't just committing to ending diseases that are neglected. She worked tirelessly to make sure she was reaching the people who were most often affected by these diseases, and the people who are most overlooked. And I know that in this same spirit, it's what guides so many of us here in this room today. Now, over the past few decades, it's been really inspiring to see the way that leaders have come together to combat both malaria and neglected tropical diseases. Multilateral organizations, donor nations, pharmaceutical companies, and most of all, leaders across Africa and around the world, from government officials and health workers to advocates and amazing scientists. Thanks to these efforts, malaria deaths have been cut in half. Also, the number of people requiring treatment for NTDs has fallen by 300 million. That's staggering. Guinea worm has gone from infecting more than 3 million people a year to only 15. And no, I didn't make a mistake. Not 15,000, not 1,500, just 15 people in the last year were affected by guinea worm. And as you heard earlier, here in Rwanda, sleeping sickness has been completely eliminated. So this progress that we're talking about, it's remarkable. It's possible. It gives us reason, as Chimamanda says, for hope. It reminds us that when we come together, we can do something great. But we also have to be realistic that progress has stalled because of the last 2 years of COVID-19. So funding for malaria and NTDs has plateaued. Unfortunately, malaria deaths are rising. And while we have these amazing new tools and treatments which are emerging literally in the months ahead, they may not reach those who need them the most. So it means we all have to do more. And when I say we, I mean all of us in this room. There is absolutely no nation and no organization that can do this work alone. So for our part at the Gates Foundation, we're stepping up our commitment and we're pledging $140 million over the next 4 years to support African institutions in fighting malaria. Despite how devastating COVID-19 has been, I think one of the things we all came to realize as a community is that we have got to put Africans first, and that scientists as partners and leaders. So we will also be announcing that with our African partners and the institutions that are fighting malaria, we're going to launch a new philanthropic fund with 2 other partners in collaboration against neglected tropical diseases. That is the Children's Investment Fund Foundation and the ALMA Philanthropies. They're both going to come into that fund. So in memory of Dr. Mele Chela, who understood what's possible when women and girls lead, she understood the resilience of women. She understood the women female scientists. She understood the women on the front line and how ingenious they were about giving messages and solutions to communities. So we're going to partner with the WHO to support a program to develop women leaders to combat NTDs. We're calling on world leaders to take 2 important actions. One, we're asking everyone here in this room to endorse the Kigali Declaration on NTDs. By 2030, we can eliminate NTDs in 100 countries. And second, we're asking everyone to increase their commitment to the Global Fund. If the Global Fund hits its $18 billion target, if the Global Fund hits its $18 billion replenishment target, malaria cases will fall by 2/3 by 2026. With this support, Africans and their partners can accelerate health R&D. They can use the smart tools and systems they have to track diseases and deliver treatments tailored to each community. They can strengthen the primary health care systems that save lives. And through it all, in the spirit of Dr. Mele Chela, we can make sure that the focus stays on those who are too often left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Very shortly, we'll be hearing from various heads of state and government who have so graciously joined us. But first, we are very grateful to have the scientific community with us today. We rely on their expertise to make millions safer, healthier, and in some cases, to give them a brand new lease on life. Founded by scientists and physicians, BioNTech believes in scientific rigor and passion, and so do we. So please help me welcome to the stage its CEO, Professor Ugur Sahin.
Excellencies, Head of States and Governments, distinguished guests, dear colleagues. About a year ago, we started our mRNA-based Eradicate Malaria project. It has two simple goals. The first goal is to develop a well-tolerated and highly effective mRNA-based malaria vaccine with a durable protective immunity. The second goal of this project is, once approved, ensure a sustainable manufacturing and supply of mRNA vaccines from the African continent. Allow me to shortly explain the project. Why now? Now, because of the slowing of the progress in malaria eradication. Despite the success of the last decades in the eradication of malaria in many regions of the world, we are seeing that we are reaching limits what can be achieved with imperfect prevention tools. The second is a positive reason. It's the emerging understanding of malaria biology and immunology, and it's also the reason why we are engaged in this project. We can build on decades of malaria research funded by international organizations like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and we can rely on the first understanding that immunological mechanisms could be useful to prevent malaria with the first approved vaccine and with antibodies showing preventive activity. So the question is, why us? As a company founded by medical doctors, the health of an individual one is what drives us. We are committed to bringing our innovations to those who need them. Thus, malaria is an obvious mission to us. Our mRNA technology has allowed development of an effective vaccine against a pandemic disease. Its flexibility, speed, production scales, and ease of supply may have a great impact on global health. We will deploy the best science and work in partnership to achieve these ambitious but attainable goals. So what is our vision? Our vision aligns with the WHO's strategic view and aims to develop a highly effective Plasmodium falciparum blood stage infection prevention vaccine that at an individual level prevents disease and death and onwards transmission. We are immunologists. We believe that there is plenty room to develop an improved vaccine. We will not only test the vaccines and antigens which have been used previously, but also use new antigens. We aim to discover new antigens that can help us to attack the virus not only before entering the liver stage, but also in the liver stage. We want to start clinical trials by the end of this year. We had in the meantime tested more than 80 candidates and identified the first candidate for clinical testing. We have a date for starting our clinical trial, but we do not define a date for the vaccine to be ready. We want to develop a truly effective vaccine. If necessary, we shall iterate, and if required, we will identify new antigens. Rest assured that the power of the scientific excellence and the will of our teams at BioNTech made a difference, and I believe that this success can be repeated for malaria. And we will be prepared for success. It is clear to us that a potential future malaria vaccine must be produced in Africa for Africa. Here, by the end of this year, we plan to have a setup of our first state-of-the-art mRNA vaccine factory. Our BioNTainers are high-end, fully digitalized, modular mRNA manufacturing facilities, allowing to produce up to 100 million vaccine doses per year. We anticipate that we can start manufacturing of first mRNA vaccines here in Rwanda end of 2023. Similar modular vaccine factories are planned to be established in Senegal and South Africa. We believe that these are ambitious goals, but I personally believe that goals must be ambitious to be attractive. Sometimes an ambitious goal is easier to achieve than a non-ambitious one. We will do our work in a collaborative manner. We are currently supported by world-class experts in malaria, by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, by the Kenneth Foundation, by the European Union, by the African Union, by national regulatory authorities, by the WHO, and many others. I would like to thank our team and these partners for their continued support.
Your Excellencies, distinguished members of the Commonwealth, our unity, our shared values and aspirations couldn't be more critical. At this unprecedented moment in human history, it is only the continued steadfastness in our convictions that can safeguard our future. And that commitment couldn't be clearer than what you're about to hear. Let me now introduce to the stage our leaders who will articulate this for all of us. Please help me welcome first on stage His Excellency the President of Botswana, President Mokgweetsi Masisi.
Your Excellencies, heads of government and distinguished guests, Mrs. Melinda Gates, Dr. Tedros, Director General of WHO. It gives me enormous pleasure to be here to share with you and confirm to you Botswana's commitment to ending malaria and to addressing comprehensively neglected tropical diseases. The reasoning for it and the rationale for so doing has been amplified by previous speakers, but I'd like to re-emphasize it from the perspective of Botswana. We have spent consistently for most of the years of our independence, which are just over 50, in excess of 20% of our budget on health. In spending on health, we have built what we believe are resilient health systems, and we continue to improve the efficiencies of such with support of partners such as WHO, so that we are in a better position to respond to pandemics, including to fight against malaria and NTDs to yield healthier populations. We know that in 2018, the Commonwealth committed to halve malaria across the Commonwealth by the year 2023 and eliminating blinding trachoma by 2020. Botswana, for your information, has been put on the WHO category of countries for malaria elimination by the year 2025. Over the years, we have reduced the burden of malaria incidence from 10.07% per 1,000 people in year 2008 to now 0.3 per 1,000 in 2021. Parallel to that has been the significant reduction in case fatality rate from 9.99 to 6.72. The key interventions put in place include surveillance, enhancing and optimizing case detection and case management, optimizing vector control, as well as strengthened public health education. And yes, I'd have to agree with Melinda Gates, the women were right in the forefront of this. And working in partnership and collaboratively through cross-border initiatives. These key interventions aim at attaining the following key strategic objectives, which are achievement of universal coverage of appropriate preventive and treatment interventions for all populations at risk of malaria in all transmission areas, strengthen social behavior communication and community engagement, and strengthen capacity of the National Malaria Program for effective leadership and coordination of malaria elimination. With regard to neglected tropical diseases, Botswana recognizes the critical importance of investing in the fight against these diseases, restoring dignity and health to communities and individuals particularly affected by NTDs. Neglected tropical diseases continue to disproportionately affect impoverished communities, pushing them into deeper poverty and disability, a situation we can no longer ignore. As a country, we acknowledge that though there has been significant reduction in the number of cases registered over the years, to remain on track, the country conducted a rapid assessment of trachoma in 2019 in one district with the view of expanding such survey to fully quantify the extent of the problem through the support of site savers. We do acknowledge that the consequence of NTDs stretch beyond the health sector, greatly denting our economies, particularly of African countries, and that the suffering of our people is unnecessary. However, one notes with concern that over the years, neglected tropical diseases have seen a gradual reduction in funding. But refreshing it is this afternoon to hear the announcement of this new funding. To conclude, one must note that the COVID-19 pandemic resulted in a disruption of primary care services, which included advancing preventive interventions for both malaria and NTDs. We call on and ask for support for building resilient healthcare systems through the revitalization of primary health care, which is appropriate. And I urge leaders of the Commonwealth to avail more resources to be committed to this agenda as we build back better. And it's always best to begin with your own domestic resources. We say this with the conviction of the experience we have in Botswana, where we did it, and we will continue to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please help me welcome on the stage now His Excellency Dr. Philip Mpango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, first I wish to convey fraternal greetings from Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Her Excellency wishes this summit great success. Allow me also to thank the government of Rwanda for convening this summit to review the progress made since our 2018 commitment to halve malaria across the Commonwealth by 2023, eliminate blinding trachoma by 2020, and to combat other mosquito-borne diseases. Excellencies, efforts to achieve our commitment have been challenged by the onset of the COVID-19. The pandemic placed an extra burden on health systems, and in particular in countries with fragile health systems like Tanzania, on top of the existing threats to public health, especially malaria and other NTDs. However, Tanzania was encouraged in 2021 when the World Health Organization endorsed a malaria vaccine that has proved to significantly reduce malaria in young children. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is very important that our recovery plans to strengthen public health systems include robust action to end malaria and neglected tropical diseases. In Tanzania, we have, in cooperation with our partners, been able to scale up coverage of malaria vector control and case management interventions. As a result, Tanzania has experienced a marked reduction in malaria prevalence to hypoendemicity level. In recent years, Zanzibar and 5 regions of mainland Tanzania, which account for about 16% of Tanzania's population, have been able to reduce malaria prevalence to less than 1% and target to reach zero malaria by 2025. Among the major interventions that were implemented include indoor residual spraying by using blanket spraying, real-time monitoring by using smartphones, and strengthening malaria diagnostics. Tanzania is also currently implementing a 5-year national malaria strategic plan, 2021 to 2025, aiming at reducing average malaria prevalence to less than 3.5% in 2025 from 7.5% in 2017, and eventually eliminate malaria by 2030. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, besides malaria, neglected tropical diseases constitute a significant public health challenge in Tanzania, with over 29 million people requiring treatment of at least one NTD. To address this challenge, Tanzania integrated the coordination and implementation of 5 preventive chemotherapy NTDs control and elimination activities, including mass drug administration, health education, and morbidity management. In addition, Tanzania is currently implementing a 5-year strategic master plan to the Neglected Tropical Diseases Control Program 2021 to 2026, which aim at sustaining the gains made to control and eliminate NTDs and scale up disease monitoring and surveillance. As a result of these interventions, we have, in collaboration with our partners, been able to attain full geographical coverage for mass drug administration in all of our districts. Transmission assessment and surveys indicate significant decline in prevalence of all the 5 NTDs. The number of districts requiring mass treatment against trachoma has declined from 71 in 2012 to only 9 by February 2022. And the number of people requiring surgical interventions for trachoma has declined from 167,000 in 2012 to 13,401 by February 2022. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, in conclusion, the United Republic of Tanzania reiterates its commitment to scale up malaria and NTDs responses. We call for partnership and heightened stakeholder collaboration to increase investment in preventive measures, diagnostic testing, treatment and disease surveillance, as well as harnessing innovation and expanding research in order to accelerate our pace to meet the 2018 commitment. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, sir. And now, His Excellency Sheikh Shakbut bin Nahyan Al Nahyan, Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the United Arab Emirates.
Guests, partners, and delegates, a warm welcome to you all. I would like to start by thanking His Excellency President Paul Kagame and the government of Rwanda for the generous hospitality and our esteemed partners at the RBM Partnership to End Malaria. Malaria No More and Uniting to Combat NTDs for convening global champions of disease elimination here in Kigali today. On behalf of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates, it is a privilege to gather with you at the Kigali Summit on Malaria and NTDs. Today marks a significant milestone and other step forward in our journey to end diseases that impact daily lives and futures of millions of vulnerable people around the world. The UAE has been a committed partner on this journey since 1990, when our nation's founder, the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, partnered with the former US President Jimmy Carter on a campaign to eradicate a parasitic disease that was causing devastation across a large part of Africa, guinea worm disease. We are proud to continue Sheikh Zayed's legacy today by signing the Kigali Declaration on NTDs and to reaffirm the commitment of our President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, to ending NTDs and malaria. Thanks to the guidance of our wise leadership and the unwavering support of our valued partners, we have seen incredible progress. We join the international community in celebrating the 46 countries that have eliminated at least one NTD. The year we celebrated a historic low of just 15 cases of guinea worm disease in 2021. And thanks to a decades-long effort by the government of Niger and international partners and recent support from Reaching the Last Mile Fund. An initiative championed by His Highness, Niger is poised to eliminate river blindness, a first for Africa. We have also been encouraged by progress against malaria through the work of the Global Fund and the RBM Partnership to End Malaria. The UAE continues to support these efforts while also piloting new innovations to ensure their sustainability, like our Forecasting Healthy Futures initiative, which works to integrate climate considerations into national malaria policies. We have also been encouraged. We also have come so far on this journey together We know that there is still some way to go, and the last mile is most challenging. The next stage of our journey will require innovations to accelerate our work, sustained investment to build resilient health systems, and increased collaboration. Today, the UAE reaffirms on our belief that no one should suffer from a preventable disease. And as we look forward to the next Reaching the Last Mile Forum, we commit to pursuing innovative solutions and long-term partnerships that can accelerate the path to ending NTDs and malaria. Together, we can reach the last mile and secure a safer future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage Honorable Dr. Osagi Ehanire, Federal Minister of Health for the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Your Excellencies, Honourable Ministers, the Director General of the World Health Organization, the co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Osagi Ehanire. I am delivering this speech on behalf of His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I'm delighted to be at this summit on malaria and neglected tropical diseases, convened as part of the agenda of the 26th Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting here in Kigali, which invites leaders to rededicate themselves to tackling the scourge of malaria and neglected tropical diseases, NTDs, still posing significant public health challenges to the global community. Your Excellency, is a theme which is unlock the potential, ending malaria and NTDs to build a safer world, calls for multi-sectoral and multilateral collaboration among governments, funding and implementing partners, research institutions, the private sector, civil society, and affected communities to reinvigorate our approach to malaria and NTD program implementation. Estimates of the persons in the WHO Africa region contracting malaria is still in hundreds of millions, while fatalities are still in hundreds of thousands, the greatest toll being on pregnant women and under 5-year-old children. With regard to neglected tropical diseases, Africa bears more than half the global burden, estimated at over 1 billion in 149 countries. Nigeria has made progress in tackling NTD across the board, including the elimination of Guinea worm. But we are also promoting the inclusion of NOMA, otherwise known as Cancrum oris, in the list of NTD. It is therefore important to join forces to end this double disease burden by urgently scaling up innovation and deployment of new tools while advocating for equitable access to tools for prevention and treatment. The journey to end NTDs has been defined by partnerships among a wide range of stakeholders. In 2012, the world's biggest public-private partnership, which included industry partners, donor countries, private philanthropy, research institutions, civil society, came together to commit to the first WHO roadmap as part of the London Declaration on NTDs, which paved the way for development of the Kigali Declaration. The Kigali Declaration, built on the London Declaration, put individuals and communities at the center of response and focused on an 8-point agenda which committed governments to accountability, integration of NTDs with other health programs, increase in domestic resource mobilization, innovative practices in diagnosis and medicine supply, transparency, and monitoring program implementation. This partnership can be expanded with affected communities still at the center to meet the UN's Sustainable Development Goal and achieve goals endorsed by member states in the WHO NTD 2021 to 2030 roadmap. The 2021 World Malaria Report found many endemic countries not quite on track to meet the WHO Global Technical Strategy target to reduce malaria infection and deaths by 90% or more by 2030. The country-led high burden to high impact approach launched in 2018 by WHO and the RBM Partnership was adopted by Nigeria and should reignite the pace. It is in furtherance of this that the establishment of a high-level multi-sectoral End Malaria Council has been approved to ensure domestic and public-private resource mobilization and keep malaria high on our political agenda. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic, Nigeria managed to deliver on commitments made at the London Kagame Malaria Summit in 2018, which included securing $300 million from the World Bank, and the Islamic Development Bank to cover essential malaria programs and to strengthen primary health care in those states previously without external financing, which clearly demonstrates Nigerian government's commitment. I note that across Africa, similar commitments have been made and strong country leadership has been demonstrated. However, more support from our partners, especially our external partners, will be required. With the 2022 Global Fund replenishment at hand, US $18 million is required to ensure we get back on track for HIV, TB, and malaria programs, and to support resilient health system strengthening for our sustainability plan. I urge friends and partners to show global solidarity and back this ambitious endeavor. I'm pleased to say my country has recorded gains in reducing the burden of malaria at NTDs and averting millions of malaria infections and deaths, as reported in the 2021 World Malaria Report. In spite of COVID-19-induced restrictions, Nigeria distributed over 17 million long-lasting insecticide-treated nets for vector control. LLIN prevents not only malaria, but also NTDs transmitted by mosquito vectors. To protect against malaria in our seasonal malaria chemoprevention strategy, we were able to scale up beneficiaries from 9 million to 21 million, and 9 million in 2021 to 23 million children. Your Excellencies, the opportunity to renew commitment to continue investing in NTDs and malaria prevention, control, and elimination is here. I call on Commonwealth leaders, countries affected by these ancient ailments, and our development partners to join hands on the path to disease elimination and achievement of universal health coverage, and, of course, the Sustainable Development Goals. This will unlock the potentials of many countries to fend for themselves and to build a better world. I also believe that we speak for our brother and sister African leaders in assuring of 100% commitment to end NTD and to rid Africa, to rid our continent of disease. I thank you all for your attention.
When it comes to fighting neglected tropical diseases, the commitment of the pharmaceutical industry starts at the highest levels of leadership.
Our companies have resolved to combat these preventable and treatable diseases and to ensure that they are no longer neglected, but prioritized.
Because we've seen how individual lives and livelihoods are disrupted by neglected tropical diseases, our commitment also runs deep.
We've made just incredible progress, positively impacting the lives of so many people and their families around the world.
We are proud to stand with the broader community, the governments, universities, organizations, and individuals around the world.
45 countries have eliminated at least one neglected tropical disease, and Rwanda, our host country, is one of the latest countries to have eliminated sleeping sickness as a public health problem.
We celebrate these successes and recognize that there's still more work to be done.
By endorsing the Kigali Declaration, as well as committing $250 million to discover new treatments against these diseases, we reaffirm our commitment to end neglected tropical disease and malaria.
It has supplied over 2 billion DC tablets at price zero to 29 countries for lymphatic filariasis elimination, and we are committed to improving healthcare disparities by working with various partners to end NTDs.
GSK's medicine helps to prevent and treat 2 of these diseases. Since 1999, we've been able to supply over 10 billion tablets to endemic countries.
Much more needs to be done still, which is why I renew Merck's pledge to provide up to 250 million tablets of our medicine per year to tackle schistosomiasis in Africa until elimination has been achieved.
Pfizer is committed to fighting trachoma, and we are proud to announce an extension of our commitment to donate Zithromax through 2030.
For 21 years, Sanofi has partnered with the WHO through financial support and drug donations to eliminate sleeping sickness, and continue to work towards developing a novel, single-dose treatment moving forward to eliminate this disease.
We are proud to have donated more than 2 billion doses of our intestinal worms medicine to help countless children in need. And we are working tirelessly and collaboratively to help advance the science needed to beat NTDs like dengue and leprosy.
Today, as representatives of the pharmaceutical industry,
we are recommitting our long-established efforts
and our collaboration with countries and partners
to control and eliminate neglected tropical diseases.
We are 100% committed to achieving this goal.
This summit is about people. We're here for people. And so it's only fitting that we now begin this next part of our program with the community that is most affected by malaria and NTDs. Our first guest is Mr. Tawanda Hodza, a community representative who will speak to us from personal experience as one of the millions of people still affected by and at risk from malaria and NTDs. Welcome, Mr. Hodza.
Distinguished head of state, royalty, ministers and friends, it is an honor to speak before you today. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me and hear my story. My name is Emson Tawanda Hodza. I'm just one. This is my story. I am from Zimbabwe, aged 46 years of age. I have suffered both malaria and elephantiasis. My problem started in 2014, 1st of May, when my leg got swollen. I got fever, muscle ache, and piercing in my bones. I went to the local clinic but only got painkillers. There was no medication for my condition. After 4 years living in pain, my wife ran away, leaving 3 children with me. The reason was because I was not able to work for the family. I cannot stand for a long time while working. I'm still unable to work and living with my family. While no one in the community give me assistance. In pain, I still have to fend my family, looking for food, school fees, uniforms, and grow crops for sale, which is difficult in my condition. I would be happy if someone helped me and get my leg normal. The condition is not something I would like to see. I would like to see someone suffering from it. The community call it the elephant man, while health personnel do not even know what to do when it gets this far. There are 1.7 billion people around the world looking for who are like me, having suffered or suffer or likely to suffer from neglected tropical disease. That is nearly 1 in 5 on this beautiful planet. Half of the world is at risk on malaria. That's billions of people whose potential goes unrealized because we do not have a will or the resources to treat people like me. We cannot allow so many billions of people in the world to continue to suffer from preventable and treated disease. We need you, distinguished members, to listen, but more than listen, we need you with the great powers that you have to change our lives, help us unlock the potential of the people like me. We need you to act. We need you to commit to the people, to be committed to the people around the world who are suffering or who suffer from this disease. When billions of people around the world are forgotten because they suffer from this disease and don't have access to health care, clean water, sanitation, we know that the time to make change is come. Let this be the moment when we take the decisive action that is required to address these diseases, to change so many lives, to achieve the targets set out in the Sustainable Development Goals. We need you to act. We need you to endorse and commit to the Kigali Declaration and to mobilize fully resources to save millions from malaria and NTDs. We need you to work alongside people like me around the world who are suffering or who will suffer from this disease. We must work together to create a better, safer world for everyone. Thank you for listening to my neglected plea. It's never too late to act. Now is the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your courage to tell your story. Thank you for using your voice to advocate for others. Thank you for your call to action. We hear you. Well, as we say here in Africa, it takes a village. NTD work cannot be done alone. Through the support of various civil society and charitable groups, countless people have received life-saving drugs and access to information. Now, one such group is Mission to Save the Helpless. It's a non-governmental organization, and it complements efforts by government by improving the quality of life for poor and rural people through their advocacy and through provision of services to the underprivileged. Please help me welcome its Executive Director onto the stage, Dr. Francisca Olamiju.
Your Excellency, Director General of WHO, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, the media, good day. First, I would like to join others to thank the government and good people of Rwanda for inviting us to this beautiful country. Thank you so much for hosting us. We felt good since the time we arrived here. I'd like to start by telling you how I got here, and I remained in this group as a civil society activist. In 1995, when I was serving my country, Nigeria, as a young girl, doing national youth service in one of the states in Nigeria called Taraba. I was working with an international organization called Afrique. One of the days, we were traveling to the highest point in Nigeria, Gembu. On our way, we passed a village in Gashaka area, LGA, if you know Nigeria a little bit. And as we were going, we saw a lot of blind people. At the sight of oncoming vehicle, they didn't leave the road. And the driver had to horn to get them off the road. And I asked my boss that was traveling with me, why are these people on the road? And he told me, they are blind. Actually, Franca, we are passing the village of the blind. I said, so we have village of the blind? He said, yes, we do. These are people that have been blind due to river blindness. You get to the communities, you find father, mother, 2, 3, 4 children, all blind. If you search the history, you will know about Garbabi, you will know about Shimbo. The leader of that organization said there should never be anything like this again in the world. So when we finished that journey, I wasn't happy. I got back, we put together a documentary to tell the story that there are people going blind and there is a solution because there is available medicine to make sure they don't go blind. We put together that documentary. When I finished my youth service in 1 year, I was told that Afrique had left. And I asked myself, what will become of these blind people? Are we going to have generations that will continue to go blind? I made up my mind to say no. I'm going to have this documentary shared with everybody that can listen and understand the story. Many thanks to General T.Y. Danjuma, the T.Y. Danjuma Foundation, that believed in this vision. He understood the story and he committed to it. We mobilized resources, and that was what gave back to Mitosat. Mitosat started work just in one state. Now we support 6 states in Nigeria with NTD elimination. Many thanks to our donors and partners that are here. We have the End Fund, we have Site Savers, we have other partners, we have the pharmaceutical company. Thank you all for supporting us. with this story because I got here, I remained here for the past 25 years. But today, I'm representing the civil society organization, the non-governmental organization that have been fighting against neglected tropical diseases and malaria. We are 100% committed to this elimination effort. We must, and we are committed to eliminating these two diseases. You know why? We, as a civil society organization, we work with governments at all levels, at the federal, at the state, at the local government, and we implement where? At the community level. We know who are the volunteers. We know the CDDs. We know the volunteers. We know those that distribute the nets. And we understand the burden of the disease, and we work with them. And we are committed to eliminating these two diseases, neglected tropical diseases, malaria, to have a safer world. I must say, as civil society organizations, or NGOs as we are called, non-governmental development organizations, we understand the burden. We know what has been done because we were involved. But beside that, we know what is yet to be done. We understand where we're going as partners, and we make that commitment, 100% commitment, as civil society representative here, to say we are committed to the elimination of malaria and neglected tropical diseases. Finally, before I end my speech, we would like to say that we are all committed, but beyond that, we ask our leaders to please walk the talk. That has been said all over here today, but we need to walk the talk. We would like you to help us get to the target. Work together to mobilize the resources required to meet the target and to end these diseases. Once again, we thank you all for your commitment and your support. CSOs, we are committed 100%. Thank you all. God bless you.
I've had many honors today, and here's another. It is an honor to welcome a man who is leading the fight on the ongoing pandemic, an ally in our corner. Please help me welcome the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus.
When you're the last speaker, all who have spoken before you could speak or could say whatever you wanted to say. So what do? I just say thank you and leave. I will try to say a few words, but I left my speech there, by the way, because it was all said. But I tried to prepare something. I would like to say Miwiriwi first. Amakuru. Muraho. Dagukunda Rwanda. Dagukunda. Dagukanda. You understand? So thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. So after my little Kinyarwanda, I will move into a few words. I will say a few words. But thank you for the opportunity first to President Kagame for inviting me and for hosting this very important event. Murakoze cyane. And congratulations also for the progress in malaria control in Rwanda. Congratulations also for the elimination of human African trypanosomiasis from Rwanda. And congratulations on the high coverage of COVID vaccination. I think single dose is 70%, double more than 60%. So contrary to what many want us to believe, high vaccination coverage in COVID can also be done in Africa, and Rwanda has shown it, and a number of countries, and I hope everybody will. Then, as you know, on malaria and NTDs, because of COVID, there are disruptions, and because of the disruptions, what we have gained the last few years, we're losing them now. So, as a result, we're off track from SDGs. I think even before COVID, it was the same, but now even more off track. So we need more commitment, more political commitment, more energy going forward. Then maybe a few areas where I believe we need to focus is, one, we have to focus on health promotion and disease prevention. That has to be at the center. And then for that to happen, building primary health care is important. So we should focus on building primary health care. Even the wealthiest countries were surprised by COVID because they haven't invested in their primary health care and in their public health. This is not just for, actually relatively, low-income countries were better prepared in terms of primary health care and public health. So investment in public health could really, in primary health care, will help us to fight malaria and NTDs in a better way. But the key is primary health care is not the institution alone or the facilities, but primary health care is closer to the community. And primary health care means community empowerment, community engagement, and especially involving the youth and making sure that the youth owns the programs. And I'm really glad to hear actually from Chido Mpemba, our youth envoy, African Union youth envoy, that we have a good number of youth representatives from Youth Combating NTDs, Malaria Youth Army, and also ALMA Youth Group. By the way, because we believe in WHO that the youth has to take responsibility and has to be engaged, not engaged as owner actually, we're establishing a youth council. And if I'm not wrong, Youth Combating NTD is one of the youth council members that's going to be working with WHO. So that's the other, the community ownership, especially with clear role of the youth, will help us to combat malaria and NTDs. When we talk about community ownership, one other focus area which I would like to underline is the focus on behavioral science. We normally neglect it, but that's actually central. It's our behavior which can have a significant impact in fighting malaria, NTDs, COVID, HIV, or whatever. So we have already established, as part of our transformation in WHO, a behavioral insight unit, and in every country, especially at the national level, the behavioral part should be considered seriously. Then the other thing I'd like to underline, maybe to make up and to be able to reach SDGs, is development of new tools, and this could include vaccines. And we have inaugurated today the mRNA hub here in Rwanda. That will not be just for COVID, but it can be for malaria, for cancer and other diseases as well. But I think Chimamanda was saying earlier, you have to start with the easy ones and then move, her father's advice. While developing new tools, we already have RTSS, a vaccine for malaria, and we have to invest in order to make use of the vaccine that's already at hand. Then the other important element we need to focus in order to catch up or compensate for the disruptions during COVID is the financing part. When I say financing, not only global or international financing, but domestic financing. When I say youth should be at the center, I think the youth should influence your governments in order to allocate more funding for health, and especially for the neglected, for malaria, and for the diseases that are a priority, especially in countries or in a continent like ours. So that is another focus we need to make. And finally, before, I think I have two things. One is on Mwele. As you know, part of my speech which I kept is just to read about Mwele. As you know, earlier this year, we lost a true NTD champion and a beloved member of our WHO family, our sister, Dr. Mwele Malesela. Mwele made an incredible contribution to the fight against NTDs. In her honor, we're therefore delighted to announce, as Melinda earlier said, together with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we're establishing the Mwele Malesela Mentorship Program for women in NTDs. The program will provide opportunities for African women working on NTDs to gain mentorship, leadership, training, skills building, and other opportunities. Mwele is no longer with us, but we hope that this program will help to produce many African women to carry forward her legacy. She has been an incredible colleague. She has been working with me closely in Geneva, by the way. We lost her, but continuing her legacy and carrying it forward will be important. And we're happy to partner with Melinda on this program. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank Melinda. Then the final is WHO is proud to endorse the Kigali Declaration. And we will do, and our speaker before me said, what's left is to walk the talk. Walk the talk. And thank you so much. And maybe a last word about Chimamanda. I was standing with her and my daughter, I told my daughter who was standing with me, and she was reading her book. That's why I told her. My daughter was reading Chimamanda's book. I will tell them if you don't mind, Chimamanda. And to Chimamanda, although everybody calls her Chimamanda, I called her Ngozi. And she said, you're the only one actually who calls me Ngozi. So the book she's reading is Purple Hibiscus from Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. And she told me, when my daughter told me about Chimamanda, she said, she's really, really cool. And that her TED talk was nice. And she was really proud of her heritage. My daughter is 15 years old, and I was so happy to hear, especially the last one, proud of her heritage. And I was proud of my daughter. Her name is Blen, that she was following her, actually. She was following her, and means my daughter is also proud of her heritage. I think we have to be proud of our heritage. We have to be proud of Africa, and we have to do everything to develop it. No? So that was our conversation with Ngozi Chimamanda. And thank you so much again. I'm the last speaker, so I didn't mind to take more time. But such a great honor. I listened to all speakers and learned a lot. And now it's time, as the speaker before me said, to walk the talk. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. Thank you and best of luck. We're not quite yet done, but like his daughter, I'm very pleased that I'll get a little help a little later on from an award-winning author. But first, what can I say about the incredible Sherrie Silver, a dancer and an award-winning choreographer who graced our stage earlier today? She has been personally affected by malaria. She joins us now with her story. Please welcome Sherrie Silver.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sherrie Silver. Some of you might have seen me here earlier in a whole different outfit, dancing, but I'm not doing that right now. I'm actually here to share with you briefly my malaria story. As you know, I'm a choreographer, creative director. I'm also United Nations EFAD advocate for rural youths, and I'm also someone that runs my own charity which helps children around Africa, including some of the ones you saw performing on stage earlier. My fight with malaria began when I was about 9 years old. I had my cousin, his name was Gayemba. We used to play. I remember sitting in a tree with him and him asking me if I had common sense, and I was still learning English and I didn't really know what that meant, but it always sticks with me. And so one day, my cousin Gayemba went to school, as you saw the story at the beginning of the performance, and then he came home and he didn't have his school bag on him and he was very weak. And everyone wondered what was wrong. So when he went to the hospital, we found out that he had malaria. And as you know, in Africa, malaria sometimes is seen as like a flu or a cold. It's just another thing that you're African, you have to deal with, which actually you don't have to deal with. And within about 2 days, my cousin Gayemba lost his life. He was a bright student, he was good behaved, and he was very smart. Malaria steals futures of children, and it is to be taken very seriously. And that's why when I was about 9 years old, I thought, you know what? Another child is not going to die of malaria. I am going to go and buy mosquito nets and I'm going to end world malaria. I thought by buying mosquito nets for everyone I could. I didn't have any money, so I started to bake these really badly shaped cakes and I sold them and people bought them, and I was able to buy, I think, about 20 mosquito nets. 20 mosquito nets at 9 years old? You think you're like a superhero. So I went around different villages just, giving them out, and people were so grateful. And I realized this piece of material is everything to somebody. And I realized as I grew up that I probably can't do this on my own. So now that I work as an ambassador for Malaria No More UK, it gives me hope that I have a platform which I can speak to leaders and encourage them to donate towards ending world malaria and ending neglected tropical diseases. So I truly believe, as I said at the beginning of our performance earlier, together today we can make that change, and that in 2030, we can completely eradicate malaria. Thank you.
Malaria, we're coming for you.
Twende Eliud, keep on running at them.
We have almost got them.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we gotta keep going. Keep the pressure on.
You take the middle, I'll attack.
Day or night?
There is nowhere to hide.
To the right, see my money dancing,
Paludisme, nous t'aurons.
We've got new moves. Last, we buy back.
See me dance my disco. All the guys and they dance calypso. Over there they do the conto. Dancing up, dancing up.
Malaria, we see you.
We know your game.
Dance, ay, ay, ay.
We're taking control. Who's boss now?
Malaria, you've met your match.
I can never defeat yours.
Malaria is on the defense, pressure coming in from all sides. The world is uniting with a new bag of tricks. Zero malaria is our goal, but how do we do that?
Thank you. For a final time, please help me welcome on the stage award-winning author and holding, is it 16 doctorates right now? It could possibly be 20 by the end of this summit. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie.
The Zero Malaria Starts With Me campaign has united and inspired a whole generation of young people from around the globe to reclaim their futures step into their potential and draw the line against malaria using the world's first malaria language, the Mundo, created by acclaimed Nigerian artist Laolu Shembajo, has grown line by line with young people adding their lines and personal messages to demonstrate their determination to end malaria. I am so honored to introduce a group of young leaders here today to deliver their message to world leaders in the hope that we can stand together, commit to ending this heartbreaking disease, and finally make zero malaria a reality.
We stand here today as civil society, scientists, creatives, community health workers, and youth advocates, representing the voices of young people around the world who are drawing the line against malaria. Too many lives are being lost due to malaria, and communities are being left behind. It is unacceptable that a child dies every minute. With greater accountability, political will, and investments, we can end malaria, protect those at risk, and our futures. Let us fight for what counts and invest in the Global Fund replenishment this September. $18 billion will ensure that we stay on track to achieve our goal of zero malaria and save millions of lives. As youth, we are united in our call for leaders to tap into the strength and commitment that we bring to the malaria fight. We are the generation that will end malaria. Your Excellencies, we count on your support to achieve zero malaria in our lifetime. Zero malaria starts with me, zero malaria starts with you, and zero malaria starts with us all. Thank you.
It's completely ridiculous. A completely preventable, curable disease is still killing children. It's killing people. It does not make sense.
To reach zero malaria in a generation, funding for malaria programs must be sustained and improved.
To see your friend go through such a hard time really, really brings you to understand how dangerous malaria is.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel like we're the generation that can end malaria.
We are the generation.
Zero malaria.
Zero malaria.
Zero malaria.
Zero malaria starts with me.
And now for a final time, our theme song.
Spark around the world, let the human spirit burn, that our voices will be heard. voice of hope. How do we make things right? Let your actions show.
Talk is not enough, just be the words you say. There are people dying while you hesitate.
It's only one heartbeat, we are all in pain. If we stand together, we'll never fall again. We can give someone a chance to live a better life, to see through better eyes. Join the fight, so light a fire, take the spark around the world. Let the human spirit burn, that our voices will be heard. And we're not leaving anyone behind. Together we are strong, in a better world, it's where we belong. Join in the fight, be the voice of hope. How do we make things right? Let your actions show.
Like kinds of light in every dark corner, like floodlights crashing through the gate. Our voices ring loud, our spirits burn bright. With our action now, we determine how long this fight would last.
So let's walk the talk, till our feet leave landmarks in the sand, till our pledges become rhymes, kids will sing with a smile in the memorial of victory. We are 100% committed, we are honoring our pledges, so be 100% committed to ending the negative tropical diseases. So are you with us? Because
we're not leaving anyone behind. Together we are strong, in a better world, it's where we belong. Join in the fight, be the voice of hope. How do we make things right? And we're not leaving anyone behind. Together we are strong, in a better world, it's where we belong. Join in the fight, be the voice of hope. How do we make things right? Let your actions show.
Être 100% engagé à l'élimination des maladies tropicales négligées.
Mwetendeteka okubanga mutolawo obulwaire bw'omusobola.
অবহেলিত গ্রীষ্মমণ্ডলীয় রোগসমূহের অবসান ঘটাতে আমাদের শতভাগ প্রতিশ্রুতিবদ্ধ হতে হবে।
आए मिलकर नजरअंदाज शुदा ट्रॉपिकल डिसीजेस को खत्म करने के लिए 100% पर azm रहे।
Komitmen 100% untuk mengakhiri penyakit tropis yang terabaikan.
Make we run maximum effort for the bege against yamayama disease.
Be 100% committed to ending neglected tropical diseases.
Thank you so much, distinguished guests. Thank you. And please, a round of applause to the incredible Anne Kiguta. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Rwanda. Thank you, Kigali, for hosting us. Goodbye, everyone. Take care and go out and do what you've said you'll do. Bye-bye.
Distinguished guests, note that for those requiring transportation by bus, the buses are waiting to depart the venue. You can find them immediately outside as you depart the arena. Once again, distinguished guests, for those who are making use of the buses that have been arranged for you, they will be departing shortly from outside the main arena. Thank you.